Chapter 47 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 47. Monseigneur s'amuse. The exertions of that last night at Gaunt House had proved almost too much for Major Pendennis, and as soon as he could move his weary old body with safety, he transported himself groaning to Buxton, and sought relief in the healing waters of that place. Parliament broke up, Sir Francis Clavering and family left town, and the affairs which we have just mentioned to the reader were not advanced in the brief interval of a few days or weeks which have occurred between this and the last chapter. The town was, however, emptied since then. The season was now come to a conclusion. Penn's neighbors, the lawyers, were gone upon circuit, and his more fashionable friends had taken their passports for the Continent, or had fled for health or excitement to the Scotch moors. Scarce a man was to be seen in the bow windows of the clubs, or on the solitary pell-mell pavement. The red jackets had disappeared from before the palace gate. The tradesmen of St. James's were abroad, taking their pleasure. The tailors had grown mustachios and were gone up the Rhine. The bootmakers were at Ems or Baden, blushing when they met their customers at those places of recreation, or punting beside their creditors at the gambling tables. The clergyman of St. James's only preached to half a congregation, in which there was not a single sinner of distinction. The band in Kensington Gardens had shut up their instruments of brass and trumpets of silver. Only 2 or 3 old flies and chaises crawled by the banks of the Serpentine, and Clarence Bulbul, who was retained in town by his arduous duties as a Treasury clerk, when he took his afternoon ride in Rotten Row, compared its loneliness to the vastness of the Arabian desert, and himself to a Bedouin wending his way through that dusty solitude. Warrington stowed away a quantity of Cavendish tobacco in his carpet-bag, and betook himself, as his custom was in the vacation, to his brother's house in Norfolk. Penn was left alone in chambers for a while, for this man of fashion could not quit the metropolis when he chose always, and was at present detained by the affairs of his newspaper, the Pall Mall Gazette, of which he acted as the editor and charge d'affaires during the temporary absence of the chief, Captain Shandon, who was with his family at the salutary watering-place of Boulogne-sur-Mer. Although, as we have seen, Mr. Penn had pronounced himself for years past to be a man perfectly blasé and wearied of life, yet the truth is that he was an exceedingly healthy young fellow still, with a fine appetite, which he satisfied with the greatest relish and satisfaction at least once a day, and a constant desire for society, which showed him to be anything but misanthropical. If he could not get a good dinner, he sat down to a bad one with perfect contentment. If he could not procure the company of witty or great or beautiful persons, he put up with any society that came to hand, and was perfectly satisfied in a tavern parlour, or on board a Greenwich steamboat, or in a jaunt to Hampstead with Mr. Finucane, his colleague at the Pall Mall Gazette, or in a visit to the summer theatres across the river, or to the royal gardens of Vauxhall, where he was on terms of friendship with the great Simpson, and where he shook the principal comic singer of the lovely equestrian of the arena by the hand. And while he could watch the grimaces or the graces of these with a satiric humour that was not deprived of sympathy, he could look on with an eye of kindness at the lookers-on too, at the roystering youth bent upon enjoyment and here taking it, at the honest parents with their delighted children laughing and clapping their hands at the show, at the poor outcasts whose laughter was less innocent, though perhaps louder, and who brought their shame and their youth here to dance and be merry till the dawn at least, and to get bread and drown care. Of this sympathy with all conditions of men, Arthur often boasted, said he was pleased to possess it. and that he hoped thus to the last he should retain it. As another man has an ardor for art or music or natural science, Mr. Penn said that anthropology was his favorite pursuit, and had his eyes always eagerly open to its infinite varieties and beauties, contemplating with an unfailing delight all specimens of it in all places to which he resorted, whether it was the coquetting of a wrinkled dowager in a ballroom, or a high-bred young beauty blushing in her prime there, whether it was a hulking guardsman coaxing a servant girl in the park, or innocent little Tommy that was feeding the ducks whilst the nurse listened. And indeed a man whose heart is pretty clean can indulge in this pursuit with an enjoyment that never ceases, and is only perhaps the more keen because it is secret and has a touch of sadness in it, because he is of his mood and humor lonely, and apart, although not alone. Yes, Penn used to brag and talk in his impetuous way to Warrington. I was in love so fiercely in my youth that I have burned out that flame forever, I think, and if ever I marry, it will be a marriage of reason that I will make, with a well-bred, good-tempered, good-looking person, who has a little money, and so forth, that will cushion our carriage in its course through life. As for romance, it is all done. I have spent that out, and am old before my time. I'm proud of it." "Stuff!" growled the other. "You fancied you were getting bald the other day, and bragged about it as you do about everything. But you began to use the bear's grease pot directly the hairdresser told you, and are scented like a barber ever since." "You are Diogenes," the other answered, "and you want every man to live in a tub like yourself. Violets smell better than stale tobacco, you grisly old cynic." But Mr. Penn was blushing whilst he made this reply to his unromantical friend, and indeed cared a great deal more about himself still than such a philosopher perhaps should have done. Indeed, considering that he was careless about the world, Mr. Penn ornamented his person with no small pains in order to make himself agreeable to it, and for a weary pilgrim as he was, wore very tight boots and bright varnish. It was in this dull season of the year, then, of a shining Friday night in autumn, that Mr. Pendennis, having completed at his newspaper office a brilliant leading article, such as Captain Shandon himself might have written, had the captain been in good humor and inclined to work, which he never would do except under compulsion, that Mr. Arthur Pendennis, having written his article, and reviewed it approvingly as it lay before him in its wet proof sheet at the office of the paper, bethought him that he would cross the water, and regale himself with the fireworks and other amusements of Vauxhall. So he affably put in his pocket the order which admitted editor of Pall Mall Gazette and friend to that place of recreation, and paid with the coin of the realm a sufficient sum to enable him to cross Waterloo Bridge. The walk thence to the gardens was pleasant. The stars were shining in the skies above, looking down upon the royal property, whence the rockets and Roman candles had not yet ascended to outshine the stars. Before you enter the enchanted ground, where 20,000 additional lamps are burned every night as usual, most of us have passed through the black and dreary passage and wickets which hide the splendors of Vauxhall from uninitiated men. In the walls of this passage are two holes strongly illuminated, in the midst of which you see two gentlemen at desks, where they will take either your money as a private individual, or your order of admission, if you are provided with that passport, to the gardens. Penn went to exhibit his ticket at the last named orifice, where, however, a gentleman and two ladies were already in parley before him. The gentleman, whose hat was very much on one side, and who wore a short and shabby cloak in an excessively smart manner, was crying out in a voice which Penn at once recognized, "Bedad, sir, if ye doubt me honour, will ye obleege me by stipping out of that box, and—" "Lor, capting!" cried the elder lady. "Don't bother me," said the man in the box, "and ask Mr. Hodgin himself, who's in the gyardens, to let these leadies pass. Don't be froightened, me dear madam. I'm not going to quarrel with this gentleman, at any reet, before leadies. Will you go, sir, and desorier Mr. Hodgin, who's orther I keem in with, and he's me most intimate friend. I know he's goin' to sing the Body Snatcher here to night, with Captain Costigan's compliments, to stip out and let in the leadies. For meself, sir, I've seen Vauxhall, and I scrawl run any interference on moy account, but for these leadies, one of them has never been there, and of should think ye'd hardly take advantage of me misfortune in losing the ticket to deprive her of her pleasure. It ain't no use, Captain. I can't go about your business, the check taker said, on which the Captain swore an oath, and the elder lady said, Lor, 'ow provokin'. As for the young one, she looked up at the Captain and said, Never mind, Captain Costigan. I'm sure I don't want to go at all. Come away, mamma. And with this, although she did not want to go at all, her feelings overcame her, and she began to cry. Me poor child, the Captain said, can ye see that, sir? And will you not let this innocent creature in? It ain't my business, cried the doorkeeper peevishly out of the illuminated box. And at this minute Arthur came up, and recognizing Costigan, said, Don't you know me, Captain? Pendennis. And he took off his hat and made a bow to the two ladies. Me dear boy, me dear friend, cried the Captain, extending towards Pendennis the grasp of friendship, and he rapidly explained to the other what he called a most unlucky contretemps. He had an order for Vauxhall, admitting two from Mr. Hodgin, then within the gardens, and singing, as he did at the back kitchen and the nobility's concerts, the Body Snatcher, the Death of General Wolfe, the Banner of Blood, and other favorite melodies. And having this order for the admission of two persons, he thought that it would admit three, and had come accordingly to the gardens with his friends. But on his way Captain Costigan had lost the paper of admission. It was not forthcoming at all, and the leadies must go back again, to the great disappointment of one of them, as Pendennis saw. Arthur had a great deal of good nature for everybody, and sympathized with the misfortunes of all sorts of people. How could he refuse his sympathy in such a case as this? He had seen the innocent face as it looked up to the Captain, the appealing look of the girl, the piteous quiver of the mouth, and the final outburst of tears. If it had been his last guinea in the world, he must have paid it to have given the poor little thing pleasure. She turned the sad, imploring eyes away directly they lighted upon a stranger, and began to wipe them with her handkerchief. Arthur looked very handsome and kind as he stood before the women, with his hat off, blushing, bowing, generous, a gentleman. Who are they? He asked of himself. He thought he had seen the elder lady before. If I can be of any service to you, Captain Costigan, the young man said, I hope you will command me. Is there any difficulty about taking these ladies into the garden? Will you kindly make use of my purse? And I have a ticket myself, which will admit two. I hope, ma'am, you will permit me. The first impulse of the Prince of Fairoaks was to pay for the whole party, and to make away with his newspaper order, as poor Costigan had done with his own ticket. But his instinct, and the appearance of the two women, told him that they would be better pleased if he did not give himself the airs of a grand seigneur, and he handed his purse to Costigan, and laughingly pulled out his ticket with one hand, as he offered the other to the elder of the ladies. Ladies was not the word. They had bonnets and shawls, and collars and ribbons, and the youngest showed a pretty little foot and boot under her modest grey gown. But his Highness of Fairoaks was courteous to every person who wore a petticoat, whatever its texture was, and the humbler the wearer, only the more stately and polite in his demeanour. Fanny, take the gentleman's arm, the elder said, since you will be so very kind. I've seen you often come in at our gate, sir, and go into Captain Strong's at No. 3. Fanny made a little curtsy, and put her hand under Arthur's arm. It had on a shabby little glove, but it was pretty and small. She was not a child, but she was scarcely a woman as yet. Her tears had dried up, and her cheek mantled with youthful blushes, and her eyes glistened with pleasure and gratitude as she looked up into Arthur's kind face. Arthur, in a protecting way, put his other hand upon the little one resting on his arm. Fanny's a very pretty little name, he said, And so you know me, do you?" "We keep the lodge, sir, at Shepherd's Inn," Fanny said with a curtsy. "And I've never been at Vauxhall, sir, and papa didn't like me to go, and oh, law, how beautiful!" She shrank back as she spoke, starting with wonder and delight as she saw the royal gardens blaze before her with 100,000,000 of lamps, with a splendour such as the finest fairy tale, the finest pantomime she had ever witnessed at the theatre, had never realized. Pen was pleased with her pleasure, and pressed to his side the little hand which clung so kindly to him. "What would I not give for a little of this pleasure?" said the blasé young man. "Your purse, Pendennis, me dear boy," said the captain's voice behind him. "Will ye count it? It's all roight. No, ye thrust in old Jack Costigan. He thrusts me, ye see, madam. Ye've been me preserver, Pen. I've known 'um since choildhood, Mrs. Bolton. He's the proprietor of Fairoaks Castle, and many's the cooper of clart I've dethrunk there with the first nobility of his neetive county. Mr. Pendennis, ye've been me preserver, and of thank ye. Me dochter will thank ye. Mr. Simpson, your humble servant, sir." If Pen was magnificent in his courtesy to the ladies, what was his splendour in comparison to Captain Costigan's bowing here and there, and crying bravo to the singers? A man descended like Costigan from a long line of Hibernian kings, chieftains, and other magnates and sheriffs of the county had of course too much dignity and self-respect to walk "arum in arum," as the captain phrased it, with a lady who occasionally swept his room out and cooked his mutton chops. In the course of their journey from Shepherd's Inn to Vauxhall Gardens, Captain Costigan had walked by the side of the two ladies in a patronizing and affable manner, pointing out to them the edifices worthy of note, and discoursing, according to his wont, about other cities and countries which he had visited, and the people of rank and fashion with whom he had the honour of an acquaintance. Nor could it be expected, nor indeed did Mrs. Bolton expect, that, arrived in the royal property, and strongly illuminated by the flare of the 20,000 additional lamps, the captain could relax from his dignity and give an arm to a lady who was in fact little better than a housekeeper or charwoman. But Pen, on his part, had no such scruples. Miss Fanny Bolton did not make his bed, nor sweep his chambers, and he did not choose to let go his pretty little partner. As for Fanny, her colour heightened, and her bright eyes shone the brighter with pleasure, as she leaned for protection on the arm of such a fine gentleman as Mr. Penn. And she looked at numbers of other ladies in the place, and at scores of other gentlemen, under whose protection they were walking here and there, and she thought that her gentleman was handsomer and grander looking than any other gent in the place. Of course there were votaries of pleasure of all ranks there, rakish young surgeons, fast young clerks and commercialists, occasional dandies of the guard regiments, and the rest. Old Lord Colchicum was there, in attendance upon Mademoiselle Caracoline, who had been riding in the ring, and who talked her native French very loud, and used idiomatic expressions of exceeding strength as she walked about, leaning on the arm of his lordship. Colchicum was in attendance upon Mademoiselle Girondine. Little Tom Tufthunt was in attendance upon Lord Colchicum, and rather pleased too with his position. When Don Juan scales the wall, there's never a want of a Leporello to hold the ladder. Tom Tufthunt was quite happy to act as friend to the elderly Viscount, and to carve the fowl, and to make the salad at supper. When Pen and his young lady met the Viscount's party, that noble poor only gave Arthur a passing leer of recognition as his lordship's eyes passed from Pen's face under the bonnet of Pen's companion. But Tom Tufthunt wagged his head very good-naturedly at Mr. Arthur, and said, "How are you, old boy?" and looked extremely knowing at the godfather of this history. "That is the great writer at Astley's. I have seen her there," Miss Bolton said, looking after Mademoiselle Caracoline. "And who is that old man? Is it not the gentleman in the ring?" "That is Lord Viscount Colchicum, Miss Fanny," said Pen with an air of protection. He meant no harm. He was pleased to patronize the young girl, and he was not displeased that she should be so pretty, and that she should be hanging upon his arm, and that yonder elderly Don Juan should have seen her there. Fanny was very pretty. Her eyes were dark and brilliant. Her teeth were like little pearls. Her mouth was almost as red as Mademoiselle Caracoline's when the latter had put on her vermilion. And what a difference there was between the one's voice and the other's, between the girl's laugh and the woman's. It was only very lately, indeed, that Fanny, when looking in the little glass over the Bose Costigan mantelpiece, as she was dusting it, had begun to suspect that she was a beauty. But a year ago she was a clumsy, gawky girl, at whom her father sneered, and of whom the girls at the day school, Miss Minifer's, Newcastle Street, Strand, Miss M., the younger sister, took the leading business at the Norwich circuit in 1820 something, and she herself had played for 2 sessions with some credit, treo, trsw, until she fell down a trap door and broke her leg. The girls at Fanny's school, we say, took no account of her, and thought her a dowdy little creature as long as she remained under Miss Minifer's instruction. And it was unremarked and almost unseen in the porter's dark lodge of Shepherd's Inn that this little flower bloomed into beauty. So this young person hung upon Mr. Penn's arm, and they paced the gardens together. Empty as London was, there were still some 2 millions of people left lingering about it, and amongst them 1 or 2 of the acquaintances of Mr. Arthur Pendennis. Amongst them, silent and alone, pale, with his hands in his pockets, and a rueful nod of the head to Arthur as they met, passed Henry Foker, Esquire. Young Henry was trying to ease his mind by moving from place to place, and from excitement to excitement, but he thought about Blanche as he sauntered in the dark walks. He thought about Blanche as he looked at the devices of the lamps. He consulted the fortune-teller about her, and was disappointed when that gypsy told him that he was in love with a dark lady who would make him happy. And at the concert, though Mr. Momus sang his most stunning comic songs, and asked his most astonishing riddles, never did a kind smile come to visit Foker's lips. In fact, he never heard Mr. Momus at all. Penn and Miss Bolton were hard by, listening to the same concert, and the latter remarked, and Penn laughed at Mr. Foker's woebegone face. Fanny asked what it was that made that odd-looking little man so dismal. "I think he is crossed in love," Penn said. "Isn't that enough to make any man dismal, Fanny?" And he looked down at her, splendidly protecting her, like Egmont at Clara in Goethe's play, or Leicester at Amy in Scott's novel. "Crossed in love, is he? Poor gentleman," said Fanny with a sigh, and her eyes turned round towards him with no little kindness and pity. But Harry did not see the beautiful dark eyes. "How do you do, Mr. Pendennis?" a voice broke in here. It was that of a young man in a large white coat, with a red neckcloth over which a dingy shirt collar was turned so as to exhibit a dubious neck, with a large pin of bullion or other metal, and an imaginative waistcoat with exceedingly fanciful glass buttons, and trousers that cried with a loud voice, "Come look at me, and see how cheap and tawdry I am. My master, what a dirty buck!" and a little stick in one pocket of his coat, and a lady in pink satin on the other arm. "How do you do? Forget me, I dare say. Huckster Clavering." "How do you do, Mr. Huckster?" the Prince of Fairoaks said in his most princely manner. "I hope you are very well." "Pretty bobbish, thank ye," and Mr. Huckster wagged his head. "I say, Pendennis, you've been coming it uncommon strong since we had the row at Wapshot's, don't you remember? Great author, hey? Go about with the swells. Saw your name in the Morning Post. I suppose you're too much of a swell to come and have a bit of supper with an old friend. Charterhouse Lane to-morrow night. Some devilish good fellows from Bartholomew's, and some stunning gin punch. Here's my card." And with this Mr. Huckster released his hand from the pocket where his cane was, and pulling off the top of his card case with his teeth, produced thence a visiting ticket, which he handed to Penn. "You are exceedingly kind, I am sure," said Penn, "but I regret that I have an engagement which will take me out of town to-morrow night." And the Marquis of Fairoaks, wondering that such a creature as this could have the audacity to give him a card, put Mr. Huckster's card into his waistcoat pocket with a lofty courtesy. Possibly Mr. Samuel Huckster was not aware that there was any great social difference between Mr. Arthur Pendennis and himself. Mr. Huckster's father was a surgeon and apothecary at Clavering, just as Mr. Pendennis's papa had been a surgeon and apothecary at Bath. But the impudence of some men is beyond all calculation." "Well, old fellow, never mind," said Mr. Huxter, who, always frank and familiar, was from vinous excitement even more affable than usual. "If ever you are passing, look up our place. I'm mostly at home Saturdays, and there's generally a cheese cupboard. Ta ta! There's the bell for the fireworks ringing. Come along, Mary," and he set off running with the rest of the crowd in the direction of the fireworks. So did Pen presently, when this agreeable youth was out of sight, begin to run with his little companion, Mrs. Bolton following after them with Captain Costigan at her side. But the captain was too majestic and dignified in his movements to run for friend or enemy, and he pursued his course with the usual jaunty swagger which distinguished his steps, so that he and his companion were speedily distanced by Pen and Miss Fanny. Perhaps Arthur forgot, or perhaps he did not choose to remember, that the elder couple had no money in their pockets, as had been proved by their adventure at the entrance of the gardens. Howbeit Pen paid a couple of shillings for himself and his partner, and with her hanging close on his arm, scaled the staircase which leads to the firework gallery. The captain and mamma might have followed them if they liked, but Arthur and Fanny were too busy to look back. People were pushing and squeezing there beside and behind them. One eager individual rushed by Fanny and elbowed her so that she fell back with a little cry, upon which, of course, Arthur caught her adroitly in his arms, and, just for protection, kept her so defended until they mounted the stair and took their places. Poor Foker sat alone on one of the highest benches, his face illuminated by the fireworks, or in their absence by the moon. Arthur saw him and laughed, but did not occupy himself about his friend much. He was engaged with Fanny. How she wondered, how happy she was, how she cried, "Oh, oh, oh," as the rockets soared into the air, and showered down in azure and emerald and vermilion. As these wonders blazed and disappeared before her, the little girl thrilled and trembled with delight at Arthur's side. Her hand was under his arm, still he felt it pressing him, as she looked up delighted. "How beautiful they are, sir!" she cried. "Don't call me sir, Fanny," Arthur said. A quick blush rushed up into the girl's face. "What shall I call you?" she said, in a low voice, sweet and tremulous. "What would you wish me to say, sir?" "Again, Fanny? Well, I forgot." "It is best so, my dear," Pendennis said, very kindly and gently. "I may call you Fanny?" "Oh, yes," she said, and the little hand pressed his arm once more very eagerly, and the girl clung to him so that he could feel her heart beating on his shoulder. "I may call you Fanny because you are a young girl, and a good girl, Fanny, and I am an old gentleman. But you mustn't call me anything but Sir or Mr. Pendennis, if you like, for we live in very different stations, Fanny. And don't think I speak unkindly. And why do you take your hand away, Fanny? Are you afraid of me? Do you think I would hurt you? Not for all the world, my dear little girl. And look how beautiful the moon and stars are, and how calmly they shine when the rockets have gone out, and the noisy wheels are done hissing and blazing. When I came here tonight, I did not think I should have had such a pretty little companion to sit by my side, and see these fine fireworks. You must know I live by myself, and work very hard. I write in books and newspapers, Fanny, and I am quite tired out, and was expected to sit alone all night, and don't cry, my dear, dear little girl." Here Pen broke out, rapidly putting an end to the calm oration which he had begun to deliver, for the sight of a woman's tears always put his nerves in a quiver, and he began forthwith to coax her and soothe her, and to utter 120 little ejaculations of pity and sympathy, which need not be repeated here, because they would be absurd in print. So would a mother's talk to a child be absurd in print, so would a lover's to his bride. That sweet artless poetry bears no translation, and is too subtle for grammarians' clumsy definitions. You have but the same 4 letters to describe the salute which you perform on your grandmother's forehead, and that which you bestow on the sacred cheek of your mistress, but the same 4 letters, and not one of them a labial. Do we mean to hint that Arthur Pendennis made any use of the monosyllable in question? Not so. In the first place, it was dark, the fireworks were over, and nobody could see him. Secondly, he was not a man to have this kind of secret and tell it. Thirdly and lastly, let the honest fellow who has kissed a pretty girl say what would have been his own conduct in such a delicate juncture. Well, the truth is that however you may suspect him, and whatever you would have done under the circumstances, or Mr. Penn would have liked to do, he behaved honestly and like a man. "I will not play with this little girl's heart," he said within himself, "and forget my own for her honour. She seems to have a great deal of dangerous and rather contagious sensibility, and I'm very glad the fireworks are over, and that I can take her back to her mother. Come along, Fanny, mind the steps, and lean on me. Don't stumble, you heedless little thing. This is the way, and there's your mamma at the door." And there indeed Mrs. Bolton was, unquiet in spirit, and grasping her umbrella. She seized Fanny with maternal fierceness and eagerness, and uttered some rapid abuse to the girl in an undertone. The expression in Captain Costigan's eye, standing behind the matron and winking at Pendennis from under his hat, was, I am bound to say, indefinably humorous. It was so much so that Pen could not refrain from bursting into a laugh. "You should have taken my arm, Mrs. Bolton," he said, offering it. "I'm very glad to bring Miss Fanny back quite safe to you. We thought you would have followed us up into the gallery. We enjoyed the fireworks, didn't we?" "Oh, yes," said Miss Fanny, with rather a demure look. "And the bouquet was magnificent," said Pen. "And it is 10 hours since I had anything to eat, ladies, and I wish you would permit me to invite you to supper." "Dad," said Costigan, "I'd loike a snack too, only I forgot me purse, or I should have invited these leadies to a collection." Mrs. Bolton, with considerable asperity, said she had an headache, and would much rather go home. "A lobster salad is the best thing in the world for a headache," Pen said gallantly, "and a glass of wine, I'm sure, will do you good. Come, Mrs. Bolton, be kind to me and oblige me. I shan't have the heart to sup without you, and upon my word I've had no dinner. Give me your arm, give me the umbrella. Costigan, I'm sure you'll take care of Miss Fanny, and I shall think Mrs. Bolton angry with me unless she will favour me with her society, and we will all sup quietly and go back in a cab together." The cab, the lobster salad, the frank and good-humoured look of Pendennis, as he smilingly invited the worthy matron, subdued her suspicions and her anger. Since he would be so obliging, she thought she could take a little bit of lobster, and so they all marched away to a box, and Costigan called for a waiter with such a loud and belligerent voice as caused one of those officials instantly to run to him. The cart was examined on the wall, and Fanny was asked to choose her favourite dish, upon which the young creature said she was fond of lobster too, but also owned to a partiality for raspberry tart. This delicacy was provided by Pen, and a bottle of the most frisky champagne was moreover ordered for the delight of the ladies. Little Fanny drank this. What other sweet intoxication had she not drunk in the course of the night? When the supper, which was very brisk and gay, was over, and Captain Costigan and Mrs. Bolton had partaken of some of the rack punch that is so fragrant at Vauxhall, the bill was called and discharged by Pen with great generosity. "Loike a foine young English gentleman of the olden toime, be Jove," Costigan enthusiastically remarked, and as, when they went out of the box, he stepped forward and gave Mrs. Bolton his arm, Fanny fell to Pen's lot, and the young people walked away in high good humour together in the wake of their seniors. The champagne and the rack punch, though taken in moderation by all persons, except perhaps poor Cos, who lurched ever so little in his gait, had set them in high spirits and good humour, so that Fanny began to skip and move her brisk little feet in time to the band, which was playing waltzes and gallops for the dancers. As they came up to the dancing, the music and Fanny's feet seemed to go quicker together. She seemed to spring, as if naturally, from the ground, as if she required repression to keep her there. "Shouldn't you like a turn?" said the Prince of Fairoaks. "What fun it would be! Mrs. Bolton, ma'am, do let me take her once round." Upon which Mr. Costigan said, "Off wid you," and Mrs. Bolton not refusing, indeed she was an old war horse, and would have liked, at the trumpet's sound, to have entered the arena herself, Fanny's shawl was off her back in a minute, and she and Arthur were whirling round in a waltz, in the midst of a great deal of queer but exceedingly joyful company. Pen had no mishap this time with little Fanny, as he had with Miss Blanche in old days. At least there was no mishap of his making. The pair danced away with great agility and contentment. First a waltz, then a gallop, then a waltz again, until in the second waltz they were bumped by another couple who had joined the terpsichorean choir. This was Mr. Huxter and his pink satin young friend, of whom we have already had a glimpse. Mr. Huxter very probably had been also partaking of supper, for he was even more excited now than at the time when he had previously claimed Pen's acquaintance, and having run against Arthur and his partner and nearly knocked them down, this amiable gentleman of course began to abuse the people whom he had injured, and broke out into a volley of slang against the unoffending couple. "Now then, stupid, don't keep the ground if you can't dance, old slow coach," the young surgeon roared out, using at the same time other expressions far more emphatic, and was joined in his abuse by the shrill language and laughter of his partner, to the interruption of the ball, the terror of poor little Fanny, and the immense indignation of Pen. Arthur was furious, and not so angry at the quarrel as at the shame attending it. A battle with a fellow like that, a row in a public garden, and with a porter's daughter on his arm. What a position for Arthur Pendennis! He drew poor little Fanny hastily away from the dancers to her mother, and wished that lady and Costigan and poor Fanny underground, rather than there in his companionship and under his protection. When Huckster commenced his attack, that free-spoken young gentleman had not seen who was his opponent, and directly he was aware that it was Arthur whom he had insulted, he began to make apologies. "Hold your stupid tongue, Mary," he said to his partner. "It's an old friend and crony at home. I beg pardon, Pendennis. Wasn't aware it was you, old boy." Mr. Huckster had been one of the boys of the Clavering school, who had been present at a combat which has been mentioned in the early part of this story, when young Penn knocked down the biggest champion of the academy, and Huckster knew that it was dangerous to quarrel with Arthur. His apologies were as odious to the other as his abuse had been. Penn stopped his tipsy remonstrance by telling him to hold his tongue, and desiring him not to use his, Pendennis's, name in that place or any other. And he walked out of the gardens with a titter behind him from the crowd, every one of whom he would have liked to massacre for having been witness to the degrading broil. He walked out of the gardens, quite forgetting poor little Fanny, who came trembling behind him with her mother and the stately Costigan. He was brought back to himself by a word from the captain, who touched him on the shoulder just as they were passing the inner gate. "There's no admittance except ye pay again," the captain said. "Hadn't I better go back and take the fellow your message?" Penn burst out laughing. "Take him a message? Do you think I would fight with such a fellow as that?" he asked. "No, no, don't," cried out little Fanny. "How can you be so wicked, Captain Costigan?" The captain muttered something about honour, and winked knowingly at Penn, but Arthur said gallantly, "No, Fanny, don't be frightened. It was my fault to have danced in such a place. I beg your pardon to have asked you to dance there." And he gave her his arm once more, and called a cab, and put his three friends into it. He was about to pay the driver, and to take another carriage for himself, when little Fanny, still alarmed, put her little hand out, and caught him by the coat, and implored him, and besought him to come in. "Will nothing satisfy you?" said Penn, in great good humour, "that I am not going back to fight him? Well, I will come home with you. Drive to Shepherd's Inn, cab." The cab drove to its destination. Arthur was immensely pleased by the girl's solicitude about him. Her tender terrors quite made him forget his previous annoyance. Penn put the ladies into their lodge, having shaken hands kindly with both of them, and the captain again whispered to him that he would see 'em in the morning if he was inclined, and take his message to that scoundrel. But the captain was in his usual condition when he made the proposal, and Penn was perfectly sure that neither he nor Mr. Huckster, when they awoke, would remember anything about the dispute. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 48. A Visit of Politeness. Costigan never roused Penn from his slumbers. There was no hostile message from Mr. Huckster to disturb him, and when Penn woke it was with a brisker, more lively feeling than ordinarily attends that moment in the day of the tired and blasé London man. A city man wakes up to care and consoles, and the thoughts of change and the counting house take possession of him as soon as sleep flies from under his nightcap. A lawyer rouses himself with the early morning to think of the case that will take him all his day to work upon, and the inevitable attorney to whom he has promised his papers ere night. Which of us has not his anxiety instantly present when his eyes are opened to it and to the world, after his night's sleep? Kind strengthener that enables us to face the day's task with renewed heart, beautiful ordinance of Providence that creates rest as it awards labor. Mr. Pendennis's labor, or rather his disposition, was of that sort that his daily occupations did not much interest him, for the excitement of literary composition pretty soon subsides with the hired laborer, and the delight of seeing oneself in print only extends to the first 2 or 3 appearances in the magazine or newspaper page. Pegasus, put into harness, and obliged to run a stage every day, is as prosaic as any other hack, and won't work without his whip or his feed of corn. So, indeed, Mr. Arthur performed his work at the Pall Mall Gazette, and since his success as a novelist, with an increased salary, but without the least enthusiasm, doing his best, or pretty nearly, and sometimes writing ill, and sometimes well. He was a literary hack, naturally fast in pace, and brilliant in action. Neither did society, or that portion which he saw, excite or amuse him overmuch. In spite of his brag and boast to the contrary, he was too young as yet for women's society, which probably can only be had in perfection when a man has ceased to think about his own person, and has given up all designs of being a conqueror of ladies. He was too young to be admitted as an equal amongst men who had made their mark in the world, and of whose conversation he could scarcely as yet expect to be more than a listener. And he was too old for the men of pleasure of his own age, too much a man of pleasure for the men of business, destinied, in a word, to be a good deal alone. Fate awards this lot of solitude to many a man, and many like it from taste, as many without difficulty bear it. Pendennis in reality suffered it very equanimously, but in words, and according to his wont, grumbled over it not a little. What a nice little artless creature that was, Mr. Penn thought, at the very instant of waking after the Vauxhall affair. What a pretty natural manner she has, how much pleasanter than the minauderies of the young ladies in the ballrooms. And here he recalled to himself some instances of what he could not help seeing was the artful simplicity of Miss Blanche, and some of the stupid graces of other young ladies in the polite world. Who could have thought that such a pretty rose could grow in a porter's lodge, or bloom in that dismal old flower pot of a shepherd's inn? So she learns to sing from old Bose. If her singing voice is as sweet as her speaking voice, it must be pretty. I like those low voilese voices. What would you like me to call you? Indeed, poor little Fanny. It went to my heart to adopt the grand air with her, and tell her to call me sir. But we'll have no nonsense of that sort. No Faust and Margaret business for me. That old Bose, so he teaches her to sing, does he? He's a dear old fellow, old Bose. A gentleman in those old clothes, a philosopher, and with a kind heart, too. How good he was to me in the Fotheringay business. He, too, has had his griefs and his sorrows. I must cultivate old Bose. A man ought to see people of all sorts. I'm getting tired of genteel society. Besides, there's nobody in town. Yes, I'll go and see Bose, and Costigan, too. What a rich character, begad! I'll study him, and put him into a book. In this way our young anthropologist talked with himself, and as Saturday was the holiday of the week, the Pall Mall Gazette making its appearance upon that day, and the contributors to that journal having no further calls upon their brains or ink bottles, Mr. Pendennis determined he would take advantage of his leisure, and pay a visit to Shepherd's Inn, of course, to see old Bose. The truth is, that if Arthur had been the most determined roue and artful Lovelace who ever set about deceiving a young girl, he could hardly have adopted better means for fascinating and overcoming poor little Fanny Bolton than those which he had employed on the previous night. His dandified protecting air, his conceit, generosity, and good humour, the very sense of good and honesty which had enabled him to check the tremulous advances of the young creature, and not to take advantage of that little fluttering sensibility, his faults and his virtues at once contributed to make her admire him. And if we could peep into Fanny's bed, which she shared in a cupboard along with those two little sisters, to whom we have seen Mr. Costigan administering gingerbread and apples, we should find the poor little maid tossing upon her mattress, to the great disturbance of its other two occupants, and thinking over all the delights and events of that delightful, eventful night, and all the words, looks, and actions of Arthur, its splendid hero. Many novels had Fanny read in secret and at home, in 3 volumes and in numbers. Periodical literature had not reached the height which it has attained subsequently, and the girls of Fanny's generation were not enabled to purchase 16 pages of excitement for a penny, rich with histories of crime, murder, oppressed virtue, and the heartless seductions of the aristocracy, but she had had the benefit of the circulating library, which, in conjunction with her school and a small brandy ball and millinery business, Miss Minifer kept, and Arthur appeared to her at once as the type and realization of all the heroes of all those darling greasy volumes which the young girl had devoured. Mr. Penn, we have seen, was rather a dandy about shirts and haberdashery in general. Fanny had looked with delight at the fineness of his linen, at the brilliancy of his shirt studs, at his elegant cambric pocket handkerchief and white gloves, and at the jetty brightness of his charming boots. The prince had appeared and subjugated the poor little handmaid. His image traversed constantly her restless slumbers. The tone of his voice, the bright light of his eyes, the generous look, half love, half pity, the manly protecting smile, the frank winning laughter, all these were repeated in the girl's fond memory. She felt still his arm encircling her, and saw him smiling, so grand as he filled up that delicious glass of champagne. And then she thought of the girls, her friends, who used to sneer at her, of Emma Baker, who was so proud, forsooth, because she was engaged to a cheesemonger in a white apron near Clare Market, and of Betsy Rogers, who made such a to-do about her young man, an attorney's clerk indeed, that went about with a bag. So that at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Bolton family having concluded their dinner, and Mr. B., who besides his place of porter of the inn, was in the employ of Messrs. Tressler, the eminent undertakers of the Strand, being absent in the country with the Countess of Estridge's hearse, when a gentleman in a white hat and white trousers made his appearance under the inn archway, and stopped at the porter's wicket, Fanny was not in the least surprised, only delightful, only happy, and blushing beyond all measure. She knew it could be no other than he. She knew he'd come. There he was. There was his Royal Highness beaming upon her from the gate. She called to her mother, who was busy in the upper apartment, "Mamma, mamma," and ran to the wicket at once, and opened it, pushing aside the other children. How she blushed as she gave her hand to him! How affably he took off his white hat as he came in, the children staring up at him. He asked Mrs. Bolton if she had slept well after the fatigues of the night, and hoped she had no headache, and he said that as he was going that way, he could not pass the door without asking news of his little partner. Mrs. Bolton was perhaps rather shy and suspicious about these advances, but Mr. Penn's good humour was inexhaustible. He could not see that he was unwelcome. He looked about the premises for a seat, and none being disengaged, for a dish cover was on one, a work box on the other, and so forth, he took one of the children's chairs, and perched himself upon that uncomfortable eminence. At this the children began laughing, the child Fanny louder than all. At least she was more amused than any of them, and amazed at his Royal Highness's condescension. He to sit down in that chair, that little child's chair. Many and many a time after she regarded it. Haven't we almost all such furniture in our rooms, that our fancy peoples with dear figures, that our memory fills with sweet smiling faces, which may never look on us more? So Penn sat down and talked away with great volubility to Mrs. Bolton. He asked about the undertaking business, and how many mutes went down with Lady Estridge's remains, and about the inn, and who lived there. He seemed very much interested about Mr. Campion's cabin horse, and had met that gentleman in society. He thought he should like shares in the Polweedle and Treddidlum. Did Mrs. Bolton do for those chambers? Were there any chambers to let in the inn? It was better than the Temple. He should like to come to live in Shepherd's Inn. As for Captain Strong, and Colonel Altamont was his name, He was deeply interested in them, too. The captain was an old friend at home. He had dined with him at chambers here before the colonel came to live with him. What sort of man was the colonel? Wasn't he a stout man with a large quantity of jewelry, and a wig and large black whiskers? Very black. Here Penn was immensely waggish, and caused hysteric giggles of delight from the ladies. Very black indeed, in fact blue black, that is to say a rich greenish purple. That was the man. He had met him, too, at Sir Fr. in society. "Oh, we know," said the ladies. "Sir F. is Sir F. Clavering. He's often here, 2 or 3 times a week, with the captain. My little boy has been out for bill stamps for him. Oh, Laura, I beg pardon. I shouldn't have mentioned no secrets." Mrs. Bolton blurted out, being talked perfectly into good nature by this time. "But we know you to be a gentleman, Mr. Pendennis, for I'm sure you have shown that you can behave as such. Hasn't Mr. Pendennis, Fanny?" Fanny loved her mother for that speech. She cast up her dark eyes to the low ceiling and said, "Oh, that he has, I'm sure, ma," with a voice full of feeling. Penn was rather curious about the bill stamps, and concerning the transactions in Strong's chambers, and he asked when Altamont came and joined the Chevalier, whether he too was out for bill stamps, who he was, whether he saw many people, and so forth. These questions, put with considerable adroitness by Penn, who was interested about Sir Francis Clavering's doings from private motives of his own, were artlessly answered by Mrs. Bolton, and to the utmost of her knowledge and ability, which, in truth, were not very great. These questions answered, and Penn, being at a loss for more, luckily recollected his privilege as a member of the press, and asked the ladies whether they would like any orders for the play. The play was their delight, as it is almost always the delight of every theatrical person. When Bolton was away professionally, it appeared that of late the porter of Shepherd's Inn had taken a serious turn, drank a good deal, and otherwise made himself unpleasant to the ladies of his family. They would like of all things to slip out and go to the theatre, little Barney, their son, keeping the lodge, and Mr. Pendennis's most generous and most genteel compliment of orders was received with boundless gratitude by both mother and daughter. Fanny clapped her hands with pleasure. Her face beamed with it. She looked and nodded and laughed at her mamma, who nodded and laughed in her turn. Mrs. Bolton was not superannuated for pleasure yet, or by any means too old for admiration, she thought, and very likely Mr. Pendennis, in his conversation with her, had insinuated some compliments, or shaped his talk so as to please her. At first against Penn, and suspicious of him, she was his partisan now, and almost as enthusiastic about him as her daughter. When 2 women get together to like a man, they help each other on, each pushes the other forward, and the second, out of sheer sympathy, becomes as eager as the principal. At least so it is said by philosophers who have examined this science. So the offer of the play tickets and other pleasantries put all parties into perfect good humor, except for one brief moment, when one of the younger children, hearing the name of Ashley's pronounced, came forward and stated that she should like very much to go too, on which Fanny said, "Don't bother," rather sharply, and mamma said, "Get long, Betsy Jane, do now, and play in the court," so that the 2 little ones, namely, Betsy Jane and Amelia Ann, went away in their little innocent pinafores and disported in the courtyard on the smooth gravel round about the statue of Shepherd the Great. And here, as they were playing, they very possibly communicated with an old friend of theirs, and dweller in the inn, for while Penn was making himself agreeable to the ladies at the lodge, who were laughing delighted at his sallies, an old gentleman passed under the archway from the inn square, and came and looked in at the door of the lodge. He made a very blank and rueful face when he saw Mr. Arthur seated upon a table, like Macheath in the play, in easy discourse with Mrs. Bolton and her daughter. "What, Mr. Bowes? How do you do, Bowes?" cried out Penn, in a cheery, loud voice. "I was coming to see you, and was asking your address of these ladies." "You were coming to see me, were you, sir?" Bowes said, and came in with a sad face, and shook hands with Arthur. Plague on that old man, somebody thought in the room, and so perhaps someone else besides her. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray, Chapter 49. In Shepherd's Inn. Our friend Penn said, "How do you do, Mr. Bowes?" in a loud, cheery voice on perceiving that gentleman, and saluted him in a dashing, off-hand manner. Yet you could have seen a blush upon Arthur's face, answered by Fanny, whose cheek straightway threw out a similar fluttering red signal. And after Bowes and Arthur had shaken hands, and the former had ironically accepted the other's assertion that he was about to pay Mr. Costigan's chambers a visit, there was a gloomy and rather guilty silence in the company, which Penn presently tried to dispel by making a great rattling noise. The silence, of course, departed at Mr. Arthur's noise, but the gloom remained and deepened, as the darkness does in a vault if you light up a single taper in it. Pendennis tried to describe in a jocular manner the transactions of the previous night, and attempted to give an imitation of Costigan, vainly expostulating with the check-taker at Vauxhall. It was not a good imitation. What stranger can imitate that perfection? Nobody laughed. Mrs. Bolton did not in the least understand what part Mr. Pendennis was performing, and whether it was the check-taker or the captain he was taking off. Fanny wore an alarmed face and tried a timid giggle. Old Mr. Bowes looked as glum as when he fiddled in the orchestra or played a difficult piece upon the piano at the back kitchen. Penn felt that his story was a failure. His voice sank and dwindled away dismally at the end of it, flickered and went out, and it was all dark again. You could hear the ticket porter, who lolls about Shepherd's Inn, as he passed on the flags under the archway. The clink of his boot heels was noted by everybody. "You were coming to see me, sir?" Mr. Bowes said. "Won't you have the kindness to walk up to my chambers with me? You do them a great honour, I am sure. They are rather high up, but—" "Oh, I live in a garret myself, and Shepherd's Inn is twice as cheerful as Lamb Court," Mr. Pendennis broke in. "I knew that you had third-floor apartments," Mr. Bowes said, and was going to say, "You will please not take my remark as discourteous, that the air up 3 pair of stairs is wholesomer for gentlemen than the air of a porter's lodge." "Sir," said Penn, whose candle flamed up again in his wrath, and who was disposed to be as quarrelsome as men are when they are in the wrong, "will you permit me to choose my society without—" "You were so polite as to say that you were about to honour my humble domicile with a visit," Mr. Bowes said with his sad voice. "Shall I show you the way? Mr. Pendennis and I are old friends, Mrs. Bolton, very old acquaintances, and at the earliest dawn of his life we crossed each other." The old man pointed towards the door with a trembling finger and a hat in the other hand, and in an attitude slightly theatrical. So were his words when he spoke, somewhat artificial, and chosen from the vocabulary which he had heard all his life from the painted lips of the orators before the stage lamps. But he was not acting or masquerading, as Penn knew very well, though he was disposed to pooh-pooh the old fellow's melodramatic airs. "Come along, sir," he said, "as you are so very pressing. Mrs. Bolton, I wish you a good day. Good-bye, Miss Fanny. I shall always think of our night at Vauxhall with pleasure. And be sure I will remember the theatre tickets." And he took her hand, pressed it, was pressed by it, and was gone. "What a nice young man, to be sure!" cried Mrs. Bolton. "Do you think so, ma?" said Fanny. "I was a-thinking who he was like, when I was at the Wells with Mrs. Searle," Mrs. Bolton continued, looking through the window curtain after Penn as he went up the court with Bowes. "There was a young gentleman from the city that used to come in a tilbury, in a white 'at, the very image of him, only his whiskers was black, and Mr. Pease's red." "Law, ma, they are a most beautiful hawburn," Fanny said. "He used to come for Emily Budd, who danced Columbine in 'Arlequin Hornpipe,' or the Battle of Navarino, when Miss D. La Boschi was took ill, a pretty dancer and a fine stage figure of a woman, and he was a great sugar baker in the city, with a country 'ouse at Omerton, and he used to drive her in the Tilbury down Goswell Street Road, and one day they drove and was married at St. Bartholomew's Church, Smithfield, where they had their banns read quite private. And she now keeps her carriage, and I saw her name in the paper as patroness of the Manching House Ball for the Washy Women's Asylum. And look at Lady Mirabell, Captain Costigan's daughter. She was professional, as all very well know. Thus and more to this purpose Mrs. Bolton spoke, now peeping through the window curtain, now cleaning the mugs and plates, and consigning them to the place in the corner cupboard, and finishing her speech as she and Fanny shook out and folded up the dinner cloth between them, and restored it to its drawer in the table. Although Costigan had once before been made pretty accurately to understand what Penn's pecuniary means and expectations were, I suppose Cos had forgotten the information acquired at Chatteris years ago, or had been induced by his natural enthusiasm to exaggerate his friend's income. He had described Fairoaks Park in the most glowing terms to Mrs. Bolton on the preceding evening, as he was walking about with her during Penn's little escapade with Fanny, had dilated upon the enormous wealth of Penn's famous uncle, the Major, and shown an intimate acquaintance with Arthur's funded and landed property. Very likely Mrs. Bolton, in her wisdom, had speculated upon these matters during the night, and had had visions of Fanny driving in her carriage, like Mrs. Bolton's old comrade, the dancer of Sadler's Wells. In the last operation of tablecloth folding, these two foolish women of necessity came close together, and as Fanny took the cloth and gave it the last fold, her mother put her finger under the young girl's chin and kissed her. Again the red signal flew out and fluttered on Fanny's cheek. What did it mean? It was not alarm this time. It was pleasure, which caused the poor little Fanny to blush so. Poor little Fanny! What? Is love sin, that it is so pleasant at the beginning and so bitter at the end? After the embrace, Mrs. Bolton thought proper to say that she was a-going out upon business, and that Fanny must keep the lodge, which Fanny, after a very faint objection indeed, consented to do. So Mrs. Bolton took her bonnet and market basket and departed. And the instant she was gone, Fanny went and sat by the window which commanded Bose's door, and never once took her eyes away from that quarter of Shepherd's Inn. Betsy Jane and Amelia Ann were buzzing in one corner of the place, and making believe to read out of a picture book which one of them held topsy-turvy. It was a grave and dreadful tract of Mr. Bolton's collection. Fanny did not hear her sisters prattling over it. She noticed nothing but Bose's door. At last she gave a little shake, and her eyes lighted up. He had come out. He would pass the door again, but her poor little countenance fell in an instant more. Pendennis and D came out, but Bose followed after him. They passed under the archway together. He only took off his hat and bowed as he looked in. He did not stop to speak. In 3 or 4 minutes, Fanny did not know how long, but she looked furiously at him when he came into the lodge. Bose returned alone, and entered into the porter's room. "Where's your ma, dear?" he said to Fanny. "I don't know," Fanny said, with an angry toss. "I don't follow ma's steps wherever she goes, I suppose, Mr. Bose." "Am I my mother's keeper?" Bose said, with his usual melancholy bitterness. "Come here, Betsy Jane and Amelia Ann. I have brought a cake for the one who can read her letters best, and a cake for the other who can read them the next best." When the young ladies had undergone the examination through which Bose put them, they were rewarded with their gingerbread medals, and went off to discuss them in the court. Meanwhile Fanny took out some work, and pretended to busy herself with it, her mind being in great excitement and anger as she plied her needle. Bose sat so that he could command the entrance from the lodge to the street, but the person whom perhaps he expected to see never made his appearance again, and Mrs. Bolton came in from market and found Mr. Bose in place of the person whom she had expected to see. The reader perhaps can guess what was his name. The interview between Bose and his guest, when those two mounted to the apartment occupied by the former, in common with the descendant of the Milesian kings, was not particularly satisfactory to either party. Penn was sulky. If Bowes had anything on his mind, he did not care to deliver himself of his thoughts in the presence of Captain Costigan, who remained in the apartment during the whole of Penn's visit, having quitted his bedchamber, indeed, but a very few minutes before the arrival of that gentleman. We have witnessed the dishabille of Major Pendennis. Will any man wish to be valet de chambre to our other hero, Costigan? It would seem that the captain, before issuing from his bedroom, scented himself with otto of whisky. A rich odor of that delicious perfume breathed from out him, as he held out the grasp of cordiality to his visitor. The hand which performed that grasp shook woefully. It was a wonder how it could hold the razor with which the poor gentleman daily operated on his chin. Bowes's room was as neat, on the other hand, as his comrade's was disorderly. His humble wardrobe hung behind a curtain. His books and manuscript music were trimly arranged upon shelves. A lithographed portrait of Miss Fotheringay as Mrs. Holler, with the actress's sprawling signature at the corner, hung faithfully over the old gentleman's bed. Lady Mirabell wrote much better than Miss Fotheringay had been able to do. Her ladyship had laboured assiduously to acquire the art of penmanship since her marriage, and in a common note of invitation or acceptance acquitted herself very genteelly. Bowes loved the old handwriting best, though, the fair artist's earlier manner. He had but one specimen of the new style, a note in reply to a song composed and dedicated to Lady Mirabell by her most humble servant, Robert Bowes, and which document was treasured in his desk amongst his other state papers. He was teaching Fanny Bolton now to sing and to write, as he had taught Emily in former days. It was the nature of the man to attach himself to something. When Emily was torn from him he took a substitute, as a man looks out for a crutch when he loses a leg, or lashes himself to a raft when he has suffered shipwreck. LIII had given his heart to a woman, no doubt before he grew to be so fond of a mouse in the Bastille. There are people who in their youth have felt and inspired an heroic passion, and end by being happy in the caresses, or agitated by the illness, of a poodle. But it was hard upon Bowes, and grating to his feelings as a man and a sentimentalist, that he should find Penn again upon his track, and in pursuit of this little Fanny. Meanwhile Costigan had not the least idea but that this company was perfectly welcome to Messrs. Pendennis and Bowes, and that the visit of the former was intended for himself. He expressed himself greatly pleased with that mark of politeness, and promised in his own mind that he would repay that obligation, at least, which was not the only debt which the captain owed in life, by several visits to his young friend. He entertained him affably with news of the day, or rather of 10 days previous, for Penn, in his quality of journalist, remembered to have seen some of the captain's opinions in the sporting and theatrical newspaper which was Costigan's oracle. He stated that Sir Charles and Lady Mirabell were gone to Baden-Baden, and were most pressing in their invitations that he should join them there. Penn replied with great gravity that he had heard that Baden was very pleasant, and the Grand Duke exceedingly hospitable to English. Costigan answered that the laws of hospitality became a Grand Duke, that he sorrowfully would think about visiting him, and made some remarks upon the splendid festivities at Dublin Castle, when His Excellency the Earl of Pondicherry held the viceregal court there, and of which he, Costigan, had been a humble but pleased spectator. And Penn, as he heard these oft-told, well-remembered legends, recollected the time when he had given a sort of credence to them, and had a certain respect for the captain. Emily and first love, and the little room at Chatteris, and the kind talk with Bowes on the bridge, came back to him. He felt quite kindly disposed towards his two old friends, and cordially shook the hands of both of them when he rose to go away. He had quite forgotten about little Fanny Bolton whilst the captain was talking, and Penn himself was absorbed in other selfish meditations. He only remembered her again as Bose came hobbling down the stairs after him, bent evidently upon following him out of Shepherd's Inn. Mr. Bose's precaution was not a lucky one. The wrath of Mr. Arthur Pendennis rose at the poor old fellow's feeble persecution. "Confound him, what does he mean by dogging me?" thought Pen, and he burst out laughing when he was in the Strand and by himself, as he thought of the elder's stratagem. It was not an honest laugh. Arthur Pendennis! Perhaps the thought struck Arthur himself, and he blushed at his own sense of humour. He went off to endeavour to banish the thoughts which occupied him, whatever those thoughts might be, and tried various places of amusement with but indifferent success. He struggled up the highest stairs of the panorama, but when he had arrived, panting at the height of the eminence, care had come up with him and was bearing him company. He went to the club and wrote a long letter home, exceedingly witty and sarcastic, and in which, if he did not say a single word about Vauxhall and Fanny Bolton, it was because he thought that subject, however interesting to himself, would not be very interesting to his mother and Laura. Nor could the novels or the library table fix his attention, nor the grave and respectable Jawkins, the only man in town who wished to engage him in conversation, nor any of the amusements which he tried. After flying from Jawkins, he passed a comic theatre on his way home, and saw stunning farce, roars of laughter, good old English fun and frolic, placarded in vermilion letters on the gate. He went into the pit, and saw the lovely Mrs. Leary, as usual, in a man's attire, and that eminent Buffo actor, Tom Horseman, dressed as a woman. Horseman's travesty seemed to him a horrid and hideous degradation. Mrs. Leary's glances and ankles had not the least effect. He laughed again and bitterly to himself, as he thought of the effect which she had produced upon him on the first night of his arrival in London, a short time, what a long, long time ago. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 50. Or near the Temple Garden. Fashion has long deserted the green and pretty Temple Garden, which in Shakespeare makes York and Lancaster to pluck the innocent white and red roses which became the badges of their bloody wars. And the learned and pleasant writer of the Handbook of London tells us that the commonest and hardiest kind of rose has long ceased to put forth a bud in that smoky air. Not many of the present occupiers of the buildings round about the quarter know or care, very likely, whether or not roses grow there, or pass the old gate, except on their way to chambers. The attorneys' clerks don't carry flowers in their bags, or posies under their arms, as they run to the council's chambers. The few lawyers who take constitutional walks think very little about York and Lancaster, especially since the railroad business is over. Only antiquarians and literary amateurs care to look at the gardens with much interest, and fancy good Sir Roger de Coverley and Mr. Spectator, with his short face, pacing up and down the road, or dear Oliver Goldsmith in the summer house, perhaps meditating about the next citizen of the world, or the new suit that Mr. Philby the tailor is fashioning for him, or the dunning letter that Mr. Newberry has sent. Treading heavily on the gravel and rolling majestically along in a snuff-coloured suit and a wig that sadly wants the barber's powder and irons, one sees the great doctor step up to him, his Scotch lackey following at the lexicographer's heels, a little the worse for port wine that they have been taking at the Mitre. And Mr. Johnson asks Mr. Goldsmith to come home and take a dish of tea with Miss Williams. Kind faith of fancy, Sir Roger and Mr. Spectator are as real to us now as the two doctors and the boozy and faithful Scotchman. The poetical figures live in our memory just as much as the real personages, and as Mr. Arthur Pendennis was of a romantic and literary turn, by no means addicted to the legal pursuits common in the neighborhood of the place, we may presume that he was cherishing some such poetical reflections as these, when, upon the evening after the events recorded in the last chapter, the young gentleman chose the Temple Gardens as a place for exercise and meditation. On the Sunday evening the Temple is commonly calm. The chambers are for the most part vacant. The great lawyers are giving grand dinner parties at their houses in the Belgravian or Tyburnian districts. The agreeable young barristers are absent, attending those parties, and paying their respects to Mr. Pusey's excellent claret, or Mr. Justice Ermine's accomplished daughters. The uninvited are partaking of the economic joint and the modest half-pint of wine at the club, entertaining themselves and the rest of the company in the club-room with circuit jokes and points of wit and law. Nobody is in chambers at all, except poor Mr. Cockle, who is ill, and whose laundress is making him gruel, or Mr. Tootle, who is an amateur of the flute, and whom you may hear piping solitary from his chambers in the second floor, or young Tiger, the student, from whose open windows comes a great gush of cigar smoke, and at whose door are a quantity of dishes and covers bearing the insignia of Dick's or the Cock. But stop! Whither does fancy lead us? It is vacation time, and with the exception of Pendennis, nobody is in chambers at all. Perhaps it was solitude, then, which drove Pen into the garden, for although he had never before passed the gate, and had looked rather carelessly at the pretty flower beds, and the groups of pleased citizens sauntering over the trim lawn and the broad gravel walks by the river, on this evening it happened, as we have said, that the young gentleman, who had dined alone at a tavern in the neighborhood of the Temple, took a fancy, as he was returning home to his chambers, to take a little walk in the gardens, and enjoy the fresh evening air and the sight of the shining Thames. After walking for a brief space, and looking at the many peaceful and happy groups round about him, he grew tired of the exercise, and betook himself to one of the summer houses which flank either end of the main walk, and there modestly seated himself. What were his cogitations? The evening was delightfully bright and calm. The sky was cloudless. The chimneys on the opposite bank were not smoking. The wharf's warehouses looked rosy in the sunshine, and as clear as if they, too, had washed for the holiday. The steamers rushed rapidly up and down the stream, laden with holiday passengers. The bells of the multitudinous city churches were ringing to evening prayers. Such peaceful Sabbath evenings as this Pen may have remembered in his early days as he paced, with his arm round his mother's waist, on the terrace before the lawn at home. The sun was lighting up the little brawl, too, as well as the broad Thames, and sinking downwards majestically behind the Clavering elms, and the tower of the familiar village church. Was it thoughts of these, or the sunset merely, that caused the blush in the young man's face? He beat time on the bench to the chorus of the bells without, flicked the dust off his shining boots with his pocket handkerchief, and starting up, stamped with his foot, and said, "No, by Jove, I'll go home." And with this resolution, which indicated that some struggle as to the propriety of remaining where he was, or of quitting the garden, had been going on in his mind, he stepped out of the summer house. He nearly knocked down two little children, who did not indeed reach much higher than his knee, and were trotting along the gravel walk, with their long blue shadows slanting towards the east. One cried out, "Oh!" The other began to laugh, and with a knowing little infantile chuckle said, "Missa Pendennis," and Arthur, looking down, saw his two little friends of the day before, Mesdemoiselles Ameliar Ann and Betsy Jane. He blushed more than ever at seeing them, and seizing the one whom he had nearly upset, jumped her up into the air and kissed her, at which sudden assault Ameliar Ann began to cry in great alarm. This cry brought up instantly two ladies in clean collars and new ribbons and grand shawls, namely, Mrs. Bolton in a rich scarlet Caledonian cashmere, and a black silk dress, and Miss F. Bolton, with a yellow scarf and a sweet sprigged muslin, and a parasol, quite the lady. Fanny did not say one single word, though her eyes flashed a welcome, and shone as bright as the most blazing windows in paper buildings. But Mrs. Bolton, after admonishing Betsy Jane, said, "Lor, sir, how very odd that we should meet you here. I 'ope you 'ave your 'ealth well, sir. Ain't it odd, Fanny, that we should meet Mr. Pendennis?" "What do you mean by sniggering, mesdames, when young Croesus has been staying at a country house? Have you never, by any singular coincidence, been walking with your Fanny in the shrubberies? Have you and your Fanny never happened to be listening to the band of the Heavies at Brighton, when young De Boots and Captain Padmore came clinking down the pier? Have you and your darling Francis never chanced to be visiting old Widow Weezy at the cottage on the Common, when the young curate has stepped in with a tract adapted to the rheumatism? Do you suppose that, if singular coincidences occur at the Hall, they don't also happen at the Lodge?" It was a coincidence, no doubt. That was all. In the course of the conversation on the day previous, Mr. Pendennis had merely said, in the simplest way imaginable, and in reply to a question of Miss Bolton, that although some of the courts were gloomy, parts of the Temple were very cheerful and agreeable, especially the chambers looking on the river and around the gardens, and that the gardens were a very pleasant walk on Sunday evenings, and frequented by a great number of people. And here, by the merest chance, all our acquaintances met together, just like so many people in genteel life. What could be more artless, good-natured, or natural? Penn looked very grave, pompous, and dandified. He was unusually smart and brilliant in his costume, his white duck trousers and white hat, his neckcloth of many colors, his light waistcoat, gold chains, and shirt studs gave him the air of a prince, of the blood at least. How his splendor became his figure! Was anybody ever like him? Someone thought. He blushed. How his blushes became him! The same individual said to herself. The children, on seeing him the day before, had been so struck with him that after he had gone away they had been playing at him. And Amelia Ann, sticking her little chubby fingers into the armholes of her pinafore, as Penn was wont to do with his waistcoat, had said, "Now, Betsy Jane, I'll be Missa Pendennis." Fanny had laughed till she cried, and smothered her sister with kisses for that feat. How happy, too, she was to see Arthur embracing the child. If Arthur was red, Fanny, on the contrary, was very worn and pale. Arthur remarked it, and asked kindly why she looked so fatigued. "I was awake all night," said Fanny, and began to blush a little. "I put out her candle, and hordered her to go to sleep and leave off readin'," interposed the fond mother. "You were reading? And what was it that interested you so?" asked Penn, amused. "Oh, it's so beautiful," said Fanny. "What?" "Walter Lorraine," Fanny sighed out. "How I do hate that Niera. I don't know the pronunciation. And I love Leonora. And Walter, oh, how dear he is." How had Fanny discovered the novel of Walter Lorraine, and that Penn was the author? This little person remembered every single word which Mr. Pendennis had spoken on the night previous, and how he wrote in books and newspapers. What books? She was so eager to know that she had almost a mind to be civil to old Bose, who was suffering under her displeasure since yesterday, but she determined first to make application to Costigan. She began by coaxing the captain, and smiling upon him in her most winning way, as she helped to arrange his dinner, and set his humble apartment in order. She was sure his linen wanted mending, and indeed the captain's linen closet contained some curious specimens of manufactured flax and cotton. She would mend his shirts, all his shirts. What horrid holes, what funny holes! She put her little face through one of them, and laughed at the old warrior in the most winning manner. She would have made a funny little picture looking through the holes. Then she daintily removed Costigan's dinner things, tripping about the room as she had seen the dancers do at the play, and she danced to the captain's cupboard, and produced his whisky bottle, and mixed him a tumbler, and must taste a drop of it, a little drop, and the captain must sing her one of his songs, his dear songs, and teach it to her. And when he had sung an Irish melody in his rich quavering voice, fancying it was he who was fascinating the little siren, she put a little question about Arthur Pendennis and his novel, and having got an answer, cared for nothing more, but left the captain at the piano about to sing her another song, and the dinner tray on the passage, and the shirts on the chair, and ran downstairs, quickening her pace as she sped. Captain Costigan, as he said, was not a literary character, nor had he as yet found time to peruse his young friend's elegant performance, though he intended to take an early opportunity of purchasing a copy of his work. But he knew the name of Penn's novel from the fact that Messrs. Finucane, Blundier, and other frequenters of the back kitchen spoke of Mr. Pendennis, not all of them with great friendship, for Blundier called him a confounded coxcomb, and Hulin wondered that Doolin did not kick him, etc., by the sobriquet of Walter Lorraine, and was hence enabled to give Fanny the information which she required. And she went and asked for it at the library, Mrs. Bolton said. Several libraries, and some at it, and it was 'bout, and some hadn't it, and one of the libraries as at it wouldn't let her 'ave it without a sovereign, and she hadn't one, and she came back a crying to me, didn't you, Fanny? And I gave her a sovereign. And oh, I was in such a fright lest any one should have come to the library and took it while I was away, Fanny said, her cheeks and eyes glowing, and oh, I do like it so." Arthur was touched by this artless sympathy, immensely flattered, and moved by it. "Do you like it?" he said. "If you will come up to my chambers, I will no, I will bring you one. No, I will send you one. Good night. Thank you, Fanny. God bless you. I mustn't stay with you. Good bye, good bye." And pressing her hand once, and nodding to her mother and the other children, strode out of the gardens. He quickened his pace as he went from them, and ran out of the gate, talking to himself. "Dear, dear little thing," he said. "Darling little Fanny. You're worth them all. I wish to heaven Shandon was back. I'd go home to my mother. I mustn't see her. I won't. I won't. So help me." As he was talking thus and running, the passers-by, turning to look at him, he ran against a little old man, and perceived it was Mr. Bowes. "Your very humble servant, sir," said Mr. Bowes, making a sarcastic bow, and lifting his old hat from his forehead. "I wish you a good day," Arthur answered sulkily. "Don't let me detain you, or give you the trouble to follow me again. I'm in a hurry, sir. Good evening." Bowes thought Penn had some reason for hurrying to his rooms. "Where are they?" exclaimed the old gentleman. "You know whom I mean. They're not in your rooms, sir, are they?" They told Bolton they were going to church at the Temple. They weren't there. "They are in your chambers. They mustn't stay in your chambers, Mr. Pendennis." "Damn it, sir," cried out Pendennis fiercely, "come and see if they are in my chambers. Here's the cord in the door. Come in and see." And Bowes, taking off his hat and bowing first, followed the young man. They were not in Penn's chambers, as we know, but when the gardens were closed, the two women, who had had but a melancholy evening's amusement, walked away sadly with the children, and they entered into Lamb Court, and stood under the lamp post, which cheerfully ornaments the centre of that quadrangle, and looked up to the third floor of the house, where Pendennis's chambers were, and where they saw a light presently kindled. Then this couple of fools went away, the children dragging wearily after them, and returned to Mr. Bolton, who was immersed in rum and water at his lodge in Shepherd's Inn. Mr. Bowes looked round the blank room which the young man occupied, and which had received but very few ornaments or additions since the last time we saw them. Warrington's old bookcase and battered library, Penn's writing table with its litter of papers, presented an aspect cheerless enough. "Will you like to look in the bedrooms, Mr. Bowes, and see if my victims are there?" he said bitterly, "or whether I have made away with the little girls and hid them in the coal hole?" "Your word is sufficient, Mr. Pendennis," the other said in his sad tone. "You say they are not here, and I know they are not, and I hope they never have been here, and never will come." "Upon my word, sir, you are very good to choose my acquaintances for me," Arthur said in a haughty tone, "and to suppose that anybody would be the worse for my society. I remember you, and owe you kindness from old times, Mr. Bowes, or I should speak more angrily than I do, about a very intolerable sort of persecution to which you seem inclined to subject me. You followed me out of your inn yesterday, as if you wanted to watch that I shouldn't steal something." Here Penn stammered and turned red. Directly he had said the words, he felt he had given the other an opening, which Bowes instantly took. "I do think you came to steal something, as you say the words, sir," Bose said. "Do you mean to say that you came to pay a visit to poor old Bose, the fiddler? Or to Mrs. Bolton at the porter's lodge? Oh fie! Such a fine gentleman as Arthur Pendennis, Esquire, doesn't condescend to walk up to my garret, or to sit in a laundress's kitchen, but for reasons of his own. And my belief is that you came to steal a pretty girl's heart away, and to ruin it, and to spurn it afterwards, Mr. Arthur Pendennis. That's what the world makes of you young dandies, you gentlemen of fashion, you high and mighty aristocrats, that trample upon the people. It's sport to you, but what is it to the poor, think you, the toys of your pleasures, whom you play with and whom you fling into the streets when you're tired? I know your order, sir. I know your selfishness, and your arrogance, and your pride. What does it matter to my lord that the poor man's daughter is made miserable and her family brought to shame? You must have your pleasures, and the people, of course, must pay for them. What are we made for but for that? It's the way with you all, the way with you all, sir." Bose was speaking beside the question, and Penn had his advantage here, which he was not sorry to take, not sorry to put off the debate from the point upon which his adversary had first engaged it. Arthur broke out with a sort of laugh, for which he asked Bose's pardon. "Yes, I am an aristocrat," he said, "in a palace up 3 pair of stairs with a carpet nearly as handsome as yours, Mr. Bose. My life is passed in grinding the people, is it? In ruining virgins and robbing the poor. My good sir, this is very well in a comedy, where Job Thornbury slaps his breast and asks my lord how dare he trample on an honest man, and poke out an Englishman's fireside. But in real life, Mr. Bose, to a man who has to work for his bread as much as you do, how can you talk about aristocrats tyrannizing over the people? Have I ever done you a wrong, or assumed airs of superiority over you? Did you not have an early regard for me, in days when we were both of us romantic young fellows, Mr. Bose? Come, don't be angry with me now, and let us be as good friends as we were before." "Those days were very different," Mr. Bose answered, "and Mr. Arthur Pendennis was an honest, impetuous young fellow then, rather selfish and conceited perhaps, but honest. He liked you then, because you were ready to ruin yourself for a woman." "And now, sir?" Arthur asked. "And now times are changed, and you want a woman to ruin herself for you," Bose answered. "I know this child, sir. I've always said this lot was hanging over her. She has heated her little brain with novels, until her whole thoughts are about love and lovers, and she scarcely sees that she treads on a kitchen floor. I have taught the little thing. She is full of many talents and winning ways, I grant you. I am fond of the girl, sir. I am a lonely old man. I lead a life that I don't like, among boon companions, who make me melancholy. I have but this child that I care for. Have pity upon me, and don't take her away from me, Mr. Pendennis. Don't take her away." The old man's voice broke as he spoke. Its accents touched Penn much more than the menacing or sarcastic tone which Bose had commenced by adopting. "Indeed," said he kindly, "you do me a wrong if you fancy I intend one to poor little Fanny. I never saw her till Friday night. It was the merest chance that our friend Costigan threw her into my way. I have no intentions regarding her. That is, you know very well that she is a foolish girl, and her mother a foolish woman. That is, you meet her in the Temple Gardens, and of course without previous concert. That is, that when I found her yesterday reading the book you've wrote, she scorned me," Bose said. "What am I good for but to be laughed at? A deformed old fellow like me, an old fiddler, that wears a threadbare coat, and gets his bread by playing tunes at an alehouse. You are a fine gentleman, you are. You wear scent in your handkerchief, and a ring on your finger. You go to dine with great people. Whoever gives a crust to old Bose? And yet I might have been as good a man as the best of you. I might have been a man of genius, if I had had the chance. Ay, and have lived with the master spirits of the land. But everything had failed with me. I'd ambition once, and wrote plays, poems, music. Nobody would give me a hearing. I never loved a woman, but she laughed at me. And here I am in my old age alone. Alone! Don't take this girl from me, Mr. Pendennis, I say again. Leave her with me a little longer. She was like a child to me till yesterday. Why did you step in? and made her to mock my deformity and old age." "I am guiltless of that, at least," Arthur said, with something of a sigh. "Upon my word of honour, I wish I had never seen the girl. My calling is not seduction, Mr. Bowes. I did not imagine that I had made an impression on poor Fanny until to night. And then, sir, I was sorry, and was flying from my temptation, as you came upon me. And," he added, with a glow upon his cheek, which in the gathering darkness his companion could not see, and with an audible tremor in his voice, "I do not mind telling you, sir, that on this Sabbath evening, as the church bells were ringing, I thought of my own home, and of women angelically pure and good, who dwell there. And I was running hither as I met you, that I might avoid the danger which beset me, and ask strength of God Almighty to do my duty." After these words from Arthur, a silence ensued, and when the conversation was resumed by his guest, the latter spoke in a tone which was much more gentle and friendly. And on taking farewell of Pen, Bowes asked leave to shake hands with him, and with a very warm and affectionate greeting on both sides, apologized to Arthur for having mistaken him, and paid him some compliments, which caused the young man to squeeze his old friend's hand heartily again. And as they parted at Pen's door, Arthur said he had given a promise, and he hoped and trusted that Mr. Bowes might rely on it. "Amen to that prayer," said Mr. Bowes, and went slowly down the stair. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 51. The Happy Village Again. Early in this history we have had occasion to speak of the little town of Clavering, near which Pen's paternal home of Fairoaks stood, and of some of the people who inhabit the place. And as the society there was by no means amusing or pleasant, our reports concerning it were not carried to any very great length. Mr. Samuel Huxter, the gentleman whose acquaintance we lately made at Vauxhall, was one of the choice spirits of the little town when he visited it during his vacation, and enlivened the tables of his friends there by the wit of Bartholomew's and the gossip of the fashionable London circles which he frequented. Mr. Hobnall, the young gentleman whom Pen had thrashed in consequence of the quarrel in the Fotheringay affair, was, whilst a pupil at the grammar school at Clavering, made very welcome at the tea table of Mrs. Huxter, Samuel's mother, and was free of the surgery, where he knew the way to the tamarind pots, and could scent his pocket handkerchief with rose water. And it was at this period of his life that he formed an attachment for Miss Sophie Huxter, whom, on his father's demise, he married, and took home to his house of the Warren, at a few miles from Clavering. The family had possessed and cultivated an estate there for many years as yeomen and farmers. Mr. Hobnall's father pulled down the old farmhouse, built a flaring new whitewashed mansion with capacious stables, and a piano in the drawing-room, kept a pack of harriers, and assumed the title of Squire Hobnall. When he died, and his son reigned in his stead, the family might be fairly considered to be established as county gentry, and Sam Huxter at London did no great wrong in boasting about his brother-in-law's place, his hounds, horses, and hospitality to his admiring comrades at Bartholomew's. Every year, at a time commonly when Mrs. Hobnall could not leave the increasing duties of her nursery, Hobnall came up to London for a lark, had rooms at the Tavistock, and he and Sam indulged in the pleasures of the town together. Ascot, the theatres, Vauxhall, and the convivial taverns in the joyous neighbourhood of Covent Garden were visited by the vivacious squire in company with his learned brother. When he was in London, as he said, he liked to do as London does, and to "go it a bit"; and when he returned to the West, he took a new bonnet and shawl to Mrs. Hobnall, and relinquished, for country sports and occupations during the next 11 months, the elegant amusements of London life. Sam Huxter kept up a correspondence with his relative, and supplied him with choice news of the metropolis in return for the baskets of hares, partridges, and clouded cream which the squire and his good-natured wife forwarded to Sam. A youth more brilliant and distinguished they did not know. He was the life and soul of their house when he made his appearance in his native place. His songs, jokes, and fun kept the Warren in a roar. He had saved their eldest darling's life by taking a fish bone out of her throat. In fine, he was the delight of their circle. As ill luck would have it, Penn again fell in with Mr. Huxter, only 3 days after the rencontre at Vauxhall. Faithful to his vow, he had not been to see little Fanny. He was trying to drive her from his mind by occupation or other mental excitement. He labored, though not to much profit, incessantly in his rooms, and in his capacity of critic for the Pall Mall Gazette, made woeful and savage onslaught on a poem and a romance which came before him for judgment. These authors slain, he went to dine alone at the lonely club of the Polyenthus, where the vast solitudes frightened him and made him only the more moody. He had been to more theatres for relaxation. The whole house was roaring with laughter and applause, and he saw only an ignoble farce that made him sad. It would have damped the spirits of the buffoon on the stage to have seen Penn's dismal face. He hardly knew what was happening. The scene and the drama passed before him like a dream or a fever. Then he thought he would go to the back kitchen, his old haunt with Warrington. He was not a bit sleepy yet. The day before he had walked 20 miles in search after rest over Hampstead Common and Hendon Lanes, and had got no sleep at night. He would go to the back kitchen. It was a sort of comfort to him to think he should see Bose. Bose was there, very calm, presiding at the old piano. Some tremendous comic songs were sung, which made the room crack with laughter. How strange they seemed to Penn. He could only see Bose. In an extinct volcano, such as he boasted that his breast was, it was wonderful how he should feel such a flame. 2 days' indulgence had kindled it. 2 days' abstinence had set it burning in fury. So, musing upon this, and drinking down one glass after another, as ill luck would have it, Arthur's eyes lighted upon Mr. Huxter, who had been to the theatre like himself, and with 2 or 3 comrades now entered the room. Huxter whispered to his companions, greatly to Penn's annoyance. Arthur felt that the other was talking about him. Huxter then worked through the room, followed by his friends, and came and took a place opposite Penn, nodding familiarly to him and holding him out a dirty hand to shake. Penn shook hands with his fellow townsman. He thought he had been needlessly savage to him on the last night when they had met. As for Huxter, perfectly at good humour with himself and the world, it never entered his mind that he could be disagreeable to anybody. And the little dispute, or chaff, as he styled it, of Vauxhall was a trifle which he did not in the least regard. The disciple of Galen, having called for 4 stouts, with which he and his party refreshed themselves, began to think what would be the most amusing topic of conversation with Penn, and hit upon that precise one which was most painful to our young gentleman. "Jolly night at Vauxhall, wasn't it?" he said, and winked in a very knowing way. "I'm glad you liked it," poor Penn said, groaning in spirit. "I was devilish cut. Uncommon. Been dining with some chaps at Greenwich. That was a pretty bit of muslin hanging on your arm. Who was she?" asked the fascinating student. The question was too much for Arthur. "Have I asked you any questions about yourself, Mr. Huxter?" he said. "I didn't mean any offence. Beg pardon. Hang it, you cut up quite savage," said Pen's astonished interlocutor. "Do you remember what took place between us the other night?" Pen asked, with gathering wrath. "You forget? Very probably. You were tipsy, as you observed just now, and very rude." "Hang it, sir, I asked your pardon," Huxter said, looking red. "You did certainly, and it was granted with all my heart, I am sure. But if you recollect, I begged that you would have the goodness to omit me from the list of your acquaintance for the future, and when we met in public, that you would not take the trouble to recognize me. Will you please to remember this hereafter, and as the song is beginning, permit me to leave you to the unrestrained enjoyment of the music." He took his hat, and making a bow to the amazed Mr. Huxter, left the table, as Huxter's comrades, after a pause of wonder, set up such a roar of laughter at Huxter as called for the intervention of the president of the room, who bawled out, "Silence, gentlemen, do have silence for the body snatcher," which popular song began as Pen left the back kitchen. He flattered himself that he had commanded his temper perfectly. He rather wished that Huxter had been pugnacious. He would have liked to fight him or somebody. He went home. The day's work, the dinner, the play, the whisky and water, the quarrel, nothing soothed him. He slept no better than on the previous night. A few days afterwards, Mr. Sam Huxter wrote home a letter to Mr. Hobnall in the country, of which Mr. Arthur Pendennis formed the principal subject. Sam described Arthur's pursuits in London, and his confounded insolence of behaviour to his old friends from home. He said he was an abandoned criminal, a regular Don Juan, a fellow who, when he did come into the country, ought to be kept out of honest people's houses. He had seen him at Vauxhall dancing with an innocent girl in the lower ranks of life, of whom he was making a victim. He had found out from an Irish gentleman, formerly in the army, who frequented a club of which he, Huxter, was member, who the girl was, on whom this conceited humbug was practising his infernal arts, and he thought he should warn her father, etc., etc. The letter then touched on general news, conveyed the writer's thanks for the last parcel and the rabbits, and hinted his extreme readiness for further favours. About once a year, as we have stated, there was occasion for a christening at the Warren, and it happened that this ceremony took place a day after Hobnall had received the letter of his brother-in-law in town. The infant, a darling little girl, was christened Myra Lucretia, after its two godmothers, Miss Portman and Mrs. Pybus of Clavering, and as of course Hobnall had communicated Sam's letter to his wife, Mrs. Hobnall imparted its horrid contents to her two gossips. A pretty story it was, and prettily it was told throughout Clavering in the course of that day. Myra did not, she was too much shocked to do so, speak on the matter to her mamma, but Mrs. Pybus had no such feelings of reserve. She talked over the matter, not only with Mrs. Portman, but with Mr. and the Honourable Mrs. Simcoe, with Mrs. Glanders, her daughters being, to that end, ordered out of the room, with Madame Fribsby, and in a word with the whole of the Clavering society. Madame Fribsby, looking furtively up at her picture of the dragoon, and inwards into her own wounded memory, said that men would be men, and as long as they were men would be deceivers. And she pensively quoted some lines from Marmion, requesting to know where deceiving lovers should rest. Mrs. Pybus had no words of hatred, horror, contempt, strong enough for a villain who could be capable of conduct so base. This was what came of early indulgence, and insolence, and extravagance, and aristocratic airs. It is certain that Pen had refused to drink tea with Mrs. Pybus, and attending the corrupt and horrid parties in the dreadful modern Babylon. Mrs. Portman was afraid that she must acknowledge that the mother's fatal partiality had spoiled this boy, that his literary successes had turned his head, and his horrid passions had made him forget the principles which Dr. Portman had instilled into him in early life. Glanders, the atrocious captain of dragoons, when informed of the occurrence by Mrs. Glanders, whistled and made jocular allusions to it at dinner time; on which Mrs. Glanders called him a brute, and ordered the girls again out of the room, as the horrid captain burst out laughing. Mr. Simcoe was calm under the intelligence, but rather pleased than otherwise. It only served to confirm the opinion which he had always had of that wretched young man; not that he knew anything about him, not that he had read one line of his dangerous and poisonous works. Heaven forbid that he should; but what could be expected from such a youth, and such frightful, such lamentable, such deplorable want of seriousness? Pen formed the subject for a second sermon at the Clavering Chapel of Ease, where the dangers of London and the crime of reading or writing novels were pointed out on a Sunday evening to a large and warm congregation. They did not wait to hear whether he was guilty or not. They took his wickedness for granted, and with these admirable moralists it was who should fling the stone at poor Pen. The next day Mrs. Pendennis alone, and almost fainting with emotion and fatigue, walked, or rather ran, to Dr. Portman's house to consult the good doctor. She had had an anonymous letter. Some Christian had thought it his or her duty to stab the good soul who had never done mortal a wrong. An anonymous letter with references to Scripture, pointing out the doom of such sinners, and a detailed account of Pen's crime. She was in a state of terror and excitement, pitiable to witness. 2 or 3 hours of this pain had aged her already. In her first moment of agitation she had dropped the letter, and Laura had read it. Laura blushed when she read it. Her whole frame trembled, but it was with anger. "The cowards!" she said. "It isn't true. No, mother, it isn't true." "It is true, and you've done it, Laura," cried out Helen fiercely. "Why did you refuse him when he asked you? Why did you break my heart and refuse him? It is you who led him into crime. It is you who flung him into the arms of this woman. Don't speak to me. Don't answer me. I will never forgive you, never. Martha, bring me my bonnet and shawl. I'll go out. I won't have you come with me. Go away. Leave me, cruel girl. Why have you brought this shame on me?" And bidding her daughter and her servants keep away from her, she ran down the road to Clavering. Dr. Portman, glancing over the letter, thought he knew the handwriting, and of course was already acquainted with the charge made against poor Pen, against his own conscience, perhaps, for the worthy doctor, like most of us, had a considerable natural aptitude for receiving any report unfavorable to his neighbors. He strove to console Helen. He pointed out that the slander came from an anonymous quarter, and therefore must be the work of a rascal; that the charge might not be true, was not true most likely, at least that Pen must be heard before he was condemned; that the son of such a mother was not likely to commit such a crime, etc., etc. Helen at once saw through his feint of objection and denial. "You think he has done it," she said. "You know you think he has done it. Oh, why did I ever leave him, Dr. Portman, or suffer him away from me? But he can't be dishonest. Pray God, not dishonest. You don't think that, do you? Remember his conduct about that other person, how madly he was attached to her. He was an honest boy then. He is now. And I thank God, yes, I fall down on my knees and thank God he paid Laura. You said he was good, you did yourself. And now, if this woman loves him, and you know they must, if he has taken her from her home, or she tempted him, which is most likely, why still she must be his wife and my daughter, and he must leave the dreadful world and come back to me, to his mother, Dr. Portman. Let us go away and bring him back. Yes, bring him back, and there shall be joy for the sinner that repenteth. Let us go now, directly, dear friend, this very—" Helen could say no more. She fell back and fainted. She was carried to a bed in the house of the pitying doctor, and the surgeon was called to attend her. She lay all night in an alarming state. Laura came to her, or to the rectory rather, for she would not see Laura; and Dr. Portman, still beseeching her to be tranquil, and growing bolder and more confident of Arthur's innocence as he witnessed the terrible grief of the poor mother, wrote a letter to Penn, warning him of the rumours that were against him, and earnestly praying that he would break off and repent of a connection so fatal to his best interests and his soul's welfare. And Laura? Was her heart not wrung by the thought of Arthur's crime and Helen's estrangement? Was it not a bitter blow for the innocent girl to think that, at one stroke, she should lose all the love which she cared for in the world? End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 52, which had very nearly been the last of the story. Dr. Portman's letter was sent off to its destination in London, and the worthy clergyman endeavoured to soothe down Mrs. Pendennis into some state of composure until an answer should arrive, which the doctor tried to think, or at any rate persisted in saying, would be satisfactory as regarded the morality of Mr. Penn. At least, Helen's wisdom of moving upon London and appearing in person to warn her son of his wickedness was impracticable for a day or two. The apothecary forbade her moving even so far as Fairoaks for the first day, and it was not until the subsequent morning that she found herself again back on her sofa at home, with the faithful though silent Laura nursing at her side. Unluckily for himself and all parties, Penn never read that homily which Dr. Portman addressed to him until many weeks after the epistle had been composed, and day after day the widow waited for her son's reply to the charges against him, her own illness increasing with every day's delay. It was a hard task for Laura to bear the anxiety to witness her dearest friend's suffering, worst of all to support Helen's estrangement, and the pain caused to her by that averted affection. But it was the custom of this young lady, to the utmost of her power, and by means of that gracious assistance which Heaven awarded to her pure and constant prayers, to do her duty. And as that duty was performed quite noiselessly, while the supplications which endowed her with the requisite strength for fulfilling it also took place in her own chamber, away from all mortal sight, we too must be perforce silent about these virtues of hers, which no more bear public talking about than a flower will bear to bloom in a ballroom. This only we will say, that a good woman is the loveliest flower that blooms under heaven, and that we look with love and wonder upon its silent grace, its pure fragrance, its delicate bloom of beauty. Sweet and beautiful, the fairest and the most spotless, is it not pity to see them bowed down, or devoured by grief or death inexorable, wasting in disease, pining with long pain, or cut off by sudden fate in their prime? We may deserve grief, but why should these be unhappy, except that we know that Heaven chastens those whom it loves best, being pleased by repeated trials to make these pure spirits more pure? So Penn never got the letter, although it was duly posted and faithfully discharged by the postman into his letter box in Lamb Court, and thence carried by the laundress to his writing table with the rest of his lordship's correspondence, into which room have we not seen a picture of him, entering from his little bedroom adjoining, as Mrs. Flanagan, his laundress, was in the act of drinking his gin. Those kind readers who have watched Mr. Arthur's career hitherto, and have made, as they naturally would do, observations upon the moral character and peculiarities of their acquaintance, have probably discovered by this time what was the prevailing fault in Mr. Penn's disposition, and who was that greatest enemy, artfully indicated in the title page, with whom he had to contend. Not a few of us, my beloved public, have the very same rascal to contend with, a scoundrel who takes every opportunity of bringing us into mischief, of plunging us into quarrels, of leading us into idleness and unprofitable company, and what not. In a word, Pen's greatest enemy was himself. And as he had been pampering and coaxing and indulging that individual all his life, the rogue grew insolent, as all spoiled servants will be, and at the slightest attempt to coerce him, or make him do that which was unpleasant to him, became frantically rude and unruly. A person who is used to making sacrifices, Laura, for instance, who had got such a habit of giving up her own pleasure for others, can do the business quite easily. But Pen, unaccustomed as he was to any sort of self-denial, suffered woundily when called on to pay his share, and savagely grumbled at being obliged to forego anything he liked. He had resolved in his mighty mind then that he would not see Fanny, and he wouldn't. He tried to drive the thoughts of that fascinating little person out of his head by constant occupation, by exercise, by dissipation and society. He worked then too much. He walked and rode too much. He ate, drank, and smoked too much. Nor could all the cigars and the punch of which he partook drive little Fanny's image out of his inflamed brain. And at the end of a week of this discipline and self-denial, our young gentleman was in bed with a fever. Let the reader who has never had a fever in chambers pity the wretch who is bound to undergo that calamity. A committee of marriageable ladies, or of any Christian persons interested in the propagation of the domestic virtues, should employ a Quickshank or a Leech, or some other kindly expositor of the follies of the day, to make a series of designs representing the horrors of a bachelor's life in chambers, and leading the beholder to think of better things and a more wholesome condition. What can be more uncomfortable than the bachelor's lonely breakfast, with the black kettle in the dreary fire in midsummer, or worse still, with the fire gone out at Christmas, half an hour after the laundress has quitted the sitting-room? Into this solitude the owner enters shivering, and has to commence his day by hunting for coals and wood, and, before he begins the work of a student, has to discharge the duties of a housemaid, vice Mrs. Flanagan, who is absent without leave. Or again, what can form a finer subject for the classical designer than the bachelor's shirt, that garment which he wants to assume just at dinner time, and which he finds without any buttons to fasten it? Then there is the bachelor's return to chambers after a merry Christmas holiday, spent in a cozy country house full of pretty faces and kind welcomes and regrets. He leaves his portmanteau at the barber's in the court. He lights his dismal old candle at the sputtering little lamp on the stair. He enters the blank, familiar room, where the only tokens to greet him that show any interest in his personal welfare are the Christmas bills, which are lying in wait for him, amiably spread out on his reading table. Add to these scenes an appalling picture of bachelor's illness, and the rents in the temple will begin to fall from the day of the publication of the dismal diorama. To be well in chambers is melancholy and lonely and selfish enough, but to be ill in chambers, to pass long nights of pain and watchfulness, to long for the morning and the laundress, to serve yourself your own medicine by your own watch, to have no other companion for long hours but your own sickening fancies and fevered thoughts, no kind hand to give you drink if you are thirsty, or to smooth the hot pillow that crumples under you, this indeed is a fate so dismal and tragic that we shall not enlarge upon its horrors, and shall only heartily pity those bachelors in the temple who brave it every day. This lot befell Arthur Pendennis, after the various excesses which we have mentioned, and to which he had subjected his unfortunate brains. One night he went to bed ill, and the next day awoke worse. His only visitor that day, besides the laundress, was the printer's devil from the Pall Mall Gazette office, whom the writer endeavoured as best he could to satisfy. His exertions to complete his work rendered his fever the greater. He could only furnish a part of the quantity of copy usually supplied by him, and Shandon being absent and Warrington not in London to give a help, the political and editorial columns of the Gazette looked very blank indeed, nor did the sub-editor know how to fill them. Mr. Finucane rushed up to Pen's chambers, and found that gentleman so exceedingly unwell that the good-natured Irishman set to work to supply his place, if possible, and produced a series of political and critical compositions, such as no doubt greatly edified the readers of the periodical in which he and Pen were concerned. Allusions to the greatness of Ireland and the genius and virtue of the inhabitants of that injured country flowed magnificently from Finucane's pen, and Shandon, the chief of the paper, who was enjoying himself placidly at Boulogne-sur-Mer, looking over the columns of the journal, which was forwarded to him, instantly recognized the hand of the great sub-editor, and said, laughing as he flung over the paper to his wife, "Look here, Mary, my dear, here is Jack at work again." Indeed, Jack was a warm friend and a gallant partisan, and when he had the pen in hand, seldom let slip an opportunity of letting the world know that Rafferty was the greatest painter in Europe, and wondering at the petty jealousy of the Academy, which refused to make him an R.A., of stating that it was generally reported at the West End that Mr. Rooney, M.P., was appointed Governor of Barataria, or of introducing into the subject in hand, whatever it might be, a compliment to the Round Towers or the Giant's Causeway, and besides doing pen's work for him to the best of his ability, his kind-hearted comrade offered to forego his Saturdays and Sundays' holiday, and pass those days of holiday and rest as nurse-tender to Arthur, who, however, insisted that the other should not forego his pleasure, and thankfully assured him that he could bear best his malady alone. Taking his supper at the back kitchen on the Friday night, after having achieved the work of the paper, Finucane informed Captain Costigan of the illness of their young friend in the Temple, and remembering the fact 2 days afterwards, the captain went to Lamb Court and paid a visit to the invalid on Sunday afternoon. He found Mrs. Flanagan, the laundress, in tears in the sitting-room, and got a bad report of the poor dear young gentleman within. Pen's condition had so much alarmed her that she was obliged to have recourse to the stimulus of brandy to enable her to support the grief which his illness occasioned. As she hung about his bed and endeavored to minister to him, her attentions became intolerable to the invalid, and he begged her peevishly not to come near him. Hence the laundress's tears, and redoubled grief, and renewed application to the bottle, which she was accustomed to use as an anodyne. The captain rated the woman soundly for her intemperance, and pointed out to her the fatal consequences which must ensue if she persisted in her imprudent courses. Pen, who was by this time in a very fevered state, yet was greatly pleased to receive Costigan's visit. He heard the well-known voice in his sitting-room as he lay in the bedroom within, and called the captain eagerly to him, and thanked him for coming, and begged him to take a chair and talk to him. The captain felt the young man's pulse with great gravity, his own tremulous and clammy hand growing steady for the instant, while his finger pressed Arthur's throbbing vein. The pulse was beating very fiercely. Pen's face was haggard and hot, his eyes were bloodshot and gloomy. His bird, as the captain pronounced the word, afterwards giving a description of his condition, had not been shaved for nearly a week. Pen made his visitor sit down, and tossing and turning in his comfortless bed, began to try and talk to the captain in a lively manner about the back kitchen, about Vauxhall, and when they should go again, and about Fanny. How was little Fanny? Indeed, how was she? We know how she went home very sadly on the previous Sunday evening, after she had seen Arthur light his lamp in his chambers, whilst he was having his interview with Bose. Bose came back to his own rooms presently, passing by the lodge door, and looking into Mrs. Bolton's, according to his wont as he passed, but with a very melancholy face. She had another weary night that night. Her restlessness wakened her little bedfellows more than once. She daren't read more of Walter Lorraine. Father was at home, and would suffer no light. She kept the book under her pillow, and felt for it in the night. She had only just got to sleep when the children began to stir with the morning, almost as early as the birds. Though she was very angry with Bose, she went to his room at her accustomed hour in the day, and there the good-hearted musician began to talk to her. "I saw Mr. Pendennis last night, Fanny," he said. "Did you? I thought you did," Fanny answered, looking fiercely at the melancholy old gentleman. "I've been fond of you ever since we came to live in this place," he continued. "You were a child when I came, and you used to like me, Fanny, until 3 or 4 days ago, until you saw this gentleman." "And now I suppose you are going to say ill of him," said Fanny. "Do, Mr. Bose. That will make me like you better." "Indeed, I should do no such thing," Bose answered. "I think he is a very good and honest young man." "Indeed, you know that if you said a word against him, I would never speak a word to you again." "Never!" cried Miss Fanny, and clenched her little hand, and paced up and down the room. Bose noted, watched, and followed the ardent little creature with admiration and gloomy sympathy. Her cheeks flushed, her frame trembled, her eyes beamed love, anger, defiance. "You would like to speak ill of him," she said, "but you daren't. You know you daren't." "I knew him many years since," Bose continued, "when he was almost as young as you are, and he had a romantic attachment for our friend the captain's daughter, Lady Mirabelle, that is now." Fanny laughed. "I suppose there was other people, too, that had romantic attachments for Miss Costigan," she said. "I don't want to hear about 'em." "He wanted to marry her, but their ages were quite disproportionate, and their rank in life. She would not have him because he had no money. She acted very wisely in refusing him, for the two would have been very unhappy, and she wasn't a fit person to go and live with his family, or to make his home comfortable. Mr. Pendennis has his way to make in the world, and must marry a lady of his own rank. A woman who loves a man will not ruin his prospects, cause him to quarrel with his family, and lead him into poverty and misery for her gratification. An honest girl won't do that, for her own sake or for the man's." Fanny's emotion, which but now had been that of defiance and anger, here turned to dismay and supplication. "What do I know about marrying Bose?" she said. "When was there any talk of it? What has there been between this young gentleman and me that's to make people speak so cruel? It was not my doing, nor Arthur's, Mr. Pendennis's, that I met him at Vauxhall. It was the captain took me and ma there. We never thought of nothing wrong, I'm sure. He came and rescued us, and he was so very kind. Then he came to call and ask for us, and very, very good it was of such a grand gentleman to be so polite to humble folks like us. And yesterday ma and me just went to walk in the Temple Gardens, and here she broke out with that usual unanswerable female argument of tears, and cried, 'Oh, I wish I was dead. I wish I was laid in my grave, and had never, never seen him.'" "He said as much himself, Fanny," Bose said, and Fanny asked through her sobs, why should he wish he had never seen her? Had she ever done him any harm? Oh, she would perish rather than do him any harm. Whereupon the musician informed her of the conversation of the day previous, showed her that Pen could not and must not think of her as a wife fitting for him, and that she, as she valued her honest reputation, must strive to forget him. And Fanny, leaving the musician, convinced but still of the same mind, and promising that she would avoid the danger which menaced her, went back to the porter's lodge and told her mother all. She talked of her love for Arthur, and bewailed, in her artless manner, the inequality of their condition that set barriers between them. "There's the Lady of Lyons," Fanny said. "Oh, ma, how I did love Mr. Macready when I saw him do it, and Pauline, for being faithful to poor Claude, and always thinking of him, and he coming back to her an officer through all his dangers. And if everybody admires Pauline, and I'm sure everybody does, for being so true to a poor man, why should a gentleman be ashamed of loving a poor girl? Not that Mr. Arthur loves me. Oh, no, no. I ain't worthy of him. Only a princess is worthy of such a gentleman as him. Such a poet, writing so beautifully, and looking so grand. I'm sure he's a nobleman, and of ancient family, and kept out of his estate. Perhaps his uncle has it. Ah, if I might, oh, how I'd serve him, and work for him, and slave for him, that I would. I wouldn't ask for more than that, ma, just to be allowed to see him of a morning. And sometimes he'd say, 'How do you, Fanny?' or 'God bless you, Fanny,' as he said on Sunday. And I'd work and work, and I'd sit up all night and read and learn, and make myself worthy of him. The captain says his mother lives in the country, and is a grand lady there. Oh, how I wish I might go and be her servant, ma. I can do plenty of things, and work very neat, and sometimes he'd come home, and I should see him." The girl's head fell on her mother's shoulder as she spoke, and she gave way to a plentiful outpouring of girlish tears, to which the matron, of course, joined her own. "You mustn't think no more of him, Fanny," she said. "If he don't come to you, he's a horrid, wicked man." "Don't call him so, mother," Fanny replied. "He's the best of men, the best and the kindest. Bose says he thinks he is unhappy at leaving poor little Fanny. It wasn't his fault, was it, that we met? And it ain't his that I mustn't see him again. He says I mustn't, and I mustn't, mother. He'll forget me, but I shall never forget him. No, I'll pray for him, and love him always until I die. And I shall die, I know I shall, and then my spirit will always go and be with him." "You forget your poor mother, Fanny, and you'll break my heart by going on so," Mrs. Bolton said. "Perhaps you will see him. I'm sure you'll see him. I'm sure he'll come to day. If ever I saw a man in love, that man is him. When Emily Budd's young man first came about her, he was sent away by old Budd, a most respectable man, and violoncello in the orchestra at the Wells, and his own family wouldn't hear of it neither. But he came back. We all knew he would. Emily always said so, and he married her, and this one will come back too. And you mark a mother's words, and see if he don't, dear." At this point of the conversation Mr. Bolton entered the lodge for his evening meal. At the father's appearance the talk between mother and daughter ceased instantly. Mrs. Bolton caressed and cajoled the surly undertaker's aide-de-camp, and said, "Lor, Mr. B., who'd have thought to see you away from the club of a Saturday night? Fanny, dear, get your pa some supper. What will you have, B.? The poor girl's got a gathering in her eye, or something in it. I was looking at it just now as you came in," and she squeezed her daughter's hand as a signal of prudence and secrecy, and Fanny's tears were dried up likewise, and by that wondrous hypocrisy and power of disguise which women practise, and with which weapons of defence nature endows them, the traces of her emotion disappeared, and she went and took her work, and sat in the corner so demure and quiet that the careless male parent never suspected that anything ailed her. Thus, as if fate determined to inflame and increase the poor child's malady and passion, all circumstances and all parties round about her urged it on. Her mother encouraged and applauded it, and the very words which Bose used in endeavouring to repress her flame only augmented this unlucky fever. Penn was not wicked and a seducer. Penn was high-minded in wishing to avoid her. Penn loved her, the good and the great, the magnificent youth, with the chains of gold and the scented auburn hair. And so he did, or so he would have loved her 5 years back, perhaps, before the world had hardened the ardent and reckless boy, before he was ashamed of a foolish and imprudent passion, and strangled it as poor women do their illicit children, not on account of the crime, but of the shame, and from dread that the finger of the world should point to them. What respectable person in the world will not say he was quite right to avoid a marriage with an ill-educated person of low degree, whose relations a gentleman could not well acknowledge, and whose manners would not become her new station? And what philosopher would not tell him that the best thing to do with these little passions, if they spring up, is to get rid of them, and let them pass over and cure them, that no man dies about a woman, or vice versa, and that one or the other, having found the impossibility of gratifying his or her desire in the particular instance, must make the best of matters, forget each other, look out elsewhere, and choose again? And yet perhaps there may be something said on the other side. Perhaps Bose was right in admiring that passion of Penn's, blind and unreasoning as it was, that made him ready to stake his all for his love. Perhaps, if self-sacrifice is a laudable virtue, mere worldly self-sacrifice is not very much to be praised. In fine, let this be a reserved point to be settled by the individual moralist who chooses to debate it. So much is certain, that with the experience of the world which Mr. Penn now had, he would have laughed at and scouted the idea of marrying a penniless girl out of a kitchen, and this point being fixed in his mind, he was but doing his duty as an honest man in crushing any unlucky fondness which he might feel towards poor little Fanny. So she waited and waited in hopes that Arthur would come. She waited for a whole week, and it was at the end of that time that the poor little creature heard from Costigan of the illness under which Arthur was suffering. It chanced on that very evening, after Costigan had visited Penn, that Arthur's uncle, the excellent Major, arrived in town from Buxton, where his health had been mended, and sent his valet Morgan to make inquiries for Arthur, and to request that gentleman to breakfast with the Major the next morning. The Major was merely passing through London on his way to the Marquis of Steyne's house of Stilbroke, where he was engaged to shoot partridges. Morgan came back to his master with a very long face. He had seen Mr. Arthur. Mr. Arthur was very bad indeed. Mr. Arthur was in bed with a fever. A doctor ought to be sent to him, and Morgan thought his case most alarming. Gracious goodness, this was sad news indeed. He had hoped that Arthur would come down to Stilbroke. He had arranged that he should go, and procured an invitation for his nephew from Lord Steyne. He must go himself. He couldn't throw Lord Steyne over. The fever might be catching. It might be measles. He had never himself had the measles. They were dangerous when contracted at his age. Was anybody with Mr. Arthur? Morgan said there was somebody, and nothing of Mr. Arthur. The Major then asked, had his nephew taken any advice? Morgan said he had asked that question, and had been told that Mr. Pendennis had had no doctor. Morgan's master was sincerely vexed at hearing of Arthur's calamity. He would have gone to him, but what good could it do Arthur that he, the Major, should catch a fever? His own ailments rendered it absolutely impossible that he should attend to anybody but himself. But the young man must have advice. the best advice, and Morgan was straightway dispatched with a note from Major Pendennis to his friend Dr. Goodenough, who by good luck happened to be in London and at home, and who quitted his dinner instantly, and whose carriage was in half an hour in Upper Temple Lane, near Penn's chambers. The Major had asked the kind-hearted physician to bring him news of his nephew at the club, where he himself was dining, and in the course of the night the doctor made his appearance. The affair was very serious. The patient was in a high fever. He had had Penn bled instantly, and would see him the first thing in the morning. The Major went disconsolate to bed with this unfortunate news. When Goodenough came to see him according to his promise the next day, the doctor had to listen for a quarter of an hour to an account of the Major's own maladies, before the latter had leisure to hear about Arthur. He had had a very bad night, his nurse said. At 1 hour he had been delirious. It might end badly. His mother had better be sent for immediately. The Major wrote the letter to Mrs. Pendennis with the greatest alacrity, and at the same time with the most polite precautions. As for going himself to the lad, in his state it was impossible. Could I be of any use to him, my dear doctor? He asked. The doctor, with a peculiar laugh, said no, he didn't think the Major could be of any use, that his own precious health required the most delicate treatment, and that he had best go into the country and stay; that he himself would take care to see the patient twice a day, and do all in his power for him. The Major declared, upon his honour, that if he could be of any use, he would rush to Penn's chambers. As it was, Morgan should go and see that everything was right. The doctor must write to him by every post to Stilbroke. It was but 40 miles distant from London, and if anything happened, he would come up at any sacrifice. Major Pendennis transacted his benevolence by deputy and by post. What else could he do? As he said, "Gad, you know, in these cases, it's best not disturbing a fellow. If a poor fellow goes to the bad, why, gad, you know he's disposed of. But in order to get well, and in this, my dear doctor, I am sure that you will agree with me, the best way is to keep him quiet, perfectly quiet." Thus it was. The old gentleman tried to satisfy his conscience, and he went his way that day to Stilbroke by railway, for railways have sprung up in the course of this narrative, though they have not quite penetrated into Penn's country yet, and made his appearance in his usual trim order and curly wig at the dinner table of the Marquis of Steyne. But we must do the Major the justice to say that he was very unhappy and gloomy in demeanour. Wag and Wenham rallied him about his low spirits, asked whether he was crossed in love, and otherwise diverted themselves at his expense. He lost his money at whist after dinner, and actually trumped his partner's highest spade, and the thoughts of the suffering boy, of whom he was proud, and whom he loved after his manner, kept the old fellow awake half through the night, and made him feverish and uneasy. On the morrow he received a note in a handwriting which he did not know. It was that of Mr. Bowes, indeed, saying that Mr. Arthur Pendennis had had a tolerable night, and that, as Dr. Goodenough had stated that the Major desired to be informed of his nephew's health, he, R.B., had sent him the news per rail. The next day he was going out shooting about noon, with some of the gentlemen staying at Lord Steyne's house, and the company waiting for the carriages were assembled on the terrace in front of the house, when a fly drove up from the neighbouring station, and a grey-headed, rather shabby old gentleman jumped out, and asked for Major Pendennis. It was Mr. Bowes. He took the Major aside, and spoke to him. Most of the gentlemen round about saw that something serious had happened, from the alarmed look of the Major's face. Wag said, "It's a bailiff come down to nab the Major," but nobody laughed at the pleasantry. "Hullo, what's the matter, Pendennis?" cried Lord Steyne, with his strident voice. "Anything wrong?" It's my boy that's dead," said the Major, and burst into a sob. The old man was quite overcome. "Not dead, my lord, but very ill when I left London," Mr. Bowes said in a low voice. A britska came up at this moment, as the three men were speaking. The peer looked at his watch. "You've 20 minutes to catch the mail train. Jump in, Pendennis, and drive like havoc. Sir, do you hear?" The carriage drove off swiftly with Pendennis and his companions, and let us trust that the oath will be pardoned to the Marquis of Steyne. The Major drove rapidly from the station to the Temple, and found a travelling carriage already before him, and blocking up the narrow Temple Lane. Two ladies got out of it, and were asking their way of the porters. The Major looked by chance at the panel of the carriage, and saw the worn-out crest of the eagle looking at the sun, Nes tenui penna, painted beneath. It was his brother's old carriage, built many, many years ago. It was Helen and Laura that were asking their way to Penn's room. He ran up to them, hastily clasped his sister's arm, and kissed her hand, and the three entered into Lamb Court, and mounted the long, gloomy stair. They knocked very gently at the door, on which Arthur's name was written, and it was opened by Fanny Bolton. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 53, a critical chapter. As Fanny saw the two ladies and the anxious countenance of the elder, who regarded her with a look of inscrutable alarm and terror, the poor girl at once knew that Pen's mother was before her. There was a resemblance between the widow's haggard eyes and Arthur's as he tossed in his bed in fever. Fanny looked wistfully at Mrs. Pendennis and at Laura afterwards. There was no more expression in the latter's face than if it had been a mass of stone. Hard-heartedness and gloom dwelt on the figures of both the newcomers. Neither showed any the faintest gleam of mercy or sympathy for Fanny. She looked desperately from them to the Major behind them. Old Pendennis dropped his eyelids, looking up ever so stealthily from under them at Arthur's poor little nurse. I wrote to you yesterday, if you please, ma'am," Fanny said, trembling in every limb as she spoke, and as pale as Laura, whose sad menacing face looked over Mrs. Pendennis's shoulder. "Did you, madam?" Mrs. Pendennis said. "I suppose I may now relieve you from nursing my son. I am his mother, you understand." "Yes, ma'am." "Ay, this is the way to his—" "Oh, wait a minute," cried out Fanny. "I must prepare you for his—" The widow, whose face had been hopelessly cruel and ruthless, here started back with a gasp and a little cry, which she speedily stifled. "He's been so since yesterday," Fanny said, trembling very much and with chattering teeth. A horrid shriek of laughter came out of Pen's room, whereof the door was open, and after several shouts the poor wretch began to sing a college drinking song, and then to hurray and to shout as if he was in the midst of a wine party, and to thump with his fist against the wainscot. He was quite delirious. "He does not know me, ma'am," Fanny said. "Indeed! Perhaps he will know his mother. Let me pass, if you please, and go in to him." And the widow hastily pushed by little Fanny, and through the dark passage which led into Pen's sitting room. Laura sailed by Fanny too, without a word, and Major Pendennis followed them. Fanny sat down on a bench in the passage, and cried and prayed as well as she could. She would have died for him, and they hated her. They had not a word of thanks or kindness for her, the fine ladies. She sat there in the passage, she did not know how long. They never came out to speak to her. She sat there until Dr. Goodenough came to pay his second visit that day. He found the poor little thing at the door. "What, nurse? How's your patient?" asked the good-natured doctor. "Has he had any rest?" "Go and ask them. They're inside," Fanny answered. "Who? His mother?" Fanny nodded her head and didn't speak. "You must go to bed yourself, my poor little maid," said the doctor. "You will be ill, too, if you don't." "Oh, mayn't I come and see him? Mayn't I come and see him? I love him so," the little girl said, and as she spoke she fell down on her knees and clasped hold of the doctor's hand in such an agony that to see her melted the kind physician's heart, and caused a mist to come over his spectacles. "Pooh, pooh, nonsense, nurse. Has he taken his draught? Has he had any rest? Of course you must come and see him. So must I." "They'll let me sit here, won't they, sir? I'll never make no noise. I only ask to stop here," Fanny said, on which the doctor called her a stupid little thing, put her down upon the bench where Pen's printer's devil used to sit so many hours, tapped her pale cheek with his finger, and bustled into the farther room. Mrs. Pendennis was ensconced, pale and solemn, in a great chair by Pen's bedside. Her watch was on the bed table by Pen's medicines. Her bonnet and cloaks were laid in the window. She had her Bible in her lap, without which she never travelled. Her first movement after seeing her son had been to take Fanny's shawl and bonnet, which were on his drawers, and bring them out and drop them down upon his study table. She had closed the door upon Major Pendennis and Laura too, and taken possession of her son. She had had a great doubt and terror lest Arthur should not know her, but that pang was spared to her in part at least. Pen knew his mother quite well, and familiarly smiled and nodded at her. When she came in, he instantly fancied that they were at home at Fairoaks, and began to talk and chatter and laugh in a rambling, wild way. Laura could hear him outside. His laughter shot shafts of poison into her heart. It was true, then. He had been guilty, and with that creature, an intrigue with a servant maid, and she had loved him, and he was dying most likely, raving and unrepentant. The Major now and then hummed out a word of remark or consolation, which Laura scarce heard. A dismal sitting it was for all parties, and when Goodenough appeared, he came like an angel into the room. It is not only for the sick man, it is for the sick man's friends that the doctor comes. His presence is often as good for them as for the patient, and they long for him yet more eagerly. How we have all watched after him, what an emotion the thrill of his carriage wheels in the street, and at length at the door, has made us feel. How we hang upon his words, and what a comfort we get from a smile or two, if he can vouchsafe that sunshine to lighten our darkness. Who hasn't seen the mother prying into his face to know if there is hope for the sick infant that cannot speak, and that lies yonder, its little frame battling with fever? Ah, how she looks into his eyes! What thanks if there is light there? What grief and pain if he casts them down, and dares not say hope? Or it is the house-father who is stricken. The terrified wife looks on, while the physician feels his patient's wrist, smothering her agonies as the children have been called upon to stay their plays and their talk. Over the patient in the fever, the wife expectant, the children unconscious. The doctor stands as if he were fate, the dispenser of life and death. He must let the patient off this time. The woman prays so for his respite. One can fancy how awful the responsibility must be to a conscientious man, how cruel the feeling that he has given the wrong remedy, or that it might have been possible to do better, how harassing the sympathy with survivors, if the case is unfortunate, how immense the delight of victory. Having passed through a hasty ceremony of introduction to the newcomers, of whose arrival he had been made aware by the heartbroken little nurse in waiting without, the doctor proceeded to examine the patient, about whose condition of high fever there could be no mistake, and on whom he thought it necessary to exercise the strongest antiphlogistic remedies in his power. He consoled the unfortunate mother as best he might, and giving her the most comfortable assurances on which he could venture, that there was no reason to despair yet, that everything might still be hoped from his youth, the strength of his constitution, and so forth, and having done his utmost to allay the horrors of the alarmed matron, he took the elder Pendennis aside into the vacant room, Warrington's bedroom, for the purpose of holding a little consultation. The case was very critical. The fever, if not stopped, might and would carry off the young fellow. He must be bled forthwith. The mother must be informed of this necessity. Why was that other young lady brought with her? She was out of place in a sick room. And there was another woman still, be hanged to it. The Major said the little person who opened the door. His sister-in-law had brought the poor little devil's bonnet and shawl out, flung them upon the study table. Did Goodenough know anything about the little person? I just caught a glimpse of her as we passed in, the Major said, and begad she was uncommonly nice looking. The doctor looked queer. The doctor smiled. In the very gravest moments, with life and death pending, such strange contrasts and occasions of humour will arise, and such smiles will pass, to satirize the gloom, as it were, and to make it more gloomy. I have it at last, he said, re-entering the study, and he wrote a couple of notes hastily at the table there, and sealed one of them. Then taking up poor Fanny's shawl and bonnet, and the notes, he went out in the passage to that poor little messenger, and said, "Quick, nurse, you must carry this to the surgeon, and bid him come instantly, and then go to my house, and ask for my servant, Harbottle, and tell him to get this prescription prepared, and wait until it is ready. It may take a little in preparation." So poor Fanny trudged away with her 2 notes, and found the apothecary, who lived in the Strand hard by, and who came straightway, his lancet in his pocket, to operate on his patient, and then Fanny made for the doctor's house in Hanover Square. The doctor was at home again before the prescription was made up, which took Harbottle, his servant, such a long time in compounding, and during the remainder of Arthur's illness, poor Fanny never made her appearance in the quality of nurse at his chambers any more. But for that day and the next, a little figure might be seen lurking about Penn's staircase. A sad, set little face looked at and interrogated the apothecary, and the apothecary's boy, and the laundress, and the kind physician himself, as they passed out of the chambers of the sick man. And on the 3rd day the kind doctor's chariot stopped at Shepherd's Inn, and the good and honest and benevolent man went into the porter's lodge, and tended a little patient whom he had there, for the best remedy he found was on the day when he was enabled to tell Fanny Bolton that the crisis was over, and that there was at length every hope for Arthur Pendennis. J. Costigan, Esquire, late of Her Majesty's service, saw the doctor's carriage, and criticized its horses and appointments. Green liveries bedad, the General said, and as foine a pair of high-stepping bee horses as ever a gentleman need sit behoind, let alone a doctor. There's no end to the poide and arrogance of them doctors nowadays, not but that is a good one, and a scientific character, and a right good fellow, bedad, and he's brought the poor little girl well through her favour bows, me boy. And so pleased was Mr. Costigan with the doctor's behaviour and skill, that whenever he met Dr. Goodenough's carriage in future, he made a point of saluting it, and the physician inside, in as courteous and magnificent a manner as if Dr. Goodenough had been the Lord Lieutenant himself, and Captain Costigan had been in his glory in Phoenix Park. The widow's gratitude to the physician knew no bounds, or scarcely any bounds at least. The kind gentleman laughed at the idea of taking a fee from a literary man, or the widow of a brother practitioner, and she determined, when she got to Fairoaks, that she would send Goodenough the silver gilt vase, the jewel of the house and the glory of the late John Pendennis, preserved in green baize, and presented to him at Bath by the Lady Elizabeth Firebrace, on the recovery of her son, the late Sir Anthony Firebrace, from the scarlet fever. Hippocrates, Hygeia, King Bladud, and a wreath of serpents surmount the cup to this day, which was executed in their finest manner by Messrs. Abednego of Milsom Street, and the inscription was by Mr. Birch, tutor to the young baronet. This priceless gem of art the widow determined to devote to Goodenough, the preserver of her son, and there was scarcely any other favour which her gratitude would not have conferred upon him, except one which he desired most, and which was that she should think a little charitably and kindly of poor Fanny, of whose artless sad story he had got something during his interviews with her, and of whom he was induced to think very kindly, not being disposed indeed to give much credit to Penn for his conduct in the affair, or not knowing what that conduct had been. He knew enough, however, to be aware that the poor infatuated little girl was without stain as yet, that while she had been in Penn's room it was to see the last of him, as she thought, and that Arthur was scarcely aware of her presence, and that she suffered under the deepest and most pitiful grief at the idea of losing him, dead or living. But on the one or two occasions when Goodenough alluded to Fanny, the widow's countenance, always soft and gentle, assumed an expression so cruel and inexorable that the doctor saw it was in vain to ask her for justice or pity, and he broke off all entreaties, and ceased making any further allusions regarding his little client. There is a complaint which neither poppy nor mandragora, nor all the drowsy syrups of the East could allay, in the men in his time, as we are informed by a popular poet of the days of Elizabeth, and which, when exhibited in women, no medical discoveries or practice subsequent, neither homeopathy, nor hydropathy, nor mesmerism, nor Dr. Simpson, nor Dr. Locke can cure, and that is, we won't call it jealousy, but rather gently denominate rivalry and emulation in ladies. Some of those mischievous and prosaic people who carp and calculate at every detail of the romancer, and want to know, for instance, how, when the characters in the critic are at a deadlock with their daggers at each other's throats, they are to be got out of that murderous complication of circumstances, may be induced to ask how it was possible in a set of chambers in the Temple, consisting of 3 rooms, 2 cupboards, a passage, and a coal-box, Arthur a sick gentleman, Helen his mother, Laura her adopted daughter, Martha their country attendant, Mrs. Weezer a nurse from St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Mrs. Flanagan an Irish laundress, Major Pendennis a retired military officer, Morgan his valet, Pigeon Mr. Arthur Pendennis's boy, and others could be accommodated. The answer is given at once that almost everybody in the Temple was out of town, that there was scarcely a single occupant of Penn's house in Lamb Court, except those who were occupied round the sick bed of the sick gentleman, about whose fever we have not given a lengthy account, neither enlarged we very much upon the more cheerful theme of his recovery. Everybody, we have said, was out of town, and of course such a fashionable man as young Mr. Sibright, who occupied chambers on the 2nd floor in Penn's staircase, could not be supposed to remain in London. Mrs. Flanagan, Mr. Pendennis's laundress, was acquainted with Mrs. Rouncey, who did for Mr. Sib. and that gentleman's bedroom was got ready for Miss Bell or Mrs. Pendennis, when the latter should be inclined to leave her son's sick room to try and seek for a little rest for herself. If that young buck and flower of Baker Street, Percy Sib. could have known who was the occupant of his bedroom, how proud he would have been of that apartment! What poems he would have written about Laura! Several of his things have appeared in the annuals, and in manuscript in the nobility's albums. He was a Camford man, and very nearly got the English prize poem. It was said Sib. however, was absent, and his bed given up to Miss Bell. It was the prettiest little brass bed in the world, with chintz curtains lined with pink. He had a mignonette box in his bedroom window, and the mere sight of his little exhibition of shiny boots arranged in trim rows over his wardrobe was a gratification to the beholder. He had a museum of scent, pomatum, and bear's grease pots, quite curious to examine too, and a choice selection of portraits of females, almost always in sadness, and generally in disguise or déshabille, glittered round the neat walls of his elegant little bower of repose. Medora, with dishevelled hair, was consoling herself over her banjo for the absence of her Conrad. The Princess Fleur de Marie of Rudolstein and the Mystère de Paris was sadly ogling out of the bars of her convent cage, in which poor prison bird she was molting away. Dorothy of Don Quixote was washing her eternal feet. In fine, it was such an elegant gallery as became a gallant lover of the sex. And in Sib.'s sitting room, while there was quite an infantine law library clad in skins of fresh newborn calf, there was a tolerably large collection of classical books which he could not read, and of English and French works of poetry and fiction which he read a great deal too much. His invitation cards of the past season still decorated his looking-glass, and scarce anything told of the lawyer but the wig box beside the Venus, upon the middle shelf of the bookcase, on which the name of P. Sib. Esquire was gilded. With Sib. in chambers was Mr. Bangham. Mr. Bangham was a sporting man, married to a rich widow. Mr. Bangham had no practice, did not come to chambers thrice in a term, went to circuit for those mysterious reasons which make men go circuit. And his room served as a great convenience to Sib. when that young gentleman gave his little dinners. It must be confessed that these two gentlemen have nothing to do with our history, will never appear in it again probably, but we cannot help glancing through their doors as they happen to be open to us, and as we pass to Penn's rooms, as in the pursuit of our own business in life through the Strand, at the club, nay, at church itself. We cannot help peeping at the shops on the way, or at our neighbour's dinner, or at the faces under the bonnets in the next pew. Very many years after the circumstances about which we are at present occupied, Laura, with a blush and a laugh, showing much humour, owned to having read a French novel once much in vogue, and when her husband asked her, wondering where on earth she could have got such a volume, she owned that it was in the Temple, when she lived in Mr. Percy Sib.'s chambers. And also, I never confessed, she said on that same occasion, what I must now own to, that I opened the Japan box, and took out the strange-looking wig inside it, and put it on, and looked at myself in the glass in it. Suppose Percy Sib. had come in at such a moment as that, what would he have said, the enraptured rogue? What would have been all the pictures of disguised beauties in his room compared to that living one? Ah, we are speaking of old times, when Sib. was a bachelor, and before he got a county court, when people were young, when most people were young. Other people are young now, but we no more. When Miss Laura played this prank with the wig, you can't suppose that Pen could have been very ill upstairs. Otherwise, though she had grown to care for him ever so little, common sense of feeling and decorum would have prevented her from performing any tricks or trying any disguises. But all sorts of events had occurred in the course of the last few days which had contributed to increase or account for her gaiety, and a little colony of the reader's old friends and acquaintances was by this time established in Lamb Court, Temple, and round Penn's sick bed there. First, Martha, Mrs. Pendennis's servant, had arrived from Fairoaks, being summoned thence by the Major, who justly thought her presence would be comfortable and useful to her mistress and her young master, for neither of whom the constant neighbourhood of Mrs. Flanagan, who during Penn's illness required more spirituous consolation than ever to support her, could be pleasant. Martha then made her appearance in due season to wait upon Mr. Pendennis, nor did that lady go once to bed until the faithful servant had reached her, when, with a heart full of maternal thankfulness, she went and lay down upon Warrington's straw mattress, and among his mathematical books, as has been already described. It is true that ere that day a great and delightful alteration in Penn's condition had taken place. The fever, subjugated by Goodenough's blisters, potions, and lancet, had left the young man, or only returned at intervals of feeble intermittence. His wandering senses had settled in his weakened brain. He had had time to kiss and bless his mother for coming to him, and calling for Laura and his uncle, who were both affected according to their different natures by his wan appearance, his lean shrunken hands, his hollow eyes and voice, his thin bearded face, to press their hands and thank them affectionately. And after this greeting, and after they had been turned out of the room by his affectionate nurse, he had sunk into a fine sleep, which had lasted for about 16 hours, at the end of which period he woke calling out that he was very hungry. If it is hard to be ill and to loathe food, oh, how pleasant to be getting well and to be feeling hungry! How hungry! Alas, the joys of convalescence become feebler with increasing years, as other joys do, and then comes that illness when one does not convalesce at all. On the day of this happy event, too, came another arrival in Lamb Court. This was introduced into the pen-warring sitting-room by large puffs of tobacco smoke, the puffs of which were followed by an individual with a cigar in his mouth and a carpet-bag under his arm. This was Warrington, who had run back from Norfolk when Mr. Bowes thoughtfully wrote to inform him of his friend's calamity. But he had been from home when Bowes' letter had reached his brother's house. The eastern counties did not then boast of a railway, for we beg the reader to understand that we only commit anachronisms when we choose, and when by a daring violation of those natural laws some great ethical truth is to be advanced. In fine, Warrington only appeared with the rest of the good luck upon the lucky day after Penn's convalescence may have been said to have begun. His surprise was, after all, not very great when he found the chambers of his sick friend occupied, and his old acquaintance the Major seated demurely in an easy chair. Warrington had let himself into the rooms with his own pass key, listening or pretending to listen to a young lady who was reading to him a play of Shakespeare in a low, sweet voice. The lady stopped and started, and laid down her book at the apparition of the tall traveller with the cigar and the carpet-bag. He blushed. He flung the cigar into the passage. He took off his hat and dropped that too, and going up to the Major, seized that old gentleman's hand and asked questions about Arthur. The Major answered in a tremulous though cheery voice. It was curious how emotion seemed to hold in him, and returning Warrington's pressure with a shaking hand, told him the news of Arthur's happy crisis, of his mother's arrival with her young charge, with Miss— "You need not tell me her name," Mr. Warrington said with great animation, for he was affected and elated with the thought of his friend's recovery. "You need not tell me your name. I knew at once it was Laura." And he held out his hand and took hers. Immense kindness and tenderness gleamed from under his rough eyebrows, and shook his voice as he gazed at her and spoke to her. "And this is Laura," his looks seemed to say. "And this is Warrington." The generous girl's heart beat back. "Arthur's hero, the brave and the kind. He has come hundreds of miles to succor him when he heard of his friend's misfortune." "Thank you, Mr. Warrington," was all that Laura said, however, and as she returned the pressure of his kind hand, she blushed so that she was glad the lamp was behind her to conceal her flushing face. As these two were standing in this attitude, the door of Penn's bedchamber was opened stealthily, as his mother was wont to open it, and Warrington saw another lady, who first looked at him, and then turning round towards the bed, said, "Hist!" and put up her hand. It was to Pen. Helen was turning and giving caution. He called out with a feeble, tremulous, but cheery voice, "Come in, Stunner, come in, Warrington. I knew it was you, by the smoke, old boy," he said, as holding his worn hand out, and with tears at once of weakness and pleasure in his eyes, he greeted his friend. I beg pardon, ma'am, for smoking," Warrington said, who now almost for the first time blushed for his wicked propensity. Helen only said, "God bless you, Mr. Warrington." She was so happy, she would have liked to kiss George. Then, after the friends had had a brief, very brief interview, the delighted and inexorable mother, giving her hand to Warrington, sent him out of the room, too, back to Laura and the Major, who had not resumed their play of Sibylline, where they had left it off at the arrival of the rightful owner of Penn's chambers. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 54. Convalescence. Our duty now is to record a fact concerning Pendennis, which, however shameful and disgraceful when told regarding the chief personage, and godfather of a novel must nevertheless be made known to the public who reads his veritable memoirs. Having gone to bed ill with fever, and suffering to a certain degree under the passion of love, after he had gone through his physical malady, and had been bled, and had been blistered, and had had his head shaved, and had been treated and medicamented as the doctor ordained, it is a fact that when he rallied up from his bodily ailment, his mental malady had likewise quitted him, and he was no more in love with Fanny Bolton than you or I, who are much too wise or too moral to allow our hearts to go gadding after porters' daughters. He laughed at himself as he lay on his pillow, thinking of this second cure which had been effected upon him. He did not care the least about Fanny now. He wondered how he ever should have cared, and according to his custom made an autopsy of that dead passion, and anatomized his own defunct sensation for his poor little nurse. What could have made him so hot and eager about her but a few weeks back? Not her wit, not her breeding, not her beauty. There were hundreds of women better looking than she. It was out of himself that the passion had gone. It did not reside in her. She was the same, but the eyes which saw were changed, and alas, that it should be so, were not particularly eager to see her any more. He felt very well disposed towards the little thing, and so forth, but as for violent personal regard, such as he had but a few weeks ago, it had fled under the influence of the pill and lancet, which had destroyed the fever in his frame. And an immense source of comfort and gratitude it was to Pendennis, though there was something selfish in that feeling, as in most others of our young man, that he had been enabled to resist temptation at the time when the danger was greatest, and had no particular cause of self-reproach, as he remembered his conduct towards the young girl. As from a precipice down which he might have fallen, so from the fever from which he had recovered, he reviewed the Fanny Bolton snare, now that he had escaped out of it. But I am not sure that he was not ashamed of the very satisfaction which he experienced. It is pleasant, perhaps, but it is humiliating to own that you love no more. Meanwhile, the kind smiles and tender watchfulness of the mother at his bedside filled the young man with peace and security. To see that health was returning was all the unwearied nurse demanded. To execute any caprice or order of her patients, her chiefest joy and reward. He felt himself environed by her love, and thought himself almost as grateful for it as he had been when weak and helpless in childhood. Some misty notions regarding the first part of his illness, and that Fanny had nursed him, Pen may have had, but they were so dim that he could not realize them with accuracy, or distinguish them from what he knew to be delusions which had occurred and were remembered during the delirium of his fever. So as he had not thought proper on former occasions to make any allusions about Fanny Bolton to his mother, of course he could not now confide to her his sentiments regarding Fanny, or make this worthy lady a confidante. It was on both sides an unlucky precaution and want of confidence, and a word or two in time might have spared the good lady, and those connected with her, a deal of pain and anguish. Seeing Miss Bolton installed as nurse, and tender to Pen, I am sorry to say Mrs. Pendennis had put the worst construction on the fact of the intimacy of these two unlucky young persons, and had settled in her own mind that the accusations against Arthur were true. Why not have stopped to inquire? There are stories to a man's disadvantage that the women who are fondest of him are always the most eager to believe. Isn't a man's wife often the first to be jealous of him? Poor Pen got a good stock of this suspicious kind of love from the nurse who was now watching over him. And the kind and pure creature thought that her boy had gone through a malady much more awful and debasing than the mere physical fever, and was stained by crime as well as weakened by illness. The consciousness of this she had to bear perforce silently, and to try to put a mask of cheerfulness and confidence over her doubt and despair and inward horror. When Captain Shandon at Boulogne read the next number of the Pall Mall Gazette, it was to remark to Mrs. Shandon that Jack Finucane's hand was no longer visible in the leading articles, and that Mr. Warrington must be at work there again. I know the crack of his whip in 100, and the cut which the fellow's thong leaves. There's Jack Bludier goes to work like a butcher, and mangles a subject. Mr. Warrington, finished a man, and lays his cuts neat and regular, straight down the back, and drawing blood every line. At which dreadful metaphor, Mrs. Shandon said, "Law, Charles, how can you talk so? I always thought Mr. Warrington very high, but a kind gentleman, and I'm sure he was most kind to the children." Upon which Shandon said, "Yes, he's kind to the children, but he's savage to the men. And to be sure, my dear, you don't understand a word about what I'm saying. And it's best you shouldn't, for it's little good comes out of writing for newspapers, and it's better here, living easy at Bologna, where the wine's plenty, and the brandy costs but 2 francs a bottle. Mix us another tumbler, Mary, my dear. We'll go back into harness soon. Crass ingens in terrabimus ichor. Bad luck to it." In a word, Warrington went to work with all his might, in place of his prostrate friend, and did Penn's portion of the Pall Mall Gazette with a vengeance, as the saying is. He wrote occasional articles and literary criticisms. He attended theatres and musical performances, and discoursed about them with his usual savage energy. His hand was too strong for such small subjects, and it pleased him to tell Arthur's mother and uncle and Laura that there was no hand in all the band of penmen more graceful and light, more pleasant and more elegant than Arthur's. "The people in this country, ma'am, don't understand what style is, or they would see the merits of our young one," he said to Mrs. Pendennis. "I call him ours, ma'am, for I bred him, and I am as proud of him as you are. And bating a little wilfulness, and a little selfishness, and a little dandification, I don't know a more honest, or loyal, or gentle creature. His pen is wicked sometimes, but he is as kind as a young lady, as Miss Laura here, and I believe he would not do any living mortal harm." At this, Helen, though she heaved a deep, deep sigh, and Laura, though she too was sadly wounded, nevertheless were most thankful for Warrington's good opinion of Arthur, and loved him for being so attached to their pen. And Major Pendennis was loud in his praises of Mr. Warrington, more loud and enthusiastic than it was the Major's wont to be. "He is a gentleman, my dear creature," he said to Helen, "every inch a gentleman, my good madam. The Suffolk Warringtons, Charles the First baronets, what could he be but a gentleman come out of that family? Father, Sir Miles Warrington, ran away with beg your pardon, Miss Bell. Sir Miles was a very well known man in London, and a friend of the Prince of Wales. This gentleman is a man of the greatest talents, the very highest accomplishments, sure to get on if he had a motive to put his energies to work." Laura blushed for herself, whilst the Major was talking and praising Arthur's hero. As she looked at Warrington's manly face and dark melancholy eyes, this young person had been speculating about him, and had settled in her mind that he must have been the victim of an unhappy attachment, and as she caught herself so speculating, why, Miss Bell blushed. Warrington got chambers hard by, Grenier's chambers in Flag Court, and having executed Penn's task with great energy in the morning, his delight and pleasure of an afternoon was to come and sit with the sick man's company in the sunny autumn evenings. And he had the honour more than once of giving Miss Bell his arm for a walk in the Temple Gardens. To take which pastime, when the frank Laura asked of Helen permission, the Major eagerly said, "Yes, yes, begad, of course, you go out with him. It's like the country, you know. Everybody goes out with everybody in the gardens, and there are beetles, you know, and that sort of thing. Everybody walks in the Temple Gardens. If the great arbiter of morals did not object, why should simple Helen? She was glad that her girl should have such fresh air as the river could give, and to see her return with heightened colour and spirits from these harmless excursions." Laura and Helen had come, you must know, to a little explanation. When the news arrived of Penn's alarming illness, Laura insisted upon accompanying the terrified mother to London, would not hear of the refusal which the still angry Helen gave her, and when refused a second time, yet more sternly, and when it seemed that the poor lost lad's life was despaired of, and when it was known that his conduct was such as to render all thoughts of union hopeless, Laura had, with many tears, told her mother a secret with which every observant person who reads this story was acquainted already. Now she never could marry him. Was she to be denied the consolation of owning how fondly, how truly, how entirely she had loved him? The mingling tears of the woman appeased the agony of their grief somewhat, and the sorrows and terrors of their journey were at least in so far mitigated that they shared them together. What could Fanny expect when suddenly brought up for sentence before a couple of such judges? Nothing but swift condemnation, awful punishment, merciless dismissal. Women are cruel critics in cases such as that in which poor Fanny was implicated, and we like them to be so, for besides the guard which a man places round his own harem, and the defences which a woman has in her heart, her faith and honour, hasn't she all her own friends of her own sex to keep watch, that she does not go astray, and to tear her to pieces if she is found erring? When our Mahmouds or Shaleems of Baker Street or Belgrave Square visit their Fatimas with condign punishment, their mothers sew up Fatima's sack for her, and her sisters and sisters-in-law see her well under water. And this present writer does not say nay. He protests most solemnly he is a Turk too. He wears a turban and a beard like another, and is all for the sack practice, Bismillah. But oh, you spotless, who have the right of capital punishment vested in you, at least be very cautious that you make away with the proper, if so she may be called, person. Be very sure of the fact before you order the barge out, and don't pop your subject into the Bosphorus until you are quite certain that she deserves it. This is all I would urge in poor Fatima's behalf, absolutely all, not a word more, by the beard of the prophet. If she's guilty, down with her. Heave over the sack. Away with it into the Golden Horn, bubble and squeak. And justice being done, give way, men, and let us pull back to supper. So the Major did not in any way object to Warrington's continued promenades with Miss Laura, but, like a benevolent old gentleman, encouraged in every way the intimacy of that couple. Were there any exhibitions in town, he was for Warrington conducting her to them. If Warrington had proposed to take her to Vauxhall itself, this most complaisant of men would have seen no harm, nor would Helen, if Pendennis the elder had so ruled it. Nor would there have been any harm between two persons whose honour was entirely spotless, between Warrington, who saw in intimacy a pure and high-minded and artless woman for the first time in his life, and Laura, who too for the first time was thrown into the constant society of a gentleman of great natural parts and powers pleasing, who possessed varied acquirements, enthusiasm, simplicity, humour, and that freshness of mind which his simple life and habits gave him, and which contrasted so much with Penn's dandy indifference of manner and faded sneer. In Warrington's very uncouthness there was a refinement which the other's finery lacked. In his energy, his respect, his desire to please, his hearty laughter, or simple confiding pathos, what a difference to Sultan Penn's yawning sovereignty and languid acceptance of homage! What had made Penn at home such a dandy and such a despot? The women had spoiled him, as we like them, and as they like to do. They had cloyed him with obedience, and surfeited him with sweet respect and submission, until he grew weary of the slaves who waited upon him, and their caresses and cajoleries excited him no more. Abroad he was brisk and lively, and eager and impassioned enough. Most men are so constituted, and so nurtured. Does this, like the former sentence, run a chance of being misinterpreted? And does any one dare to suppose that the writer would incite the women to revolt? Never! By the whiskers of the prophet again, he says. He wears a beard, and he likes his women to be slaves. What man doesn't? What man would be henpecked, I say? We will cut off all the heads in Christendom, or Turkeydom, rather than that. Well, then, Arthur being so languid and indifferent, and careless about the favours bestowed upon him, how came it that Laura should have such a love and rapturous regard for him, that a mere inadequate expression of it should have kept the girl talking all the way from Fairoaks to London, as she and Helen travelled in the post-chaise? As soon as Helen had finished one story about the dear fellow, and narrated with 100 sobs and ejaculations, and looks up to heaven, some thrilling incidents which occurred about the period when the hero was breeched, Laura began another equally interesting and equally ornamented with tears, and told how heroically he had a tooth out, or wouldn't have it out, or how daringly he robbed a bird's nest, or how magnanimously he spared it, or how he gave a shilling to the old woman on the common, or went without his bread and butter for the beggar boy who came into the yard, and so on, one to another, the sobbing women sang laments upon their hero, who, my worthy reader has long since perceived, is no more a hero than one of us. Being as he was, why should a sensible girl be so fond of him? This point has been argued before in a previous unfortunate sentence, which lately drew down all the wrath of Ireland upon the writer's head, and which said that the greatest rascal cutthroats have had somebody to be fond of them, and if those monsters, why not ordinary mortals? And with whom shall a young lady fall in love but with the person she sees? She is not supposed to lose her heart in a dream, like a princess in the Arabian Nights, or to plight her young affections to the portrait of a gentleman in the Exhibition, or a sketch in the Illustrated London News. You have an instinct within you which inclines you to attach yourself to someone. You meet somebody, you hear somebody constantly praised, you walk or ride or waltz or talk or sit in the same pew at church with somebody. You meet again and again, and marriages are made in hev. Your dear mamma says, pinning your orange flowers wreath on, with her blessed eyes dim with tears, and there's a wedding breakfast, and you take off your white satin, and retire to your coach and four, and you and he are a happy pair. Or the affair is broken off, and then, poor wounded heart, why then you meet somebody else, and twine your young affections round number two. It is your nature so to do. Do you suppose it is all for the man's sake that you love, and not a bit for your own? Do you suppose you would drink if you were not thirsty, or eat if you were not hungry? So then Laura liked Penn because she saw scarcely anybody else at Fairoaks except Dr. Portman and Captain Glanders, and because his mother constantly praised her Arthur, and because he was gentlemanlike, tolerably good looking and witty, and because, above all, it was of her nature to like somebody. And having once received this image into her heart, she there tenderly nursed it and clasped it. She there, in his long absences and her constant solitudes, silently brooded over it and fondled it. And when after this she came to London, and had an opportunity of becoming rather intimate with Mr. George Warrington, what on earth was to prevent her from thinking him a most odd, original, agreeable, and pleasing person? A long time afterwards, when these days were over, and fate in its own way had disposed of the various persons now assembled in the dingy building in Lamb Court, perhaps some of them looked back and thought how happy the time was, and how pleasant had been their evening talks, and little walks and simple recreations round the sofa of Penn the Convalescent. The Major had a favourable opinion of September in London from that time forward, and declared at his clubs and in society that the dead season in town was often pleasant, deuced pleasant, begad. He used to go home to his lodgings in Berry Street of a night, wondering that it was already so late, and that the evening had passed away so quickly. He made his appearance at the Temple pretty constantly in the afternoon, and tugged up the long black staircase with quite a benevolent activity and perseverance. And he made interest with the chef at Bays's, that renowned cook, the superintendence of whose work upon gastronomy compelled the gifted author to stay in the metropolis, to prepare little jellies, delicate clear soups, aspics, and other trifles good for invalids, which Morgan the valet constantly brought down to the little Lamb Court colony. And that permission to drink a glass or two of pure sherry being accorded to Penn by Dr. Goodenough, the Major told with almost tears in his eyes how his noble friend, the Marquis of Steyne, passing through London on his way to the Continent, had ordered any quantity of his precious, his priceless Amontillado, that had been a present from King Ferdinand to the noble Marquis, to be placed at the disposal of Mr. Arthur Pendennis. The widow and Laura tasted it with respect, though they didn't in the least like the bitter flavour. But the invalid was greatly invigorated by it, and Warrington pronounced it superlatively good, and proposed the Major's health in a mock speech after dinner on the first day when the wine was served, and that of Lord Steyne and the aristocracy in general. Major Pendennis returned thanks with the utmost gravity, and in a speech in which he used the words "the present occasion" at least a proper number of times. Penn cheered with his feeble voice from his arm-chair. Warrington taught Miss Laura to cry "Hear, hear," and tapped the table with his knuckles. Pigeon, the attendant, grinned, and honest Dr. Goodenough found the party so merrily engaged when he came in to pay his faithful gratuitous visit. Warrington knew Sibwright, who lived below, and that gallant gentleman, in reply to a letter informing him of the use to which his apartment had been put, wrote back the most polite and flowery letter of acquiescence. He placed his chambers at the service of their fair occupants, his bed at their disposal, his carpets at their feet. Everybody was kindly disposed towards the sick man and his family. His heart, and his mother's too, as we may fancy, melted within him at the thought of so much good feeling and good nature. Let Pen's biographer be pardoned for alluding to a time, not far distant, when a somewhat similar mishap brought him a providential friend, a kind physician, and 1,000 proofs of a most touching and surprising kindness and sympathy. There was a piano in Mr. Sibwright's chamber. Indeed, this gentleman, a lover of all the arts, performed himself, and excellently ill too, upon the instrument, and had a song dedicated to him, the words by himself, the air by his devoted friend Leopoldo Troncadillo. And at this music box, as Mr. Warrington called it, Laura, at first with a great deal of tremor and blushing, which became her very much, played and sang, sometimes of an evening, simple airs and old songs of home. Her voice was a rich contralto, and Warrington, who scarcely knew one tune from another, and who had but one tune or bray in his repertoire, a most discordant imitation of God Save the King, sat wrapped in delight listening to these songs. He could follow their rhythm, if not their harmony, and he could watch with a constant and daily growing enthusiasm the pure and tender and generous creature who made the music. I wonder how that poor pale little girl in the black bonnet, who used to stand at the lamp post in Lamb Court, sometimes of an evening, looking up to the open windows from which the music came, liked to hear it. When Pen's bedtime came the songs were hushed. Lights appeared in the upper room, his room whither the widow used to conduct him, and then the Major and Mr. Warrington, and sometimes Miss Laura, would have a game at a cart or backgammon, or she would sit by working a pair of slippers in worsted, a pair of gentlemen's slippers. They might have been for Arthur, or for George, or for Major Pendennis. One of those three would have given anything for the slippers. While such business as this was going on within, a rather shabby old gentleman would come and lead away the pale girl in the black bonnet, who had no right to be abroad in the night air, and the Temple porters, the few laundresses, and other amateurs who had been listening to the concert, would also disappear. Just before 10 o'clock there was another musical performance, namely that of the chimes of St. Clement's clock in the Strand, which played the clear, cheerful notes of a psalm before it proceeded to ring its 10 fatal strokes. As they were ringing, Laura began to fold up the slippers. Martha from Fairoaks appeared with a bed candle and a constant smile on her face. The Major said, "God bless my soul, is it so late?" Warrington and he left their unfinished game, and got up and shook hands with Miss Bell. Martha from Fairoaks lighted them out of the passage and down the stair, and as they descended they could hear her bolting and locking the sporting door after them, upon her young mistress and herself. If there had been any danger, grinning Martha said she would have got down that thar hooky sword, which hung up in Gantleman's room, meaning the Damascus scimitar, with the names of the prophet engraved on the blade, and the red velvet scabbard, which Percy Sibwright, Esquire, brought back from his tour in the Levant, along with an Albanian dress, and which he wore with such elegant effect at Lady Mullingar's fancy ball, Gloucester Square, Hyde Park. It entangled itself in Miss Cousey's train, who appeared in the dress in which she, with her mamma, had been presented to their sovereign, the latter by the Lord Chancellor's lady, and led to events which have nothing to do with this history. Is not Miss Cousey now Mrs. Sibwright? Has Sibwright not got a county court? Good night, Laura, and Fairoaks Martha. Sleep well, and wake happy, pure, and gentle lady. Sometimes after these evenings Warrington would walk a little way with Major Pendennis, just a little way, just as far as the Temple Gate, as the Strand, as Charing Cross, as the club. He was not going into the club. Well, as far as Bury Street, where he would laughingly shake hands on the Major's own doorstep. They had been talking about Laura all the way. It was wonderful how enthusiastic the Major, who, as we know, used to dislike her, had grown to be regarding the young lady. Devilish fine girl, begad. Devilish well-mannered girl. My sister-in-law has the manners of a duchess, and would bring up any girl well. Miss Bell's a little countrified, but the smell of the hawthorn is pleasant. Demi, how she blushes! Your London girls would give many a guinea for a bouquet like that. Natural flowers, begad. And she's a little money, too. Nothing to speak of, but a pooty little bit of money." In all which opinions, no doubt, Mr. Warrington agreed; and though he laughed as he shook hands with the Major, his face fell as he left his veteran companion, and he strode back to chambers and smoked pipe after pipe, long into the night, and wrote article upon article, more and more savage, in lieu of friend Pen disabled. Well, it was a happy time for almost all parties concerned. Pen mended daily. Sleeping and eating were his constant occupations. His appetite was something frightful. He was ashamed of exhibiting it before Laura, and almost before his mother, who laughed and applauded him. As the roast chicken of his dinner went away, he eyed the departing friend with sad longing, and began to long for jelly or tea or what not. He was like an ogre in devouring. The doctor cried, "Stop," but Pen would not. Nature called out to him more loudly than the doctor, and that kind and friendly physician handed him over with a very good grace to the other healer. And here let us speak very tenderly, and in the strictest confidence, of an event which befell him, and to which he never liked an allusion. During his delirium, the ruthless Goodenough ordered ice to be put to his head, and all his lovely hair to be cut. It was done in the time of the other nurse, who left every single hair, of course, in a paper, for the widow to count and treasure up. She never believed but that the girl had taken away some of it, but then women are so suspicious upon these matters. When this direful loss was made visible to Major Pendennis, as of course it was the first time the elder saw the poor young man's shorn pate, and when Pen was quite out of danger, and gaining daily vigour, the Major, with something like blushes and a queer wink of his eyes, said he knew of a person, a coiffeur, in fact a good man, whom he would send down to the Temple, and who would apply a temporary remedy to that misfortune. Laura looked at Warrington with the archest sparkle in her eyes. Warrington fairly burst out into a boohoo of laughter. Even the widow was obliged to laugh, and the Major, erubescent, confounded the impudence of the young folks, and said when he had his hair cut he would keep a lock of it for Miss Laura. Warrington voted that Pen should wear a barrister's wig. There was Sybrites down below, which would become him hugely. Pen said stuff, and seemed as confused as his uncle, and the end was that a gentleman from Burlington Arcade waited next day upon Mr. Pendennis, and had a private interview with him in his bedroom. And a week afterwards the same individual appeared with a box under his arm, and an ineffable grin of politeness on his face, and announced that he had brought "'ome Mr. Pendennis's 'ead of 'air." It must have been a grand but melancholy sight to see Pen in the recesses of his apartment, sadly contemplating his ravaged beauty, and the artificial means of hiding its ruin. He appeared at length in the 'ead of 'air, but Warrington laughed so, that Pen grew sulky, and went back for his velvet cap, a neat turban which the fondest of mammas had worked for him. Then Mr. Warrington and Miss Bell got some flowers off the ladies' bonnets, and made a wreath with which they decorated the wig, and brought it out in procession, and did homage before it. In fact, they indulged in 100 sports, jocularities, waggeries, and petits jeux innocents, so that the second and third floors of No. 6 Lamb Court Temple rang with more cheerfulness and laughter than had been known in those precincts for many a long day. At last, after about 10 days of this life, one evening when the little spy of the court came out to take her usual post of observation at the lamp, there was no music from the second floor window. There were no lights in the third-story chambers. The windows of each were open, and the occupants were gone. Mrs. Flanagan, the laundress, told Fanny what had happened. The ladies and all the party had gone to Richmond for change of air. The antique travelling chariot was brought out again, and cushioned, with many pillows for Pen and his mother, and Miss Laura went in the most affable manner in the omnibus under the guardianship of Mr. George Warrington. He came back and took possession of his old bed that night, in the vacant and cheerless chambers, and to his old books and his old pipes, but not perhaps to his old sleep. The widow had left a jar full of flowers upon his table, prettily arranged, and when he entered they filled the solitary room with odour. They were memorials of the kind, gentle souls who had gone away, and who had decorated for a little while that lonely, cheerless place. He had had the happiest days of his whole life, George felt. He knew it now. They were just gone. He went and took up the flowers, and put his face to them, and smelt them, perhaps kissed them. As he put them down, he rubbed his rough hand across his eyes with a bitter word, and laughed. He would have given his whole life and soul to win that prize which Arthur rejected. Did she want fame? He would have won it for her. Devotion, a great heart full of pent-up tenderness and manly love and gentleness, was there for her if she might take it. But it might not be. Fate had ruled otherwise. Even if I could, she would not have me, George thought. What has an ugly, rough old fellow like me to make any woman like him? I'm getting old, and I've made no mark in life. I've neither good looks, nor youth, nor money, nor reputation. A man must be able to do something besides stare at her, and offer on his knees his smooth devotion to make women like him. What can I do? Lots of young fellows have passed me in the race. What they call the prizes of life didn't seem to me worth the trouble of the struggle. But for her, if she had been mine, and liked a diamond, ah, shouldn't she have worn it? Pshaw, what a fool I am to brag of what I would have done. We are the slaves of destiny. Our lots are shaped for us, and mine is ordained long ago. Come, let us have a pipe, and put the smell of these flowers out of court. Poor little silent flowers, you'll be dead to-morrow. What business had you to show your red cheeks in this dingy place? By his bedside George found a new Bible, which the widow had placed there, with a note inside saying that she had not seen the book amongst his collection in a room where she had spent a number of hours, and where God had vouchsafed to her prayers the life of her son, and that she gave to Arthur's friend the best thing she could, and besought him to read in the volume sometimes, and to keep it as a token of a grateful mother's regard and affection. Poor George mournfully kissed the book as he had done the flowers, and the morning found him still reading in its awful pages, in which so many stricken hearts, in which so many tender and faithful souls have found comfort under calamity, and refuge and hope in affliction. End of chapter 54 of Chapter 55 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 55. Fanny's occupations gone. Good Helen, ever since her son's illness, had taken, as we have seen, entire possession of the young man, of his drawers and closets, and all which they contained, whether shirts that wanted buttons, or stockings that required mending, or must it be owned, letters that lay amongst those articles of raiment, and which of course it was necessary that somebody should answer during Arthur's weakened and incapable condition. Perhaps Mrs. Pendennis was laudably desirous to have some explanations about the dreadful Fanny Bolton mystery, regarding which she had never breathed a word to her son, though it was present in her mind always, and occasioned her inexpressible anxiety and disquiet. She had caused the brass knocker to be screwed off the inner door of the chambers, whereupon the postman's startling double rap would, as she justly argued, disturb the rest of her patient, and she did not allow him to see any letter which arrived, whether from bootmakers who importuned him, or hatters who had a heavy account to make up against next Saturday, and would be very much obliged if Mr. Arthur Pendennis would have the kindness to settle, etc. Of these documents, Penn, who was always free-handed and careless, of course had his share, and though no great one quite enough to alarm his scrupulous and conscientious mother. She had some savings, Penn's magnificent self-denial, and her own economy, amounting from her great simplicity and avoidance of show to parsimony almost, had enabled her to put by a little sum of money, a part of which she delightedly consecrated to the paying off the young gentleman's obligations. At this price many a worthy youth and respected reader would hand over his correspondence to his parents, and perhaps there is no greater test of a man's regularity and easiness of conscience than his readiness to face the postman. Blessed is he who is made happy by the sound of the rat-tat. The good are eager for it, but the naughty tremble at the sound thereof. So it was very kind of Mrs. Pendennis doubly to spare Pen the trouble of hearing or answering letters during his illness. There could have been nothing in the young man's chest of drawers and wardrobes which could be considered as inculpating him in any way, nor any satisfactory documents regarding the Fanny Bolton affair found there, for the widow had to ask her brother-in-law if he knew anything about the odious transaction and the dreadful intrigue about which her son was engaged. When they were at Richmond one day, and Pen with Warrington had taken a seat on a bench on the terrace, the widow kept Major Pendennis in consultation, and laid her terrors and perplexities before him. Such of them at least, for as is the wont of men and women, she did not make quite a clean confession, and I suppose no spendthrift asked for a schedule of his debts, no lady of fashion asked by her husband for her dressmaker's bills, ever sent in the whole of them yet. Such we say of her perplexities, at least as she chose to confide to her director for the time being. When then she asked the Major what course she ought to pursue about this dreadful, this horrid affair, and whether he knew anything regarding it, the old gentleman puckered up his face, so that you could not tell whether he was smiling or not, gave the widow one queer look with his little eyes, cast them down to the carpet again, and said, "My dear good creature, I don't know anything about it, and I don't wish to know anything about it. And as you ask me my opinion, I think you had best know nothing about it too. Young men will be young men, begad. And my good ma'am, if you think our boy is a Jo—" "Pray spare me this," Helen broke in, looking very stately. "My dear creature, I did not commence the conversation, permit me to say," the Major said, bowing very blandly. "I can't bear to hear such a sin, such a dreadful sin, spoken of in such a way," the widow said, with tears of annoyance starting from her eyes. "I can't bear to think that my boy should commit such a crime. I wish he had died almost before he had done it. I don't know how I survive it myself, for it is breaking my heart, Major Pendennis, to think that his father's son, my child, whom I remember so good, oh, so good and full of honour, should be fallen so dreadfully low as to flirt with a little grisette, my dear creature," said the Major. "Egad, if all the mothers in England were to break their hearts because— Nay, nay, upon my word and honour. Now don't agitate yourself. Don't cry. I can't bear to see a woman's tears. I never could, never. But how do we know that anything serious has happened? Has Arthur said anything?" "His silence confirms it," sobbed Mrs. Pendennis behind her pocket handkerchief. "Not at all. There are subjects, my dear, about which a young fellow cannot surely talk to his mamma," insinuated the brother-in-law. "She has written to him," cried the lady behind the cambric. "What, before he was ill? Nothing more likely. No sense!" the mourner with the Baptiste mask gasped out. "Not before. That is, I don't think so. That is, only since. And you have— yes, I understand. I suppose when he was too ill to read his own correspondence, you took charge of it, did you?" "I am the most unhappy mother in the world," cried out the unfortunate Helen. "The most unhappy mother in the world, because your son is a man and not a hermit. Have a care, my dear sister. If you have suppressed any letters to him, you may have done yourself a great injury. And if I know anything of Arthur's spirit, may cause a difference between him and you, which you'll rue all your life. A difference that's a devilish deal more important, my good madam, than the little trumpery cause which originated it." "There was only one letter," broke out Helen, "only a very little one, only a few words. Here it is. Oh, how can you speak so?" When the good soul said only a very little one, the Major could not speak at all, so inclined was he to laugh, in spite of the agonies of the poor soul before him, and for whom he had a hearty pity and liking too. but each was looking at the matter with his or her peculiar eyes and views of morals, and the Major's morals, as the reader knows, were not those of an ascetic. "I recommend you," he gravely continued, "if you can, to seal it up. Those letters ain't unfrequently sealed with wafers, and to put it amongst Penn's other letters, and let him have them when he calls for them, or if we'll can seal it, we can mistook it for a bill." "I can't tell my son a lie," said the widow. It had been put silently into the letter box 2 days previous to their departure from the Temple, and had been brought to Mrs. Pendennis by Martha. She had never seen Fanny's handwriting, of course, but when the letter was put into her hands, she knew the author at once. She had been on the watch for the letter every day since Penn had been ill. She had opened some of his other letters because she wanted to get at that one. She had the horrid paper of poisoning her bag at that moment. She took it out and offered it to her brother-in-law. "Arthur Pendennis, Esquire." He read in a timid little sprawling handwriting, and with a sneer on his face. "No, my dear, I won't read any more. But you who have read it may tell me what the letter contains. Only prayers for his health in bad spelling, you say? And a desire to see him? Well, there's no harm in that. And as you ask me," here the Major began to look a little queer for his own part, and put on his demure look, "as you ask me, my dear, for information, why, I don't mind telling you that Morgan, my man, has made some inquiries regarding this affair, and that my friend Dr. Goodenough also looked into it, and it appears that this person was greatly smitten with Arthur, that he paid for her and took her to Vauxhall Gardens, as Morgan heard from an old acquaintance of Penn's and ours, an Irish gentleman, who was very nearly once having the honour of being from an Irishman, in fact, that the girl's father, a violent man of intoxicated habits, has beaten her mother, who persists in declaring her daughter's entire innocence to her husband on the one hand, while on the other she told Goodenough that Arthur has acted like a brute to her child, and so you see the story remains in a mystery. Will you have it cleared up? I have but to ask Penn, and he will tell me at once. He is as honourable a man as ever lived." "Honourable!" said the widow, with bitter scorn. "Oh, brother, what is this you call honour? If my boy has been guilty, he must marry her. I would go down on my knees and pray him to do so." "Good God, are you mad?" screamed out the Major. And remembering former passages in Arthur's history and Helen's, the truth came across his mind, that were Helen to make this prayer to her son, he would marry the girl. He was wild enough and obstinate enough to commit any folly when a woman he loved was in the case. "My dear sister, have you lost your senses?" he continued, after an agitated pause, during which the above dreary reflection crossed him. And in a softened tone, "What right have we to suppose that anything has passed between this girl and him? Let's see the letter. Her heart is breaking. Pray, pray write to me. Home unhappy, unkind father, your nurse, poor little Fanny," spelt, as you say, in a manner to outrage all sense of decorum. "But, good heavens, my dear, what is there in this? Only that the little devil is making love to him still. Why, she didn't come into his chambers until he was so delirious that he didn't know her. What do you call him? Flanagan, the laundress, told Morgan, my man, so. She came in company of an old fellow, an old Mr. Bowes, who came most kindly down to Stillbrook, and brought me away. By the way, I left him in the cab, and never paid the fare, and devilish kind it was of him. No, there's nothing in the story." "Do you think so? Thank heaven, thank God!" Helen cried. "I'll take the letter to Arthur, and ask him now. Look at him there. He's on the terrace with Mr. Warrington. They are talking to some children. My boy was always fond of children. He's innocent, thank God, thank God. Let me go to him." Old Pendennis had his own opinion, when he briskly took the not guilty side of the case, but a moment before, very likely, the old gentleman had a different view from that which he chose to advocate, and judged of Arthur by what he himself would have done. If she goes to Arthur, and he speaks the truth, as the rascal will, it spoils all, he thought, and he tried one more effort. "My dear good soul," he said, taking Helen's hand and kissing it, "as your son has not acquainted you with this affair, think if you have any right to examine it. As you believe him to be a man of honour, what right have you to doubt his honour in this instance? Who is his accuser? An anonymous scoundrel who has brought no specific charge against him. If there were any such, wouldn't the girl's parents have come forward. He is not called upon to rebut, nor you to entertain an anonymous accusation. And as for believing him guilty because a girl of that rank happened to be in his rooms, acting as the nurse to him, begad, you might as well insist upon his marrying that demmed old Irish gin-drinking laundress, Mrs. Flanagan." The widow burst out laughing through her tears. The victory was gained by the old General. "Marry Mrs. Flanagan, by Gad," he continued, tapping her slender hand. "No, the boy has told you nothing about it, and you know nothing about it. The boy is innocent, of course. And what, my good soul, is the course for us to pursue? Suppose he is attached to this girl. Don't look sad again. It's merely a supposition, and begad a young fellow may have an attachment, mayn't he? Directly he gets well, he will be at her again." "He must come home. We must go off directly to Fairoaks," the widow cried out. "My good creature, he'll bore himself to death at Fairoaks. He'll have nothing to do but to think about his passion there. There's no place in the world for making a little passion into a big one, and where a fellow feeds on his own thoughts, like a demmed lonely country house where there's nothing to do. We must occupy him, amuse him. We must take him abroad. He's never been abroad except to Paris for a lark. We must travel a little. He must have a nurse with him to take great care of him, for Goodenough says he had a devilish narrow squeak of it. Don't look frightened. And so you must come and watch, and I suppose you'll take Miss Bell, and I should like to ask Warrington to come. Arthur's devilish fond of Warrington. He can't do without Warrington. Warrington's family is one of the oldest in England, and he is one of the best young fellows I ever met in my life. I like him exceedingly." "Does Mr. Warrington know anything about this affair?" asked Helen. "He had been away, I know, for 2 months before it happened. Pen wrote me so." "Not a word. I've asked him about it. I've pumped him. He never heard of the transaction, never. I pledge you my word," cried out the Major in some alarm. "And, my dear, I think you had much best not talk to him about it. Much best not. Of course not. The subject is most delicate and painful." The simple widow took her brother's hand and pressed it. "Thank you, brother," she said. "You have been very, very kind to me. You have given me a great deal of comfort. I'll go to my room and think of what you have said. This illness and these emotions have agitated me a great deal, and I'm not very strong, you know. But I'll go and thank God that my boy is innocent. He is innocent, isn't he, sir?" "Yes, my dearest creature, yes," said the old fellow, kissing her affectionately, and quite overcome by her tenderness. He looked after her as she retreated, with a fondness which was rendered more piquant, as it were, by the mixture of a certain scorn which accompanied it. "Innocent," he said. "I'd swear till I was black in the face he was innocent, rather than give that good soul pain." Having achieved this victory, the fatigued and happy warrior laid himself down on the sofa, and put his yellow silk pocket handkerchief over his face, and indulged in a snug little nap, of which the dreams, no doubt, were very pleasant, as he snored with refreshing regularity. The young men sat meanwhile dawdling away the sunshiny hours on the terrace, very happy, and Pen at least very talkative. He was narrating to Warrington a plan for a new novel and a new tragedy. Warrington laughed at the idea of his writing a tragedy. By Jove, he would show that he could, and he began to spout some of the lines of his play. The little solo on the wind instrument which the Major was performing was interrupted by the entrance of Miss Bell. She had been on a visit to her old friend, Lady Rockminster, who had taken a summer villa in the neighbourhood, and who, hearing of Arthur's illness and his mother's arrival at Richmond, had visited the latter, and for the benefit of the former, whom she didn't like, had been prodigal of grapes, partridges, and other attentions. For Laura, the old lady had a great fondness, and longed that she should come and stay with her. But Laura could not leave her mother at this juncture, worn out by constant watching over Arthur's health. Helen's own had suffered very considerably, and Dr. Goodenough had had reason to prescribe for her as well as for his younger patient. Old Pendennis started up on the entrance of the young lady. His slumbers were easily broken. He made her a gallant speech. He had been full of gallantry towards her of late. Where had she been gathering those roses which she wore on her cheeks? How happy he was to be disturbed out of his dreams by such a charming reality. Laura had plenty of humour and honesty, and these two caused her to have on her side something very like contempt for the old gentleman. It delighted her to draw out his worldliness, and to make the old habitué of clubs and drawing rooms tell his twaddling tales about great folks, and expound his views of morals. Not in this instance, however, was she disposed to be satirical. She had been to drive with Lady Rockminster in the park, she said, and she had brought home game for Pen, and flowers for mamma. She looked very grave about mamma. She had just been with Mrs. Pendennis. Helen was very much worn, and she feared she was very, very ill. Her large eyes filled with tender marks of the sympathy which she felt in her beloved friend's condition. She was alarmed about her. Could not that dear Dr. Goodenough cure her? Arthur's illness and other mental anxiety, the Major slowly said, had no doubt shaken Helen. A burning blush upon the girl's face showed that she understood the old man's allusion. But she looked him full in the face and made no reply. He might have spared me that, she thought. What is he aiming at in recalling that shame to me? That he had an aim in view is very possible. The old diplomatist seldom spoke without some such end. Dr. Goodenough had talked to him, he said, about their dear friend's health, and she wanted rest and change of scene. Yes, change of scene. Painful circumstances which had occurred must be forgotten and never alluded to. He begged pardon for even hinting at them to Miss Bell. He never should do so again, nor, he was sure, would she. Everything must be done to soothe and comfort their friend, and his proposal was that they should go abroad for the autumn to a watering place in the Rhine neighborhood, where Helen might rally her exhausted spirits, and Arthur try and become a new man. Of course, Laura would not forsake her mother. Of course not. It was about Helen, and Helen only. That is, about Arthur, too, for her sake, that Laura was anxious. She would go abroad or anywhere with Helen. And Helen, having thought the matter over for an hour in her room, had by that time grown to be as anxious for the tour as any schoolboy who has been reading a book of voyages is eager to go to sea. Whither should they go? The farther the better, to some place so remote that even recollection could not follow them thither, so delightful that Pen should never want to leave it, anywhere so that he could be happy. She opened her desk with trembling fingers, and took out her banker's book, and counted up her little savings. If more was wanted, she had the Diamond Cross. She would borrow from Laura again. Let us go, she thought. Directly he can bear the journey, let us go away. Come, kind Dr. Goodenough, come quick, and give us leave to quit England. The good doctor drove over to dine with them that very day. If you agitate yourself so, he said to her, and if your heart beats so, and if you persist in being so anxious about a young gentleman who is getting well as fast as he can, we shall have you laid up, and Miss Laura to watch you, and then it will be her turn to be ill, and I should like to know how the deuce a doctor is to live who is obliged to come and attend you all for nothing. Mrs. Goodenough is already jealous of you, and says with perfect justice that I fall in love with my patients, and you must please to get out of the country as soon as ever you can, that I may have a little peace in my family. When the plan of going abroad was proposed, it was received by that gentleman with the greatest alacrity and enthusiasm. He longed to be off at once. He let his mustachios grow from that very moment, in order, I suppose, that he might get his mouth into training for a perfect French and German pronunciation. And he was seriously disquieted in his mind because the mustachios, when they came, were of a decidedly red color. He had looked forward to an autumn at Fairoaks, and perhaps the idea of passing 2 or 3 months there did not amuse the young man. There is not a soul to speak to in the place, he said to Warrington. I can't stand old Portman's sermons, and pompous after-dinner conversation. I know all old Glander's stories about the Peninsular War. The Claverings are the only Christian people in the neighborhood, and they are not to be at home before Christmas, my uncle says. Besides, Warrington, I want to get out of the country. Whilst you were away, confound it, I had a temptation, from which I am very thankful to have escaped, and which I count that even my illness came very luckily to put an end to. And here he narrated to his friend the circumstances of the Vauxhall affair, with which the reader is already acquainted. Warrington looked very grave when he heard this story. Putting the moral delinquency out of the question, he was extremely glad for Arthur's sake that the latter had escaped from a danger which might have made his whole life wretched, which certainly, said Warrington, would have occasioned the wretchedness and ruin of the other party. And your mother and your friends, what a pain it would have been to them, urged Pen's companion, little knowing what grief and annoyance these good people had already suffered. "Not a word to my mother," Penn cried out, in a state of great alarm. "She would never get over it. An esclandre of that sort would kill her, I do believe." And he added with a knowing air, and as if, like a young rascal of a Lovelace, he had been engaged in what are called affaires de coeur all his life, "the best way when a danger of that sort menaces is not to face it, but to turn one's back on it and run." "And were you very much smitten?" Warrington asked. "Hum," said Lovelace. "She dropped her h's, but she was a dear girl." "Oh, Clarissas of this life! Oh, you poor little ignorant, vain, foolish maidens! If you did but know the way in which the Lovelaces speak of you! If you could but hear Jack talking to Tom across the coffee room of a club, or see Ned taking your poor little letters out of his cigar case and handing them over to Charlie and Billy and Harry across the mess room table, you would not be so eager to write, or so ready to listen. There is a sort of crime which is not complete unless the lucky rogue boasts of it afterwards, and the man who betrays your honour in the first place is pretty sure, remember that, to betray your secret too." "It's hard to fight, and it's easy to fall," said Warrington, gloomily. "And as you say, Pendennis, when a danger like this is imminent, the best way is to turn your back on it and run." After this little discourse upon a subject about which Penn would have talked a great deal more eloquently a month back, the conversation reverted to the plans for going abroad, and Arthur eagerly pressed his friend to be of the party. Warrington was a part of the family, a part of the cure. Arthur said he should not have half the pleasure without Warrington. But George said no, he couldn't go, he must stop at home and take Penn's place. The other remarked that that was needless, for Shandon was now come back to London, and Arthur was entitled to a holiday. "Don't press me," Warrington said. "I can't go. I've particular engagements. I'm best at home. I've not got the money to travel, that's the long and short of it, for travelling costs money, you know." This little obstacle seemed fatal to Penn. He mentioned it to his mother. Mrs. Pendennis was very sorry. Mr. Warrington had been exceedingly kind, but she supposed he knew best about his affairs. And then, no doubt, she reproached herself for selfishness in wishing to carry the boy off and have him to herself altogether. "What is this I hear from Penn, my dear Mr. Warrington?" the Major asked one day, when the pair were alone, and after Warrington's objection had been stated to him. "Not go with us? We can't hear of such a thing. Penn won't get well without you, I promise you. I'm not going to be his nurse. He must have somebody with him that's stronger and gayer and better able to amuse him than a rheumatic old fogey like me. I should go to Carlsbad very likely, when I've seen you people settle down. Travelling costs nothing nowadays, or so little. And pray, Warrington, remember that I was your father's very old friend, and if you and your brother are not on such terms as to enable you to anticipate your younger brother's allowance, I beg you to make me your banker, for hasn't Penn been getting into your debt these 3 weeks past, during which you have been doing what he informs me is his work, with such exemplary talent and genius, begad." Still, in spite of this kind offer and unheard of generosity on the part of the Major, George Warrington refused, and said he would stay at home, but it was with a faltering voice and an irresolute accent which showed how much he would like to go, though his tongue persisted in saying nay. But the Major's persevering benevolence was not to be balked in this way. At the tea table that evening, Helen happening to be absent from the room for the moment, looking for Penn, who had gone to roost, old Pendennis returned to the charge, and rated Warrington for refusing to join in their excursion. "Isn't it ungallant, Miss Bell?" he said, turning to that young lady. "Isn't it unfriendly? Here we have been the happiest party in the world, and this odious, selfish creature breaks it up." Miss Bell's long eyelashes looked down towards her teacup, and Warrington blushed hugely, but did not speak. Neither did Miss Bell speak, but when he blushed, she blushed too. "You ask him to come, my dear," said the benevolent old gentleman, "and then perhaps he will listen to you." "Why should Mr. Warrington listen to me?" asked the young lady, putting the query to her teaspoon, seemingly, and not to the Major. "Ask him? You have not asked him," said Penn's artless uncle. "I should be very glad indeed if Mr. Warrington would come," remarked Laura to the teaspoon. "Would you?" said George. She looked up and said, "Yes." Their eyes met. "I will go anywhere you ask me, or do anything," said George lowly, and forcing out the words as if they gave him pain. Old Pendennis was delighted. The affectionate old creature clapped his hands and cried, "Bravo! Bravo! It's a bargain, begad! Shake hands on it, young people." And Laura, with a look full of tender brightness, put out her hand to Warrington. He took hers. His face indicated a strange agitation. He seemed to be about to speak, when from Pen's neighbouring room Helen entered, looking at them as the candle which she held lighted her pale, frightened face. Laura blushed more red than ever, and withdrew her hand. "What is it?" Helen asked. "It's a bargain we have been making, my dear creature," said the Major in his most caressing voice. "We have just bound over Mr. Warrington in a promise to come abroad with us." "Indeed!" Helen said. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 56, in which Fanny engages a new medical man. Could Helen have suspected that, with Pen's returning strength, his unhappy partiality for little Fanny would also reawaken? Though she never spoke a word regarding that young person after her conversation with the Major, and though to all appearances she utterly ignored Fanny's existence, yet Mrs. Pendennis kept a particularly close watch upon all Master Arthur's actions. On the plea of ill health, would scarcely let him out of her sight, and was especially anxious that he should be spared the trouble of all correspondence, for the present at least. Very likely Arthur looked at his own letters with some tremor, very likely as he received them at the family table, feeling his mother's watch upon him, though the good soul's eye seemed fixed upon her teacup or her book. He expected daily to see a little handwriting, which he would have known, though he had never seen it yet, and his heart beat as he received the letters to his address. Was he more pleased or annoyed that day after day his expectations were not realized, and was his mind relieved that there came no letter from Fanny? Though no doubt in these matters, when Lovelace is tired of Clarissa, or the contrary, it is best for both parties to break at once, and each, after the failure of the attempt at union, to go his own way and pursue his course through life solitary. Yet our self-love, or our pity, or our sense of decency does not like that sudden bankruptcy. Before we announce to the world that our firm of Lovelace and Company can't meet its engagements, we try to make compromises. We have mournful meetings of partners. We delay the putting up of the shutters and the dreary announcement of the failure. It must come, but we pawn our jewels to keep things going a little longer. On the whole, I dare say Pen was rather annoyed that he had no remonstrances from Fanny. What? Could she part from him, and never so much as once look round? Could she sink, and never once hold a little hand out, or cry, "Help, Arthur"? Well, well, they don't all go down who venture on that voyage. Some few drown when the vessel founders, but most are only ducked and scrambled to shore. And the reader's experience of A. Pendennis, Esquire, of the Upper Temple, will enable him to state whether that gentleman belonged to the class of persons who were likely to sink or to swim. Though Pen was as yet too weak to walk half a mile, and might not, on account of his precious health, be trusted to take a drive in a carriage by himself, and without a nurse in attendance, yet Helen could not keep watch over Mr. Warrington too, and had no authority to prevent that gentleman from going to London if business called him thither. Indeed, if he had gone and stayed, perhaps the widow, from reasons of her own, would have been glad, but she checked these selfish wishes as soon as she ascertained or owned them. And remembering Warrington's great regard and services, and constant friendship for her boy, received him as a member of her family almost with her usual melancholy kindness. and submissive acquiescence. Yet somehow, one morning when his affairs called him to town, she divined what Warrington's errand was, and that he was gone to London to get news about Fanny for Pen. Indeed, Arthur had had some talk with his friend, and told him more at large what his adventures had been with Fanny, adventures which the reader knows already, and what were his feelings respecting her. He was very thankful that he had escaped the great danger, to which Warrington said amen heartily, that he had no great fault wherewith to reproach himself in regard of his behaviour to her, but that if they parted, as they must, he would be glad to say a God bless her, and to hope that she would remember him kindly. In his discourse with Warrington he spoke upon these matters with so much gravity and so much emotion, that George, who had pronounced himself most strongly for the separation too, began to fear that his friend was not so well cured as he boasted of being, and that if the two were to come together again, all the danger and the temptation might have to be fought once more. And with what result? It is hard to struggle, Arthur, and it is easy to fall, Warrington said, and the best courage for us, poor wretches, is to fly from danger. I would not have been what I am now, had I practised what I preach. And what did you practise, George? Pen asked eagerly. I knew there was something. Tell us about it, Warrington. There was something that can't be mended, and that shattered my whole fortunes early, Warrington answered. I said I would tell you about it some day, Pen, and will, but not now. Take the moral without the fable now, Pen, my boy. And if you want to see a man whose whole life has been wrecked by an unlucky rock against which he struck as a boy, here he is, Arthur, and so I warn you. We have shown how Mr. Huxter, in writing home to his Clavering friends, mentioned that there was a fashionable club in London of which he was an attendant, and that he was there in the habit of meeting an Irish officer of distinction, who, amongst other news, had given that intelligence regarding Pendennis, which the young surgeon had transmitted to Clavering. This club was no other than the back kitchen, where the disciple of St. Bartholomew was accustomed to meet the general, the peculiarities of whose brogue appearance, disposition, and general conversation greatly diverted many young gentlemen who used the back kitchen as a place of nightly entertainment and refreshment. Huxter, who had a fine natural genius for mimicking everything, whether it was a favourite tragic or comic actor, or a cock on a dunghill, a corkscrew going into a bottle and a cork issuing thence, or an Irish officer of genteel connections, who offered himself as an object of imitation with only too much readiness, talked his talk, and twanged his poor old long bow whenever drink, a hearer, and an opportunity occurred, studied our friend the general with peculiar gusto, and drew the honest fellow out many a night. A bait consisting of sixpennyworth of brandy and water, the worthy old man was sure to swallow, and under the influence of this liquor, who was more happy than he to tell his stories of his daughter's triumphs and his own, in love, war, drink, and polite society. Thus Huxter was enabled to present to his friends many pictures of Costigan fighting a duel in the Phoenix, of Costigan in his interview with the Duke of York, of Costigan at his son-in-law's table, surrounded by the nobility of his country, of Costigan when crying drunk, at which time he was in the habit of confidentially lamenting his daughter's ingratitude, and stating that his grey hairs were hastening to a premature grebe. And thus our friend was the means of bringing a number of young fellows to the back kitchen, who consumed the landlord's liquors whilst they relished the general's peculiarities, so that mine host pardoned many of the latter's foibles in consideration of the good which they brought to his house. Not the highest position in life was this, certainly, or one which, if we had a reverence for an old man, we would be anxious that he should occupy. But of this aged buffoon it may be mentioned that he had no particular idea that his condition of life was not a high one, and that in his whiskied blood there was not a black drop, nor in his muddled brains a bitter feeling against any mortal being. Even his child, his cruel Emily, he would have taken to his heart and forgiven with tears. And what more can one say of the Christian charity of a man than that he is actually ready to forgive those who have done him every kindness, and with whom he is wrong in a dispute? There was some idea amongst the young men who frequented the back kitchen, and made themselves merry with the society of Captain Costigan, that the captain made a mystery regarding his lodgings, for fear of duns, or from a desire of privacy, and lived in some wonderful place. Nor would the landlord of the premises, when questioned upon this subject, answer any inquiries, his maxim being that he only knew gentlemen who frequented that room, in that room; that when they quitted that room, having paid their scores as gentlemen, and behaved as gentlemen, his communication with them ceased; and that as a gentleman himself, he thought it was only impertinent curiosity to ask where any other gentleman lived. Costigan, in his most intoxicated and confidential moments, also evaded any replies to questions or hints addressed to him on this subject. There was no particular secret about it, as we have seen, who have had more than once the honour of entering his apartments, but in the vicissitudes of a long life he had been pretty often in the habit of residing in houses where privacy was necessary to his comfort, and where the appearance of some visitors would have brought him anything but pleasure. Hence all sorts of legends were formed by wags or credulous persons respecting his place of abode. It was stated that he slept habitually in a watch box in the city, in a cab at a mews, where a cab proprietor gave him a shelter, in the Duke of York's column, etc., the wildest of these theories being put abroad by the facetious and imaginative huckster. For Huxley, when not silenced by the company of swells, and when in the society of his own friends, was a very different fellow to the youth whom we have seen cowed by Pen's impertinent airs, and adored by his family at home, was the life and soul of the circle whom he met, either round the festive board or the dissecting table. On one brilliant September morning, as Huxter was regaling himself with a cup of coffee at a stall in Covent Garden, having spent a delicious night dancing at Vauxhall, he spied the General reeling down Henrietta Street, with a crowd of hooting blackguard boys at his heels, who had left their beds under the arches of the river betimes, and were prowling about all ready for breakfast, and the strange livelihood of the day. The poor old General was not in that condition when the sneers and jokes of these young beggars had much effect upon him. The cabmen and watermen at the cab stand knew him, and passed their comments upon him. The policemen gazed after him, and warned the boys off him, with looks of scorn and pity. What did the scorn and pity of men, the jokes of ribald children, matter to the General? He reeled along the street with glazed eyes, having just sense enough to know whither he was bound, and to pursue his accustomed beat homewards. He went to bed, not knowing how he had reached it, as often as any man in London. He woke and found himself there, and asked no questions, and he was tacking about on this daily though perilous voyage, when from his station at the coffee stall Huxter spied him. To note his friend, to pay his twopence, indeed he had but eightpence left, or he would have had a cab from Vauxhall to take him home, was with the eager Huxter the work of an instant. Costigan dived down the alleys by Drury Lane Theatre, where gin shops, oyster shops, and theatrical wardrobes abound, the proprietors of which were now asleep behind their shutters, as the pink morning lighted up their chimneys, and through these courts Huxter followed the General until he reached Oldcastle Street, in which is the gate of Shepherd's Inn. Here, just as he was within sight of home, a luckless slice of orange peel came between the General's heel and the pavement, and caused the poor old fellow to fall backwards. Huxter ran up to him instantly, and after a pause, during which the veteran, giddy with his fall and his previous whisky, gathered as he best might his dizzy brains together, the young surgeon lifted up the limping General, and very kindly and good-naturedly offered to conduct him to his home. For some time, and in reply to the queries which the student of medicine put to him, the muzzy General refused to say where his lodgings were, and declared that they were hard by, and that he could reach them without difficulty, and he disengaged himself from Huxter's arm, and made a rush, as if to get to his own home unattended. But he reeled and lurched so, that the young surgeon insisted upon accompanying him, and with many soothing expressions and cheering and consolatory phrases, succeeded in getting the General's dirty old hand under what he called his own fin, and led the old fellow moaning piteously across the street. He stopped when he came to the ancient gate, ornamented with the armorial bearings of the venerable shepherd. "Here 'tis," said he, drawing up at the portal. and he made a successful pull at the gate bell, which presently brought out old Mr. Bolton, the porter, scowling fiercely and grumbling, as he was used to do every morning when it became his turn to let in that early bird. Costigan tried to hold Bolton for a moment in genteel conversation, but the other surlily would not. "Don't bother me," said he. "Go to your own bed, capting, and don't keep honest men out of theirs." So the captain tacked across the square and reached his own staircase, up which he stumbled with the worthy huckster at his heels. Costigan had a key of his own, which huckster inserted into the keyhole for him, so that there was no need to call up little Mr. Bowes from the sleep into which the old musician had not long since fallen, and huckster, having aided to disrobe his tipsy patient, and ascertained that no bones were broken, helped him to bed, and applied compresses and water to one of his knees and shins, which, with the pair of trousers which encased them, Costigan had severely torn in his fall. At the general's age, and with his habit of body, such wounds as he had inflicted on himself are slow to heal. A good deal of inflammation ensued, and the old fellow lay ill for some days, suffering both pain and fever. Mr. Huckster undertook the case of his interesting patient with great confidence and alacrity, and conducted it with becoming skill. He visited his friend day after day, and consoled him with lively rattle and conversation for the absence of the society which Costigan needed, and of which he was an ornament, and he gave special instructions to the invalid's nurse about the quantity of whiskey which the patient was to take, instructions which, as the poor old fellow could not for many days get out of his bed or sofa himself, he could not by any means infringe. Bowes, Mrs. Bolton, and our little friend Fanny, when able to do so, officiated at the general's bedside, and the old warrior was made as comfortable as possible under his calamity. Thus huckster, whose affable manners and social turn made him quickly intimate with persons in whose society he fell, and whose over-refinement did not lead them to repulse the familiarities of this young gentleman, became pretty soon intimate in Shepherd's Inn, both with our acquaintances in the garrets and those in the porter's lodge. He thought he had seen Fanny somewhere. He felt certain that he had, but it is no wonder that he should not accurately remember her, for the poor little thing never chose to tell him where she had met him. He himself had seen her at a period when his own views both of persons and of right and wrong were clouded by the excitement of drinking and dancing, and also little Fanny was very much changed and worn by the fever and agitation and passion and despair which the past 3 weeks had poured upon the head of that little victim. Borne down was the head now, and very pale and wan the face, and many a time the sad eyes had looked into the postman's as he came to the inn, and the sickened heart had sunk as he passed away. When Mr. Costigan's accident occurred, Fanny was rather glad to have an opportunity of being useful and doing something kind, something that would make her forget her own little sorrows perhaps. She felt she bore them better whilst she did her duty, though I dare say many a tear dropped into the old Irishman's gruel. Ah me, stir the gruel well, and have courage, little Fanny. If everybody who has suffered from your complaint were to die of it straightway, what a fine year the undertakers would have! Whether from compassion for his only patient, or delight in his society, Mr. Huckster found now occasion to visit Costigan 2 or 3 times in the day, at least, and if any of the members of the Porter's Lodge family were not in attendance on the general, the young doctor was sure to have some particular directions to address to those at their own place of habitation. He was a kind fellow. He made or purchased toys for the children. He brought them apples and brandy balls. He brought a mask and frightened them with it, and caused a smile upon the face of pale Fanny. He called Mrs. Bolton Mrs. B., and was very intimate, familiar, and facetious with that lady, quite different from that "'aughty, artless beast," as Mrs. Bolton now denominated a certain young gentleman of our acquaintance, and whom she now vowed she never could "abear." It was from this lady, who was very free in her conversation, that Huckster presently learnt what was the illness which was evidently preying upon little Fan, and what had been Pan's behaviour regarding her. Mrs. Bolton's account of the transaction was not, it may be imagined, entirely an impartial narrative. One would have thought from her story that the young gentleman had employed a course of the most persevering, flagitious artifices to win the girl's heart, had broken the most solemn promises made to her, and was a wretch to be hated and chastised by every champion of woman. Huckster, in his present frame of mind respecting Arthur, and suffering under the latter's contumely, was ready, of course, to take all for granted that was said in the disfavour of this unfortunate convalescent. But why did he not write home to Clavering, as he had done previously, giving an account of Penn's misconduct, and of the particulars regarding it which had now come to his knowledge? He soon, in a letter to his brother-in-law, announced that that nice young man, Mr. Pendennis, had escaped narrowly from a fever, and that no doubt all Clavering, where he was so popular, would be pleased at his recovery. And he mentioned that he had an interesting case of compound fracture, an officer of distinction which kept him in town. But as for Fanny Bolton, he made no more mention of her in his letters, no more than Penn himself had made mention of her. Oh, you mothers at home, how much do you think you know about your lads? How much do you think you know? But with Bose there was no reason why Huckster should not speak his mind, and so, a very short time after his conversation with Mrs. Bolton, Mr. Sam talked to the musician about his early acquaintance with Pendennis, described him as a confounded, conceited blackguard, and expressed a determination to punch his impudent head as soon as ever he should be well enough to stand up like a man. Then it was that Bose, on his part, spoke and told his version of the story, whereof Arthur and little Fan were the hero and heroine, how they had met by no contrivance of the former, but by a blunder of the old Irishman, now in bed with a broken shin, how Penn had acted with manliness and self-control in the business, how Mrs. Bolton was an idiot, and he related the conversation which he, Bose, had had with Penn, and the sentiments uttered by the young man. Perhaps Bose's story caused some twinges of conscience in the breast of Penn's accuser, and that gentleman frankly owned that he had been wrong with regard to Arthur, and withdrew his project for punching Mr. Pendennis's head. But the cessation of his hostility for Penn did not diminish Huckster's attentions to Fanny, which unlucky Mr. Bose marked with his usual jealousy and bitterness of spirit. I have but to like anybody, the old fellow thought, and somebody is sure to come and be preferred to me. It has been the same ill luck with me since I was a lad, until now that I am 60 years old. What can such a man as I am expect better than to be laughed at? It is for the young to succeed and to be happy, and not for old fools like me. I've played a second fiddle through life," he said with a bitter laugh. "How can I suppose the luck is to change after it has gone against me so long?" This was the selfish way in which Bose looked at the state of affairs, though few persons would have thought there was any cause for his jealousy, who looked at the pale and grief-stricken countenance of the hapless little girl, its object. Fanny received Huckster's good-natured efforts at consolation and kind attentions kindly. She laughed now and again at his jokes and games with her little sisters, but relapsed quickly into dejection, which ought to have satisfied Mr. Bose that the newcomer had no place in her heart as yet, had jealous Mr. Bose been enabled to see with clear eyes. But Bose did not. Fanny attributed Penn's silence somehow to Bose's interference. Fanny hated him. Fanny treated Bose with constant cruelty and injustice. She turned from him when he spoke. She loathed his attempts at consolation. A hard life had Mr. Bose, and a cruel return for his regard. When Warrington came to Shepherd's Inn as Penn's ambassador, it was for Mr. Bose's apartments he inquired, no doubt upon a previous agreement with the principal for whom he acted in this delicate negotiation, and he did not so much as catch a glimpse of Miss Fanny when he stopped at the inn gate and made his inquiry. Warrington was of course directed to the musician's chambers, and found him tending the patient there, from whose chamber he came out to wait upon his guest. We have said that they had been previously known to one another, and the pair shook hands with sufficient cordiality. After a little preliminary talk, Warrington said that he had come from his friend Arthur Pendennis, and from his family, to thank Bose for his attention at the commencement of Penn's illness, and for his kindness in hastening into the country to fetch the Major. Bose replied that it was but his duty. He had never thought to have seen the young gentleman alive again when he went in search of Penn's relatives, and he was very glad of Mr. Pendennis's recovery, and they had his friends with him. "Lucky are they who have friends, Mr. Warrington," said the musician. "I might be up in this garret, and nobody would care for me, or mind whether I was alive or dead." "What? Not the General, Mr. Bose?" Warrington asked. "The General likes his whisky bottle more than anything in life," the other answered. "We live together from habit and convenience, and he cares for me no more than you do. What is it you want to ask me, Mr. Warrington? You ain't come to visit me, I know very well." Nobody comes to visit me. It is about Fanny, the porter's daughter. You are come. I see that. Very well. Is Mr. Pendennis, now he has got well, anxious to see her again? Does his lordship the Sultan propose to throw his handkerchief to her? She has been very ill, sir, ever since the day Mrs. Pendennis turned her out of doors. Kind of a lady, wasn't it? The poor girl and myself found the young gentleman's raving in a fever, knowing nobody, with nobody to tend him but his drunken laundress. She watched day and night by him. I set off to fetch his uncle. Mamma comes and turns Fanny to the right about. Uncle comes and leaves me to pay the cab. Carry my compliments to the ladies and gentlemen, and say we are both very thankful, very. Why, a countess couldn't have behaved better, and for an apothecary's lady, as I'm given to understand Mrs. Pendennis was, I'm sure her behaviour is most uncommon, aristocratic, and genteel. She ought to have a double gilt pestle and mortar to her coach. It was from Mr. Huxter that Bose had learned Penn's parentage, no doubt, and if he took Penn's part against the young surgeon, and Fanny's against Mr. Pendennis, it was because the old gentleman was in so savage a mood that his humour was to contradict everybody. Warrington was curious and not ill-pleased at the musician's taunts and irascibility. I never heard of these transactions, he said, or got but a very imperfect account of them from Major Pendennis. What was the lady to do? I think I have never spoken with her on the subject. She had some notion that the young woman and my friend Penn were on terms of an intimacy which Mrs. Pendennis could not, of course, recognize. Oh, of course not, sir. Speak out, sir. Say what you mean at once. That the young gentleman of the Temple had made a victim of the girl of Shepherd's Inn, eh? And so she was turned to be out of doors, or brayed alive in the double gilt pestle and mortar, by Jove. No, Mr. Warrington, there was no such thing. There was no victimizing, or if there was, Mr. Arthur was the victim, not the girl. He is an honest fellow, he is, though he is conceited, and a puppy sometimes. He can feel like a man, and run away from temptation like a man. I own it, though I suffer by it, I own it. He has a heart, he has. But the girl hasn't, sir. That girl would do anything to win a man, and fling him away without a pang, sir. If she's flung away herself, sir, she'll feel it and cry. She had a fever when Mrs. Pendennis turned her out of doors, and she made love to the doctor, Dr. Goodenough, who came to cure her. Now she has taken on with another chap, another Sawbones. Ha, ha, darned it, sir. She likes the pestle and mortar, and hangs round the pill-boxes. She's so fond of 'em, and she has got a fellow from St. Bartholomew's, who grins through a horse collar for her sisters, and charms away her melancholy. Go and see, sir. Very likely he's in the lodge now. If you want news about Miss Fanny, you must ask at the doctor's shop, sir, not of an old fiddler like me. Good-bye, sir. There's my patient calling." And a voice was heard from the captain's bedroom, a well-known voice, which said, "I loike a drop of drink, Bose. I'm thirsty." And not sorry, perhaps, to hear that such was the state of things, and that Penn's forsaken was consoling herself, Warrington took his leave of the irascible musician. As luck would have it, he passed the lodge door just as Mr. Huxter was in the act of frightening the children with the mask whereof we have spoken, and Fanny was smiling languidly at his farces. Warrington laughed bitterly. "Are all women like that?" he thought. "I think there's one that's not," he added with a sigh. At Piccadilly, waiting for the Richmond omnibus, George fell in with Major Pendennis, bound in the same direction, and he told the old gentleman of what he had seen and heard respecting Fanny. Major Pendennis was highly delighted, and, as might be expected of such a philosopher, made precisely the same observation as that which had escaped from Warrington. "All women are the same," he said. "La petite se console. Dammy, when I used to read Telemaque at school, Calypso ne pouvait se consoler. You know the rest, Warrington. I used to say it was absard, absard, by gad, and so it is. And so she's got a new suppléant, has she, the little porteress? Devilish nice little girl. How mad Penn will be, eh, Warrington? But we must break it to him gently, or he'll be in such a rage that he will be going after her again. We must ménager the young fellow. I think Mrs. Pendennis ought to know that Penn acted very well in the business. She evidently thinks him guilty, and according to Mr. Bose, Arthur behaved like a good fellow," Warrington said. "My dear Warrington," said the Major, with a look of some alarm, "in Mrs. Pendennis's agitated state of health, and that sort of thing, the best way, I think, is not to say a single word about the subject. Or stay, leave it to me, and I'll talk to her. Break it to her gently, you know, and that sort of thing. I give you my word I will. And so Calypso's consoled, is she?" And he sniggered over this gratifying truth, happy in the corner of the omnibus during the rest of the journey. Penn was very anxious to hear from his envoy what had been the result of the latter's mission, and as soon as the two young men could be alone, the ambassador spoke in reply to Arthur's eager queries. "You remember your poem, Penn, of Ariadne in Naxos?" Warrington said. "Devilish bad poetry it was, to be sure." "Après?" asked Penn, in a great state of excitement. "When Theseus left Ariadne, do you remember what happened to her, young fellow?" "It's a lie! It's a lie! You don't mean that?" cried out Penn, starting up, his face turning red. "Sit down, stupid," Warrington said, and with two fingers pushed Penn back into his seat again. "It's better for you as it is, young one," he said sadly, in reply to the savage flush in Arthur's face. CHAPTER 56. Chapter 57 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 57. Foreign Ground. Worthy Major Pendennis fulfilled his promise to Warrington so far as to satisfy his own conscience, and in so far to ease poor Helen with regard to her son, as to make her understand that all connection between Arthur and the odious little gatekeeper was at an end, and that she need have no further anxiety with respect to an imprudent attachment or a degrading marriage on Penn's part. And that young fellow's mind was also relieved, after he had recovered the shock to his vanity, by thinking that Miss Fanny was not going to die of love for him, and that no unpleasant consequences were to be apprehended from the luckless and brief connection. So the whole party were free to carry into effect their projected continental trip, and Arthur Pendennis, rentier, voyageant avec Madame Pendennis and Mademoiselle Belle, and George Warrington, particulier, âge de 32 ans, taille 6 pieds, anglais, figure ordinaire, cheveux noirs, barbe diadème, etc., procured passports from the consul of H.M., the King of the Belgians at Dover, and passed over from that port to Ostend, whence the party took their way leisurely, visiting Bruges and Ghent on their way to Brussels and the Rhine. It is not our purpose to describe this oft-travelled tour, or Laura's delight at the tranquil and ancient cities which she saw for the first time, or Helen's wonder and interest at the Beguine convents which they visited, or the almost terror with which she saw the black-veiled nuns with outstretched arms kneeling before the illuminated altars, and beheld the strange pomps and ceremonials of the Catholic worship. Barefooted friars in the streets, crowned images of saints and virgins in the churches, before which people were bowing down and worshipping in direct defiance, as she held, of the written law, priests in gorgeous robes or lurking in dark confessionals, theatres opened, and people dancing on Sundays. All these new sights and manners shocked and bewildered the simple country lady, and when the young men, after their evening drive or walk, returned to the widow and her adopted daughter, they found their books of devotion on the table, and at their entrance Laura would commonly cease reading some of the Psalms or the sacred pages, which, of all others, Helen loved. The late events connected with her son had cruelly shaken her. Laura watched with intense, though hidden anxiety, every movement of her dearest friend, and poor Penn was most constant and affectionate in waiting upon his mother, whose wounded bosom yearned with love towards him, though there was a secret between them, and an anguish or rage, almost on the mother's part, to think that she was dispossessed somehow of her son's heart, or that there were recesses in it which she must not or dared not enter. She sickened as she thought of the sacred days of boyhood, when it had not been so, when her Arthur's heart had no secrets, and she was his all in all; when he poured his hopes and pleasures, his childish griefs, vanities, triumphs, into her willing and tender embrace; when her home was his nest still, and before fate, selfishness, nature, had driven him forth on wayward wings, to range his own flight, to sing his own song, and to seek his own home and his own mate. Watching this devouring care and racking disappointment in her friend, Laura once said to Helen, "If Pen had loved me as you wished, I should have gained him, but I should have lost you, mamma. I know I should, and I like you to love me best. Men do not know what it is to love as we do, I think." And Helen, sighing, agreed to this portion of the young lady's speech, though she protested against the former part. For my part, I suppose Miss Laura was right in both statements, and with regard to the latter assertion especially, that it is an old and received truism, love is an hour with us. It is all night and all day with a woman. Damon has taxes, sermon, parade, tailor's bills, parliamentary duties, and the deuce knows what to think of. Delia has to think about Damon. Damon is the oak or the post, and stands up, and Delia is the ivy or the honeysuckle, whose arms twine about him. Is it not so, Delia? Is it not your nature to creep about his feet and kiss them, to twine round his trunk and hang there, and Damon's to stand like a British man, with his hands in his breeches pocket, while the pretty fond parasite clings round him? Old Pendennis had only accompanied our friends to the water's edge, and left them on board the boat, giving the chief charge of the little expedition to Warrington. He himself was bound on a brief visit to the house of a great man, a friend of his, after which sojourn he proposed to join his sister-in-law at the German watering place, whither the party was bound. The Major himself thought that his long attentions to his sick family had earned for him a little relaxation, and though the best of the partridges were thinned off, the pheasants were still to be shot at Stilbroke, where the noble owner still was. Old Pendennis betook himself to that hospitable mansion, and disported there with great comfort to himself. A royal duke, some foreigners of note, some illustrious statesmen, and some pleasant people visited it. It did the old fellow's heart good to see his name in the Morning Post amongst the list of the distinguished company which the Marquis of Steyne was entertaining at his country house at Stilbroke. He was a very useful and pleasant personage in a country house. He entertained the young men with queer little anecdotes and grivoises stories on their shooting parties, or in their smoking room, where they laughed at him and with him. He was obsequious with the ladies of a morning, in the rooms dedicated to them. He walked the new arrivals about the park and gardens, and showed them the carte du pays, and where there was the best view of the mansion, and where the most favourable point to look at the lake. He showed where the timber was to be felled, and where the old road went before the new bridge was built and the hill cut down, and where the place in the wood was where old Lord Lynx discovered Sir Phelim O'Neil on his knees before her ladyship, etc., etc. He called the lodge keepers and gardeners by their names. He knew the number of domestics that sat down in the housekeeper's room, and how many dined in the servants' hall. He had a word for everybody and about everybody, and a little against everybody. He was invaluable in a country house, in a word, and richly merited and enjoyed his vacation after his labours. And perhaps whilst he was thus deservedly enjoying himself with his country friends, the Major was not ill pleased at transferring to Warrington the command of the family expedition to the Continent, and thus perforce keeping him in the service of the ladies, a servitude which George was only too willing to undergo for his friend's sake, and for that of a society which he found daily more delightful. Warrington was a good German scholar, and was willing to give Miss Laura lessons in the language, who was very glad to improve herself, though Penn, for his part, was too weak or lazy now to resume his German studies. Warrington acted as courier and interpreter. Warrington saw the baggage in and out of ships, inns and carriages, managed the money matters, and put the little troop into marching order. Warrington found out where the English church was, and if Mrs. Pendennis and Miss Laura were inclined to go thither, walked with great decorum along with them. Warrington walked by Mrs. Pendennis's donkey when that lady went out on her evening excursions, or took carriages for her, or got Galignani for her, or devised comfortable seats under the lime trees for her when the guests paraded after dinner, and the Kursaal band at the Bath, where our tired friends stopped, performed their pleasant music under the trees. Many a fine whiskered Prussian or French dandy, come to the Bath for the 30 et 40, cast glances of longing towards the pretty fresh-coloured English girl who accompanied the pale widow, and would have longed to take a turn with her at the galop or the waltz. But Laura did not appear in the ball-room, except once or twice when Penn vouchsafed to walk with her. And as for Warrington, that rough diamond had not had the polish of a dancing-master, and he did not know how to waltz, though he would have liked to learn if he could have had such a partner as Laura. Such a partner! Pshaw! What had a stiff bachelor to do with partners and waltzing? What was he about, dancing attendance here? Drinking in sweet pleasure at a risk he knows not of what, after sadness and regret and lonely longing, but yet he stayed on. You would have said he was the widow's son, to watch his constant care and watchfulness of her, or that he was an adventurer and wanted to marry her fortune, or at any rate that he wanted some very great treasure or benefit from her, and very likely he did, for ours, as the reader has possibly already discovered, is a selfish story, and almost every person, according to his nature, more or less generous than George, and according to the way of the world as it seems to us, is occupied about number one. So Warrington selfishly devoted himself to Helen, who selfishly devoted herself to Penn, who selfishly devoted himself to himself, at this present period, having no other personage or object to occupy him, except indeed his mother's health, which gave him a serious and real disquiet. But though they sat together, they did not talk much, and the cloud was always between them. Every day Laura looked for Warrington, and received him with more frank and eager welcome. He found himself talking to her as he didn't know himself that he could talk. He found himself performing acts of gallantry which astounded him after the performance. He found himself looking blankly in the glass, at the crow's feet round his eyes, and at some streaks of white in his hair, and some intrusive silver bristles in his grim blue beard. He found himself looking at the young bucks at the Bath, at the bland, tight-waisted Germans, at the capering Frenchmen with their lacquered mustachios and trim varnished boots, at the English dandies, Penn amongst them, with their calm, domineering air and insolent languor, and envied each one of these some excellence or quality of youth or good looks which he possessed, and of which Warrington felt the need. And every night, as the night came, he quitted the little circle with greater reluctance, and retiring to his own lodging in their neighbourhood, felt himself the more lonely and unhappy. The widow could not help seeing his attachment. She understood now why Major Pendennis, always a tacit enemy of her darling project, had been so eager that Warrington should be of their party. Laura frankly owned her enthusiastic regard for him, and Arthur would make no movement. Arthur did not choose to see what was going on, or did not care to prevent, or actually encouraged it. She remembered his often having said that he could not understand how a man proposed to a woman twice. She was in torture, at secret feud with her son, of all objects in the world the dearest to her, in doubt which she dared not express to herself about Laura, averse to Warrington, the good and generous. No wonder that the healing waters of Rosenbad did not do her good, or that Dr. von Klauber, the Bath physician, when he came to visit her, found that the poor lady made no progress to recovery. Meanwhile Penn got well rapidly, slept with immense perseverance 12 hours out of the 24, ate huge meals, and at the end of a couple of months had almost got back the bodily strength and weight which he had possessed before his illness. After they had passed some 15 days at their place of rest and refreshment, a letter came from Major Pendennis announcing his speedy arrival at Rosenbad, and soon after the letter the Major himself made his appearance, accompanied by Morgan, his faithful valet, without whom the old gentleman could not move. When the Major travelled he wore a jaunty and juvenile travelling costume. To see his back still you would have taken him for one of the young fellows whose slim waist and youthful appearance Warrington was beginning to envy. It was not until the worthy man began to move that the observer remarked that time had weakened his ancient knees, and had unkindly interfered to impede the action of the natty little varnished boots, in which the gay old traveller still pinched his toes. There were magnates both of our own country and of foreign nations present that autumn at Rosenbad. The elder Pendennis read over the strangers' list with great gratification on the night of his arrival, was pleased to find several of his acquaintances among the great folks, and would have the honour of presenting his nephew to a German Grand Duchess, a Russian Princess, and an English Marquis before many days were over. Nor was Penn by any means averse to making the acquaintance of these great personages, having a liking for polite life and all the splendours and amenities belonging to it. That very evening the resolute old gentleman, leaning on his nephew's arm, made his appearance in the halls of the Kursaal, and lost or won a Napoleon or two at the table of 30 et 40. He did not play to lose, he said, or to win, but he did as other folks did, and betted his Napoleon and took his luck as it came. He pointed out the Russians and Spaniards gambling for heaps of gold, and denounced their eagerness as something sordid and barbarous. An English gentleman should play where the fashion is play, but should not elate or depress himself at the sport. And he told how he had seen his friend the Marquis of Steyne win Lord Gaunt, lose 18,000 at a sitting, and break the bank 3 nights running at Paris, without ever showing the least emotion at his defeat or victory. "And that's what I call being an English gentleman, Penn, my dear boy," the old gentleman said, warming as he prattled about his recollections. "What I call the great manner only remains with us, and with a few families in France." And as Russian princesses passed him, whose reputation had long ceased to be doubtful, and damaged English ladies, who are constantly seen in company of their faithful attendant for the time being in these gay haunts of dissipation, the old Major, with eager garrulity and mischievous relish, told his nephew wonderful particulars regarding the lives of these heroines, and diverted the young man with 1,000 scandals. "Egad, he felt himself quite young again," he remarked to Penn, as, rouged and grinning, her enormous chasseur behind her bearing her shawl, the Princess Ostrovsky smiled and recognized and accosted him. He remembered her in 14, when she was an actress of the Paris Boulevard, and the Emperor Alexander's aide de camp, Ostrovsky, a man of great talents, who knew a good deal about the Emperor Paul's death and was a devil to play, married her. He most courteously and respectfully asked leave to call upon the princess, and to present to her his nephew, Mr. Arthur Pendennis, and he pointed out to the latter a half-dozen of other personages whose names were as famous, and whose histories were as satisfying. What would poor Helen have thought, could she have heard those tales, or known to what kind of people her brother-in-law was presenting her son? Only once, leaning on Arthur's arm, she had passed through the room where the green tables were prepared for play, and the croaking croupiers were calling out their fatal words of rouge gagne and couleur perde. She had shrunk terrified out of the pandemonium, imploring Penn, extorting from him a promise, on his word of honour, that he would never play at those tables, and the scene which so frightened the simple widow only amused the worldly old veteran, and made him young again. He could breathe the air cheerfully, which stifled her. Her right was not his right. His food was her poison? Human creatures are constituted thus differently. And with this variety the marvelous world is peopled. To the credit of Mr. Penn, let it be said that he kept honestly the promise made to his mother, and stoutly told his uncle of his intention to abide by it. When the Major arrived, his presence somehow cast a damp upon at least 3 of the persons of our little party: upon Laura, who had anything but respect for him; upon Warrington, whose manner towards him showed an involuntary haughtiness and contempt; and upon the timid and alarmed widow, who dreaded lest he should interfere with her darling, though almost desperate, projects for her boy. And indeed the Major, unknown to himself, was the bearer of tidings which were to bring about a catastrophe in the affairs of all our friends. Penn, with his 2 ladies, had apartments in the town of Rosenbad. Honest Warrington had lodgings hard by. The Major, on arrival at Rosenbad, had, as befitted his dignity, taken his quarters at one of the great hotels, at the Roman Emperor, or the Four Seasons, where 200 or 300 gamblers, pleasure seekers, or invalids, sat down and overate themselves daily at the enormous table d'hôte. To this hotel Ben went on the morning after the Major's arrival, dutifully to pay his respects to his uncle, and found the latter's sitting room duly prepared and arranged by Mr. Morgan, with the Major's hats brushed and his coats laid out, his dispatch boxes and umbrella cases, his guide books, passports, maps, and other elaborate necessaries of the English traveller, all as trim and ready as they could be in their master's own room in Jermyn Street. Everything was ready, from the medicine bottle fresh filled from the pharmacien, down to the old fellow's prayer book, without which he never travelled, for he made a point of appearing at the English church at every place which he honoured with a stay. Everybody did it, he said; every English gentleman did it; and this pious man would as soon have thought of not calling upon the English ambassador in a continental town, as of not showing himself at the national place of worship. The old gentleman had been to take one of the baths for which Rosenbad is famous, and which everybody takes, and his after-bath toilet was not yet completed when Penn arrived. The elder called out to Arthur in a cheery voice from the inner apartment, in which he and Morgan were engaged, and the valet presently came in, bearing a little packet to Penn's address. Mr. Arthur's letters and papers, Morgan said, which he had brought from Mr. Arthur's chambers in London, and which consisted chiefly of numbers of the Pall Mall Gazette, which our friend Mr. Finucane thought his collaborateur would like to see. The papers were tied together, the letters in an envelope addressed to Penn in the last named gentleman's handwriting. Amongst the letters there was a little note addressed, as a former letter we have heard of had been, to Arthur Pendennis, Esquire, which Arthur opened with a start and a blush, and read with a very keen pang of interest and sorrow and regard. She had come to Arthur's house, Fanny Bolton said, and found that he was gone away to Germany, without ever leaving a word for her, or answer to her last letter, in which she prayed but for one word of kindness, or the books which he had promised her in happier times, before he was ill, and which she should like to keep in remembrance of him. She said she would not reproach those who had found her at his bedside when he was in the fever, and knew nobody, and who had turned the poor girl away without a word. She thought she should have died, she said, of that, but Dr. Goodenough had kindly tended her, and kept her life, when perhaps the keeping of it was of no good, and she forgave everybody, and as for Arthur, she would pray for him for ever. And when he was so ill, and they cut off his hair, she had made so free as to keep one little lock for herself, and that she owned. And might she still keep it, or would his mamma order that that should be given up too? She was willing to obey him in all things, and couldn't but remember that once he was so kind, oh, so good and kind, to his poor Fanny. When Major Pendennis, fresh and smirking from his toilet, came out of his bedroom to his sitting room, he found Arthur with this note before him, and an expression of savage anger on his face, which surprised the elder gentleman. "What news from London, my boy?" he rather faintly asked. "Are the duns at you that you look so glum?" "Do you know anything about this letter, sir?" Arthur asked. "What letter, my good sir?" said the other dryly, at once perceiving what had happened. "You know what I mean. About Fanny Bolton, the poor dear little girl," Arthur broke out. "When she was in my room. Was she there when I was delirious?" I fancied she was. Was she? Who sent her out of my chambers? Who intercepted her letters to me? Who dared to do it? Did you do it, uncle?" "It's not my practice to tamper with gentlemen's letters, or to answer damned impertinent questions," Major Pendennis cried out, in a great tremor of emotion and indignation. "There was a girl in your rooms when I came up at great personal inconvenience, déme, and to meet with a return of this kind for my affection to you is not pleasant, by gad, sir, not at all pleasant." "That's not the question, sir," Arthur said hotly, "and I beg your pardon, uncle. You always have been, most kind to me. But I say again, did you say anything harsh to this poor girl? Did you send her away from me?" "I never spoke a word to the girl," the uncle said, "and I never sent her away from you, and know no more about her, and wish to know no more about her, than about the man in the moon." "Then it's my mother that did it?" Arthur broke out. "Did my mother send that poor child away?" "I repeat, I know nothing about it, sir," the elder said testily. "Let's change the subject, if you please." "I'll never forgive the person who did it," said Arthur, bouncing up and seizing his hat. The Major cried out, "Stop, Arthur, for God's sake, stop!" But before he had uttered his sentence, Arthur had rushed out of the room, and at the next minute the Major saw him striding rapidly down the street that led towards his home. "Get breakfast," said the old fellow to Morgan, and he wagged his head and sighed as he looked out of the window. "Poor Helen, poor soul! There'll be a row. I knew there would, and begad, all the fat's in the fire." When Penn reached home, he only found Warrington in the ladies' drawing-room, waiting their arrival, in order to conduct them to the room where the little English colony at Rosenbad held their Sunday church. Helen and Laura had not appeared as yet. The former was ailing, and her daughter was with her. Penn's wrath was so great that he could not defer expressing it. He flung Fanny's letter across the table to his friend. "Look there, Warrington," he said. "She tended me in my illness. She rescued me out of the jaws of death. And this is the way they have treated the dear little creature. They have kept her letters from me. They have treated me like a child, and her like a dog. Poor thing, my mother has done this." "If she has, you must remember it is your mother," Warrington interposed. "It only makes the crime greater because it is she who has done it," Penn answered. "She ought to have been the poor girl's defender, not her enemy. She ought to go down on her knees and ask pardon of her. I ought. I will. I am shocked at the cruelty which has been shown her. What? She gave me her all, and this is her return. She sacrifices everything for me, and they spurn her." "Hush!" said Warrington. "They can hear you from the next room." "Hear? Let them hear!" Penn cried out, only so much the louder. "Those may overhear my talk who intercept my letters. I say this poor girl has been shamefully used, and I will do my best to right her. I will." The door of the neighbouring room opened, and Laura came forth with a pale and stern face. She looked at Penn with glances from which beamed pride, defiance, aversion. "Arthur, your mother is very ill," she said. "It is a pity that you should speak so loud as to disturb her." "It is a pity that I should have been obliged to speak at all," Penn answered, "and I have more to say before I have done." "I should think what you have to say will hardly be fit for me to hear," Laura said haughtily. "You are welcome to hear it or not, as you like," said Mr. Penn. "I shall go in now and speak to my mother." Laura came rapidly forward, so that she should not be overheard by her friend within. "Not now, sir," she said to Penn. "You may kill her if you do. Your conduct has gone far enough to make her wretched." "What conduct?" cried out Penn, in a fury. "Who dares impugn it? Who dares meddle with me? Is it you who are the instigator of this persecution?" "I said before it was a subject of which it did not become me to hear or to speak," Laura said. "But as for mamma, if she had acted otherwise than she did with regard to the person about whom you seem to take such an interest, it would have been I that must have quitted your house, and not that person." "By heavens, this is too much!" Penn cried out, with a violent execration. "Perhaps that is what you wished," Laura said, tossing her head up. "No more of this, if you please. I am not accustomed to hear such subjects spoken of in such language." And with a stately curtsy the young lady passed to her room, looking her adversary full in the face as she retreated and closed the door upon him. Penn was bewildered with wonder, perplexity, fury at this monstrous and unreasonable persecution. He burst out into a loud and bitter laugh as Laura quitted him, and with sneers and revilings, as a man who jeers under an operation, ridiculed at once his own pain and his persecutor's anger. The laugh, which was one of bitter humour, and no unmanly or unkindly expression of suffering under most cruel and unmerited torture, was heard in the next apartment, as some of his unlucky previous expressions had been, and like them entirely misinterpreted by the hearers. It struck like a dagger into the wounded and tender heart of Helen. It pierced Laura and inflamed the high-spirited girl with scorn and anger. And it was to this hardened libertine, she thought, to this boaster of low intrigues, that I had given my heart away. He breaks the most sacred laws, thought Helen. He prefers the creature of his passion to his own mother, and when he is upbraided he laughs and glories in his crime. She gave me her all. I heard him say it, argued the poor widow, and he boasts of it, and laughs, and breaks his mother's heart. The emotion, the shame, the grief, the mortification almost killed her. She felt she should die of his unkindness. Warrington thought of Laura's speech. "Perhaps this is what you wished." "She loves Penn still," he said. "It was jealousy made her speak. Come away, Penn. Come away, and let us go to church and get calm. You must explain this matter to your mother. She does not appear to know the truth, nor do you quite, my good fellow. Come away, and let us talk about it." And again he muttered to himself, "Perhaps that is what you wished. Yes, she loves him. Why shouldn't she love him? Whom else would I have her love? What can she be to me but the dearest and the fairest and the best of women?" So, leaving the women similarly engaged within, the two gentlemen walked away, each occupied with his own thought, and silent for a considerable space. "I must set this matter right," thought honest George. "As she loves him still, I must set his mind right about the other woman." And with this charitable thought, the good fellow began to tell more at large what Bose had said to him regarding Miss Bolton's behaviour and fickleness, and he described how the girl was no better than a little light-minded flirt, and perhaps he exaggerated the good humour and contentedness which he had himself, as he thought, witnessed in her behaviour in the scene with Mr. Huxter. Now, all Bose's statements had been coloured by an insane jealousy and rage on that old man's part, and instead of allaying Penn's renascent desire to see his little conquest again, Warrington's accounts inflamed and angered Pendennis, and made him more anxious than before to set himself right, as he persisted in phrasing it, with Fanny. They arrived at the church door presently, but scarce one word of the service, and not a syllable of Mr. Shamble's sermon did either of them comprehend, probably, so much was each engaged with his own private speculations. The Major came up to them after the service with his well-brushed hat and wig, and his jauntiest, most cheerful air. He complimented them upon being seen at church. Again he said that every comme il faut person made a point of attending the English service abroad, and he walked back with the young men, prattling to them in garrulous good humour, and making bows to his acquaintances as they passed, and thinking innocently that Penn and George were both highly delighted by his anecdotes, which they suffered to run on in a scornful and silent acquiescence. At the time of Mr. Shamble's sermon, an erratic Anglican divine, hired for the season at places of English resort, and addicted to debts, drinking, and even to roulette, it was said, Penn, chafing under the persecution which his womankind inflicted upon him, had been meditating a great act of revolt and of justice, as he had worked himself up to believe, and Warrington, on his part, had been thinking that a crisis in his affairs had likewise come, and that it was necessary for him to break away from a connection which every day made more and more wretched and dear to him. Yes, the time was come. He took those fatal words, "Perhaps that is what you wished," as a text for a gloomy homily, which he preached to himself in the dark pew of his own heart, whilst Mr. Shamble was feebly giving utterance to his sermon. Chapter 57. Chapter 58 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 58. Fairoaks to let. Our poor widow, with the assistance of her faithful Martha of Fairoaks, who laughed and wondered at the German ways, and superintend the affairs of the simple household, had made a little feast in honor of Major Pendennis's arrival, of which, however, only the Major and his two younger friends partook, for Helen sent to say that she was too unwell to dine at their table, and Laura bore her company. The Major talked for the party, and did not perceive, or choose to perceive, what a gloom and silence pervaded the other two sharers of the modest dinner. It was evening before Helen and Laura came into the sitting-room to join the company there. She came in leaning on Laura, with her back to the waning light, so that Arthur could not see how pallid and woe-stricken her face was, and as she went up to Pen, whom she had not seen during the day, and placed her fond arms on his shoulders and kissed him tenderly, Laura left her and moved away to another part of the room. Pen remarked that his mother's voice and her whole frame trembled. Her hand was clammy cold as she put it up to his forehead, piteously embracing him. The spectacle of her misery only added somehow to the wrath and testiness of the young man. He scarcely returned the kiss which the suffering lady gave him, and the countenance with which he met the appeal of her look was hard and cruel. She persecutes me, he thought within himself, and she comes to me with the air of a martyr. You look very ill, my child, she said. I don't like to see you look in that way. And she tottered to a sofa, still holding one of his passive hands in her thin, cold, clinging fingers. I've had much to annoy me, mother, Pen said with a throbbing breast, and as he spoke Helen's heart began to beat so that she sat almost dead and speechless with terror. Warrington, Laura, and Major Pendennis all remained breathless, aware that the storm was about to break. I have had letters from London, Arthur continued, and one that has given me more pain than I ever had in my life. It tells me that former letters of mine have been intercepted and purloined away from me, that a young creature who has shown the greatest love and care for me has been most cruelly used by you, mother. For God's sake, stop, cried out Warrington. She's ill. Don't you see she is ill? Let him go on, said the widow faintly. Let him go on and kill her, said Laura, rushing up to her mother's side. Speak on, sir, and see her die. It is you who are cruel, cried Pen, more exasperated and more savage, because his own heart, naturally soft and weak, revolted indignantly at the injustice of the very suffering which was laid at his door. It is you that are cruel, who attribute all this pain to me. It is you who are cruel with your wicked reproaches, your wicked doubts of me, your wicked persecutions of those who love me. Yes, those who love me, and who brave everything for me, and whom you despise and trample upon, because they are of lower degree than you. Shall I tell you what I will do, what I am resolved to do, now that I know what your conduct has been? I will go back to this poor girl whom you turned out of my doors, and ask her to come back and share my home with me. I'll defy the pride which persecutes her, and the pitiless suspicion which insults her and me. Do you mean, Pen, that you— Here the widow, with eager eyes and outstretched hands, was breaking out, but Laura stopped her. Silence! Hush, dear mother, she cried, and the widow hushed. Savagely as Pen spoke, she was only too eager to hear what more he had to say. Go on, Arthur, go on, Arthur, was all she said, almost swooning away as she spoke. By Gad, I say he shan't go on, or I won't hear him, by Gad, the Major said, trembling too in his wrath. If you choose, sir, after all we've done for you, after all I've done for you myself, to insult your mother and disgrace your name by allying yourself with a low-born kitchen girl, go and do it, by Gad, but let us, ma'am, have no more to do with him. I wash my hands of you, sir. I wash my hands of you. I'm an old fellow. I ain't long for this world. I come of as ancient and honourable a family as any in England, by gad. And I did hope before I went off the hooks, by gad, that the fellow that I'd liked and brought up and nursed through life, by Jove, would do something to show me that our name, yes, the name of Pendennis, by gad, was left undishonoured behind us. But if he won't, damn me, I say amen. By God, both my father and my brother Jack were the proudest men in England, and I never would have thought that there would come this disgrace to my name. Never. And I'm ashamed that it's Arthur Pendennis. The old fellow's voice here broke off into a sob. It was the second time that Arthur had brought tears from those wrinkled lids. The sound of his breaking voice stayed Penn's anger instantly, and he stopped pacing the room as he had been doing until that moment. Laura was by Helen's sofa, and Warrington had remained hitherto an almost silent but not uninterested spectator of the family storm. As the parties were talking, it had grown almost dark, and after the lull which succeeded the passionate outbreak of the Major, George's deep voice, as it here broke trembling into the twilight room, was heard with no small emotion by all. "Will you let me tell you something about myself, my kind friends?" he said. "You have been so good to me, ma'am. You have been so kind to me, Laura. I hope I may call you so sometimes. My dear Pen and I have been such friends that I have long wanted to tell you my story, such as it is, and would have told it to you earlier, but that it is a sad one, and contains another's secret. However, it may do good for Arthur to know it. It is right that everyone here should. It will divert you from thinking about a subject which, out of a fatal misconception, has caused a great deal of pain to all of you. May I please tell you, Mrs. Pendennis?" "Pray speak," was all Helen said, and indeed she was not much heeding. Her mind was full of another idea with which Penn's words had supplied her, and she was in a terror of hope that what he had hinted might be as she wished. George filled himself a bumper of wine and emptied it, and began to speak. "You all of you know how you see me," he said, "a man without a desire to make an advance in the world, careless about reputation, and living in a garret and from hand to mouth, though I have friends and a name, and I dare say capabilities of my own that would serve me if I had a mind. But mind I have none. I shall die in that garret most likely, and alone. I nailed myself to that doom in early life. Shall I tell you what it was that interested me about Arthur years ago, and made me incline towards him when first I saw him? The men from our college at Oxbridge brought up accounts of that early affair with the Chatteris actress, about whom Penn has talked to me since, and who, but for the Major's generalship, might have been your daughter-in-law, ma'am. I can't see Penn in the dark, but he blushes, I'm sure, and I dare say Miss Bell does, and my friend Major Pendennis, I dare say, laughs as he ought to do, for he won. What would have been Arthur's lot now, had he been tied at 19 to an illiterate woman, older than himself, with no qualities in common between them to make one a companion for the other, no equality, no confidence, and no love speedily? What could he have been but most miserable? And when he spoke just now, and threatened a similar union, be sure it was but a threat occasioned by anger, which you must give me leave to say, ma'am, was very natural on his part, for after a generous and manly conduct, let me say, who know the circumstances well, most generous and manly and self-denying, which is rare with him. He has met from some friends of his with a most unkind suspicion, and has had to complain of the unfair treatment of another innocent person, towards whom he and you all are under much obligation." The widow was going to get up here, and Warrington, seeing her attempt to rise, said, "Do I tire you, ma'am?" "Oh, no, go on," said Helen, delighted, and he continued. "I liked him, you see, because of that early history of his, which had come to my ears in college gossip, and because I like a man, if you will pardon me for saying so, Miss Laura, who shows that he can have a great unreasonable attachment for a woman. That was why we became friends, and are all friends here. For always, aren't we?" he added in a lower voice, leaning over to her. "And Penn has been a great comfort and companion to a lonely and unfortunate man. I'm not complaining of my lot, you see, for no man's is what he would have it, and up in my garret where you left the flowers, and with my old books and my pipe for a wife, I'm pretty contented, and only occasionally envy other men whose careers in life are more brilliant, or who can solace their ill fortune by what fate and my own fault has deprived me of, the affection of a woman or a child?" Here there came a sigh from somewhere near Warrington in the dark, and a hand was held out in his direction, which, however, was instantly withdrawn, for the prudery of our females is such, that before all expression of feeling or natural kindness and regard, a woman is taught to think of herself and the proprieties, and to be ready to blush at the very slightest notice. And checking, as of course it ought, the spontaneous motion, modestly drew up again. Kindly friendship shrank back ashamed of itself, and Warrington resumed his history. "My fate is such as I made it, and not lucky for me or for others involved in it. I, too, had an adventure before I went to college, and there was no one to save me, as Major Pendennis saved Penn. Pardon me, Miss Laura, if I tell this story before you. It is as well that you, all of you, should hear my confession. Before I went to college, as a boy of 18, I was at a private tutor's, and there, like Arthur, I became attached, or fancied I was attached, to a woman of a much lower degree and a greater age than my own. You shrink from me." "No, I don't," Laura said, and here the hand went out resolutely and laid itself in Warrington's. She had divined his story from some previous hints let fall by him, and his first words at its commencement. "She was a yeoman's daughter in the neighbourhood," Warrington said with rather a faltering voice, "and I fancied what all young men fancy. Her parents knew who my father was, and encouraged me with all sorts of coarse artifices and scoundrel flatteries, which I see now about their house. To do her justice, I own she never cared for me, but was forced into what happened by the threats and compulsion of her family. Would to God that I had not been deceived, but in these matters we are deceived because we wish to be so, and I thought I loved that poor woman. What could come of such a marriage? I found before long that I was married to a boor. She could not comprehend one subject that interested me. Her dullness palled upon me till I grew to loathe it, and after some time of a wretched, furtive union, I must tell you all, I found letters somewhere, and such letters they were, which showed me that her heart, such as it was, had never been mine, but had always belonged to a person of her own degree. At my father's death I paid what debts I had contracted at college, and settled every shilling which remained to me in an annuity upon those who bore my name, on condition that they should hide themselves away and not assume it. They have kept that condition, as they would break it for more money. If I had earned fame or reputation, that woman would have come to claim it. If I had made a name for myself, those who no right to it would have borne it. And I entered life at 20, God help me, hopeless and ruined beyond remission. I was the boyish victim of vulgar cheats, and perhaps it is only of late I have found out how hard, how hard it is to forgive them. I told you the moral before, Pen, and now I have told you the fable. Beware how you marry out of your degree. I was made for a better lot than this, I think, but God has awarded me this one, and so you see it is for me to look on, and see others successful, and others happy, with a heart that shall be as little bitter as possible." "By gad, sir," cried the Major, in high good humour, "I intended you to marry Miss Laura here." "And by gad, Master Shallow, I owe you £1,000," Warrington said. "How do you mean 1,000?" "It was only a pony, sir," replied the Major simply, at which the other laughed. As for Helen, she was so delighted that she started up and said, "God bless you, God for ever bless you, Mr. Warrington," and kissed both his hands, and ran up to Pen, and fell into his arms. "Yes, dearest mother," he said as he held her to him, and with a noble tenderness and emotion embraced and forgave her. "I am innocent, and my dear, dear mother has done me a wrong." "Oh, yes, my child, I have wronged you. Thank God I have wronged you," Helen whispered. "Come away, Arthur. Not here. I want to ask my child to forgive me, and my God to forgive me, and to bless you and love you, my son." He led her tottering into her room, and closed the door, as the three touched spectators of the reconciliation looked on in pleased silence. Ever after, the tender accents of that voice faltering sweetly at his ear, the look of the sacred eyes beaming with an affection unutterable, the quiver of the fond lips smiling mournfully, were remembered by the young man. And at his best moments, and at his hours of trial and grief, and at his times of success or well-doing, the mother's face looked down upon him and blessed him with its gaze of pity and purity, as he saw it in that night when she yet lingered with him, and when she seemed, ere she quite left him, an angel, transfigured and glorified with love for which love, as for the greatest of the bounties and wonders of God's provision for us, lets us kneel and thank our Father. The moon had risen by this time. Arthur recollected well afterwards how it lighted up his mother's sweet pale face. Their talk, or his rather, for she scarcely could speak, was more tender and confidential than it had been for years before. He was the frank and generous boy of her early days in love. He told her the story, the mistake regarding which had caused her so much pain, his struggles to fly from temptation, and his thankfulness that he had been able to overcome it. He never would do the girl wrong, never, or wound his own honour or his mother's pure heart. The threat that he would return was uttered in a moment of exasperation, of which he repented. He never would see her again, but his mother said yes, he should, and it was she who had been proud and culpable, and she would like to give Fanny Bolton something, and she begged her dear boy's pardon for opening the letter, and she would write to the young girl if she had time. Poor thing, was it not natural that she should love her Arthur? And again she kissed him, and she blessed him. As they were talking, the clock struck 9, and Helen reminded him how, when he was a little boy, she used to go up to his bedroom at that hour, and hear him say, Our Father. And once more, oh once more, the young man fell down at his mother's sacred knees, and sobbed out the prayer which the divine tenderness uttered for us, and which has been echoed by 20 ages since by millions of sinful and humbled men. And as he spoke the last words of the supplication, the mother's head fell down on her boy's, and her arms closed round him, and together they repeated the words, For ever and ever, and Amen. A little time after it might have been a quarter of an hour, Laura heard Arthur's voice call from within, Laura, Laura. She rushed into the room instantly, and found the young man still on his knees, and holding his mother's hand. Helen's head had sunk back, and was quite pale in the room. Penn looked round, scared with a ghastly terror. Help, Laura, help, he said. She's fainted, she's... Laura screamed, and fell by the side of Helen. The shriek brought Warrington and Major Pendennis and the servants to the room. The sainted woman was dead. The last emotion of her soul here was joy, to be henceforth uncheckered and eternal. The tender heart beat no more. It was to have no more pangs, no more doubts, no more griefs and trials. Its last throb was love, and Helen's last breath was a benediction. The melancholy party bent their way speedily homewards, and Helen was laid by her husband's side at Clavering, in the old church where she had prayed so often. For a while Laura went to stay with Dr. Portman, who read the service over his dear departed sister, amidst his own sobs and those of the little congregation which assembled round Helen's tomb. There were not many who cared for her, or who spoke of her when gone. Scarcely more than of a nun in a cloister did people know of that pious and gentle lady. A few words among the cottagers whom her bounty was accustomed to relieve, a little talk from house to house at Clavering, where this lady told how their neighbour died of a complaint in the heart, whilst that speculated upon the amount of a property which the widow had left, and a third wondered whether Arthur would let Fairoaks or live in it, and expected that he would not be long getting through his property. This was all, and except with one or two who cherished her, the kind soul was forgotten by the next market day. Would you desire that grief for you should last for a few weeks more? And does afterlife seem less solitary, provided that our names, when we go down into silence, are echoing on the side of the grave yet for a little while, and human voices are still talking about us? She was gone, the pure soul, whom only 2 or 3 loved and knew. The great blank she left was in Laura's heart, to whom her love had been everything, and who had now but to worship her memory. I am glad that she gave me her blessing before she went away, Warrington said to Penn. And as for Arthur, with a humble acknowledgment and wonder at so much affection, he hardly dared to ask of heaven to make him worthy of it, though he felt that a saint there was interceding for him. All the lady's affairs were found in perfect order, and her little property ready for transmission to her son, in trust for whom she held it. Papers in her desk showed that she had long been aware of the complaint, one of the heart under which she laboured, and knew that it would suddenly remove her, and a prayer was found in her handwriting, asking that her end might be as it was, in the arms of her son. Laura and Arthur talked over her sayings, all of which the former most fondly remembered, to the young man's shame somewhat, who thought how much greater her love had been for Helen than his own. He referred himself entirely to Laura to know what Helen would have wished should be done, what poor persons she would have liked to relieve, what legacies or remembrances she would have wished to transmit. They packed up the vase which Helen, in her gratitude, had destined to Dr. Goodenough, and duly sent it to the kind doctor. A silver coffee pot, which she used, was sent off to Portman. A diamond ring with her hair was given with affectionate greeting to Warrington. It must have been a hard day for poor Laura when she went over to Fairoaks first, and to the little room which she had occupied, and which was hers no more, and to the widow's own blank chamber, in which those two had passed so many beloved hours. There, of course, were the clothes in the wardrobe, the cushion on which she prayed, the chair at the toilette, the glass that was no more to reflect her dear sad face. After she had been here a while, Pen knocked and led her downstairs to the parlour again, and made her drink a little wine, and said, "God bless you," as she touched the glass. "Nothing shall ever be changed in your room," he said. "It is always your room. It is always my sister's room. Shall it not be so, Laura?" And Laura said yes. Among the widow's papers was found a packet marked by the widow, letters from Laura's father, and which Arthur gave to her. They were the letters which had passed between the cousins in the early days before the marriage of either of them. The ink was faded in which they were written, the tears dried out that both perhaps had shed over them, the grief healed now, whose bitterness they chronicled, the friends doubtless united, whose parting on earth had caused to both pangs so cruel. And Laura learned fully now, for the first time, what the tie was which had bound her so tenderly to Helen, how faithfully her more than mother had cherished her father's memory, how truly she had loved him, how meekly resigned him. One legacy of his mother's Pen remembered, of which Laura could have no cognizance. It was that wish of Helen's to make some present to Fanny Bolton, and Pen wrote to her, putting his letter under an envelope to Mr. Bowes, and requesting that gentleman to read it before he delivered it to Fanny. "Dear Fanny," Pen said, "I have to acknowledge 2 letters from you, one of which was delayed in my illness." Pen found the first letter in his mother's desk after her decease, and the reading it gave him a strange pang. "And to thank you, my kind nurse and friend, who watched me so tenderly during my fever. And I have to tell you that the last words of my dear mother, who is no more, were words of goodwill and gratitude to you for nursing me. And she said she would have written to you had she had time, that she would like to ask your pardon if she had harshly treated you, and that she would beg you to show your forgiveness by accepting some token of friendship and regard from her." Pen concluded by saying that his friend George Warrington, Esquire of Lambcourt Temple, was trustee of a little sum of money, of which the interest would be paid to her until she became of age, or changed her name, which would always be affectionately remembered by her grateful friend A. Pendennis. The sum was in truth but small, although enough to make a little heiress of Fanny Bolton, whose parents were appeased, and whose father, said Mr. P., had acted quite as the gentleman, though Bowes growled out that to plaster a wounded heart with a banknote was an easy kind of sympathy, and poor Fanny felt only too clearly that Pen's letter was one of farewell. "Sending £100 notes to porters' daughters is all devilish well," old Major Pendennis said to his nephew, whom, as the proprietor of Fairoaks and the head of the family, he now treated with marked deference and civility. "And as there was a little ready money at the bank, and your poor mother wished it, there's perhaps no harm done. But, my good lad, I'd have you to remember that you've not above 500 a year, though, thanks to me, the world gives you credit for being a deuced deal better off. And on my knees I beg you, my boy, don't break into your capital. Stick to it, sir. Don't speculate with it, sir. Keep your land, and don't borrow on it. Tatham tells me that the Chatteris branch of the railway will almost certainly pass through Chatteris, and of it can be brought on this side of the Brawl, sir, and through your fields they'll be worth a devilish deal of money, and your 500 a year will jump up to 8 or 9. Whatever it is, keep it, I implore you, keep it. And I say, Pen, I think you should give up living in those dirty chambers in the Temple, and let a decent lodging. And I should have a man, sir, to wait upon me, and a horse or 2 in town in the season. All this will pretty well swallow up your income, and I know you must live close, but remember you have a certain place in society, and you can't afford to cut a poor figure in the world. What are you going to do in the winter? You don't intend to stay down here, or I suppose to go on writing for that, what do you call 'em, that newspaper?" "Warrington and I are going abroad again, sir, for a little, and then we shall see what is to be done," Arthur replied. "And you'll let Fairoaks, of course. Good school in the neighbourhood, cheap, country, devilish nice place for East India colonels or families wanting to retire. I'll speak about it at the club. There are lots of fellows at the club want a place of that sort." "I hope Laura will live in it for the winter at least, and will make it her home," Arthur replied, at which the Major pished and pshawed. and said that there ought to be convents, begad, for English ladies, and wished that Miss Bell had not been there to interfere with the arrangements of the family, and that she would mope herself to death alone in that place. Indeed, it would have been a very dismal abode for poor Laura, who was not too happy either in Dr. Portman's household, and in the town where too many things reminded her of the dear parent whom she had lost. But old Lady Rockminster, who adored her young friend Laura, as soon as she read in the paper of her loss, and of her presence in the country, rushed over from Weymouth, where the old lady was staying, and insisted that Laura should remain 6 months, 12 months, all her life with her, and to her ladyship's house Martha from Fairoaks, as femme de chambre, accompanied her young mistress. Penn and Warrington saw her depart. It was difficult to say which of the young men seemed to regard her the most tenderly. "Your cousin is pert and rather vulgar, my dear, but he seems to have a good heart," little Lady Rockminster said, who said her say about everybody. "But I like Bluebeard best. Tell me, is he touche au coeur?" "Mr. Warrington has been long engaged," Laura said, dropping her eyes. "Nonsense, child. And good heavens, my dear, that's a pretty diamond cross. What do you mean by wearing it in the morning?" "Arthur, my brother, gave it me just now. It was " She could not finish the sentence. The carriage passed over the bridge, and by the dear, dear gate of Fairoaks, home no more. Chapter 58. Chapter 59 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 59. Old Friends. It chanced at that great English festival at which all London takes a holiday, upon Epsom Downs, that a great number of the personages to whom we have been introduced in the course of this history were assembled to see the Derby. In a comfortable open carriage, which had been brought to the ground by a pair of horses, might be seen Mrs. Bungay of Paternoster Row, attired like Solomon in all his glory, and having by her side modest Mrs. Shandon, for whom, since the commencement of their acquaintance, the worthy publisher's lady had maintained a steady friendship. Bungay, having recreated himself with a copious luncheon, was madly shying at the sticks hard by, till the perspiration ran off his bald pate. Shandon was shambling about among the drinking tenants and gipsies. Finucane, constant in attendance on the two ladies, to whom gentlemen of their acquaintance and connected with the publishing house came up to pay a visit. Among others, Mr. Archer came up to make her his bow, and told Mrs. Bungay who was on the course. Yonder was the Prime Minister. His Lordship had just told him to back Borax for the race, but Archer thought Munmere the better horse. He pointed out countless dukes and grandees to the delighted Mrs. Bungay. "Look yonder in the grand stand," he said. "There sits the Chinese ambassador with the mandarins of his suite. Fu Chu Fu brought me over letters of introduction from the Governor General of India, my most intimate friend, and I was for some time very kind to him, and he had his chopsticks laid for him at my table whenever he chose to come and dine. But he brought his own cook with him, and, would you believe it, Mrs. Bungay, one day when I was out, and the ambassador was with Mrs. Archer in our garden eating gooseberries, of which the Chinese are passionately fond, the beast of a cook, seeing my wife's dear little Blenheim spaniel that we had from the Duke of Marlborough himself, whose ancestor's life Mrs. Archer's great-great-grandfather saved at the battle of Malplaquet, seized upon the poor little devil, cut his throat and skinned him, and served him up stuffed with forced meat in the second course." "Law!" said Mrs. Bungay. "You may fancy my wife's agony when she knew what had happened. The cook came screaming upstairs, and told us that she had found poor Fido's skin in the area, just after we had all of us tasted of the dish. She never would speak to the ambassador again, never, and upon my word he has never been to dine with us since. The Lord Mayor, who did me the honour to dine, liked the dish very much, and eaten with green peas it tastes rather like duck." "You don't say so now!" cried the astonished publisher's lady. "Fact, upon my word. Look at that lady in blue, seated by the ambassador. That is Lady Flamingo, and they say she is going to be married to him, and return to Pekin with his Excellency. She is getting her feet squeezed down on purpose, but she'll only cripple herself, and will never be able to do it, never. My wife has the smallest foot in England, and wears shoes for a 6-years-old child, but what is that to a Chinese lady's foot, Mrs. Bungay?" "Who is that carriage as Mr. Pendennis is with, Mr. Archer?" Mrs. Bungay presently asked. "He and Mr. Warrington was here just now. He's 'aughty in his manners, that Mr. Pendennis, and well he may be, for I'm told he keeps tip-top company. Has he 'ad a large fortune left him, Mr. Archer? He's in black still, I see." 1,800 a year in land, and 22,500 in the 3½ per cents. That's about it," said Mr. Archer. "Law! Why, you know everything, Mr. A!" cried the lady of Paternoster Row. "I happen to know, because I was called in about poor Mrs. Pendennis's will," Mr. Archer replied. "Pendennis's uncle, the Major, seldom does anything without me; and as he is likely to be extravagant, we've tied up the property so that he can't make ducks and drakes with it. How do you do, my lord? Do you know that gentleman, ladies? You have read his speeches in the House. It is Lord Rochester." "Lord Fiddlestick!" cried out Finucane from the box. "Sure it's Tom Staples of the Morning Advertiser, Archer." "Is it?" Archer said simply. "Well, I'm very short-sighted, and upon my word I thought it was Rochester. That gentleman with the double opera glass," another nod, "is Lord John, and the tall man with him, don't you know him, is Sir James." "You know 'em because you see 'em in the House," growled Finucane. "I know them because they are kind enough to allow me to call them my most intimate friends," Archer continued. "Look at the Duke of Hampshire. What a pattern of a fine old English gentleman! He never misses the Derby. Archer, he said to me only yesterday, 'I've been at 65 Derbies, appeared on the field for the first time on a piebald pony when I was 7 years old, with my father, the Prince of Wales, and Colonel Hanger, and only missing 2 races, one when I had the measles at Eton, and one in the Waterloo year, when I was with my friend Wellington in Flanders.'" "And who is that yellow carriage with the pink and yellow parasols, that Mr. Pendennis is talking to, and ever so many gentlemen?" asked Mrs. Bungay. "That is Lady Clavering of Clavering Park, next estate to my friend Pendennis. That is the young son and heir upon the box. He's awfully tipsy, the little scamp. And the young lady is Miss Amory, Lady Clavering's daughter by a first marriage, and uncommonly sweet upon my friend Pendennis. But I've reason to think he has his heart fixed elsewhere. You have heard of young Mr. Foker, the great brewer, Foker, you know. He was going to hang himself in consequence of a fatal passion for Miss Amory, who refused him, but was cut down just in time by his valet, and is now abroad under a keeper." "How happy that young fellow is!" sighed Mrs. Bungay. "Who'd have thought, when he came so quiet and demure to dine with us 3 or 4 years ago, he would turn out such a grand character? Why, I saw his name at court the other day, and presented by the Marquis of Steyne, and all, and in every party of the nobility his name's down, as sure as a gun. "I introduced him a good deal when he first came up to town," Mr. Archer said, "and his uncle, Major Pendennis, did the rest. Hallo! There's Cobden here, of all men in the world. I must go and speak to him. Good bye, Mrs. Bungay. Good morning, Mrs. Shandon." An hour previous to this time, and at a different part of the course, there might have been seen an old stage coach, on the battered roof of which a crowd of shabby rafts were stamping and hallooing, as the great event of the day, the Derby race, rushed over the greensward, and by the shouting millions of people assembled to view that magnificent scene. This was Wheeler's, the Harlequin's Head drag, which had brought down a company of choice spirits from Bow Street, with a slap-up luncheon in the boot. As the whirling race flashed by, each of the choice spirits bellowed out the name of the horse, or the colours which he thought, or he hoped, might be foremost. "The cornet! It's Muffineer! It's Blue Sleeves! Yaller cap! Yaller cap! Yaller cap!" and so forth, yelled the gentlemen sportsmen during that delicious and thrilling minute before the contest was decided. And as the fluttering signal blew out, showing the number of the famous horse Podasocus as winner of the race, one of the gentlemen on the Harlequin's Head drag sprang up off the roof as if he was a pigeon, and about to fly away to London or York with the news. But his elation did not lift him many inches from his standing place, to which he came down again on the instant, causing the boards of the crazy old coach roof to crack with the weight of his joy. "Hooray, hooray!" he bawled out. "Podasicus is the horse. Supper for 10, Wheeler, my boy. Ask you all round, of course, and damn the expense." And the gentlemen on the carriage, the shabby swaggerers, the dubious bucks, said, "Thank you, congratulate you, Colonel, sup with you with pleasure," and whispered to one another, "The Colonel stands to win 1500, and he got the odds from a good man too." And each of the shabby bucks and dusky dandies began to eye his neighbour with suspicion, lest that neighbour, taking his advantage, should get the Colonel into a lonely place and borrow money of him. And the winner on Podasocus could not be alone during the whole of that afternoon, so closely did his friends watch him and each other. At another part of the course you might have seen a vehicle certainly more modest, if not more shabby than that battered coach which had brought down the choice spirits from the Harlequin's Head. This was cab number 2002, which had conveyed a gentleman and two ladies from the cab stand in the Strand, whereof one of the ladies, as she sat on the box of the cab enjoying with her mamma and their companion a repast of lobster salad and bitter ale, looked so fresh and pretty that many of the splendid young dandies who were strolling about the course and enjoying themselves at the noble diversion of sticks, and talking to the beautifully dressed ladies in the beautiful carriages on the hill, forsook these fascinations to have a glance at the smiling and rosy-cheeked lass on the cab. The blushes of youth and good humour mantled on the girl's cheeks, and played over that fair countenance like the pretty shining cloudlets on the serene sky overhead. The elder lady's cheek was red too, but that was a permanent mottled rose, deepening only as it received 3 draughts of pale ale and brandy and water, until her face emulated the rich shell of the lobster which she devoured. The gentleman who escorted these two ladies was most active in attendance upon them, here on the course, as he had been during the previous journey. During the whole of that animated and delightful drive from London, his jokes had never ceased. He spoke up undauntedly to the most awful drags, full of the biggest and most solemn guardsmen, as to the humblest donkey chaise in which Bob the dustman was driving Molly to the race. He had fired astonishing volleys of what is called chaff into endless windows as he passed, into lines of grinning girls' schools, into little regiments of shouting urchins hurraying behind the railings of their classical and commercial academies, into casements whence smiling maidservants and nurses tossing babies, or demure old maiden ladies with dissenting countenances were looking. And the pretty girl in the straw bonnet with pink ribbon, and her mamma, the devourer of lobsters, had both agreed that when he was in spirits there was nothing like that Mr. Sam. He had crammed the cab with trophies won from the bankrupt proprietors of the sticks hard by, and with countless pincushions, wooden apples, baccy boxes, jack-in-the-boxes, and little soldiers. He had brought up a gypsy with a tawny child in her arms to tell the fortunes of the ladies, and the only cloud which momentarily obscured the sunshine of that happy party was when the teller of fate informed the young lady that had had reason to beware of a fair man who was false to her, that she had had a bad illness, and that she would find that a man would prove true. The girl looked very much abashed at this news. Her mother and the young man interchanged signs of wonder and intelligence. Perhaps the conjurer had used the same words to 100 different carriages on that day. Making his way solitary amongst the crowd and the carriages, and noting, according to his wont, the various circumstances and characters which the animated scene presented, a young friend of ours came suddenly upon cab 2002, and the little group of persons assembled on the outside of the vehicle. As he caught sight of the young lady on the box, she started and turned pale. Her mother became redder than ever. The heretofore gay and triumphant Mr. Sam immediately assumed a fierce and suspicious look, and his eyes turned savagely from Fanny Bolton, whom the reader no doubt has recognised in the young lady of the cab, to Arthur Pendennis, advancing to meet her. Arthur, too, looked dark and suspicious on perceiving Mr. Samuel Huxter in company with his old acquaintances. His suspicion was that of alarmed morality, and I dare say highly creditable to Mr. Arthur, like the suspicion of Mrs. Lynx, when she sees Mr. Brown and Mrs. Jones talking together, or when she remarks Mrs. Lamb twice or thrice in a handsome opera box. There may be no harm in the conversation of Mr. B. and Mr. J. and Mrs. Lamb's opera box, though she notoriously can't afford one, may be honestly come by. But yet a moralist like Mrs. Lynx has a right to the little precautionary fright, and Arthur was no doubt justified in adopting that severe demeanour of his. Fanny's heart began to patter violently. Huxter's fists, plunged into the pockets of his paletot, clenched themselves involuntarily, and armed themselves, as it were, in ambush. Mrs. Bolton began to talk with all her might, and with a wonderful volubility. And lor, she was so apply to see Mr. Pendennis, and how well he was a-lookin', and we'd been talking about Mr. P. only just before, hadn't we, Fanny? And if this was the famous Epsom races that they talked so much about, she didn't care for her part if she never saw them again. And how was Major Pendennis, and that kind Mr. Warrington, who brought Mr. P.'s great kindness to Fanny, and she never would forget it, never. And Mr. Warrington was so tall he almost broke his head up against their lodge door. You recollect Mr. Warrington's a knocking of his head, don't you, Fanny? Whilst Mrs. Bolton was so discoursing, I wonder how many thousands of thoughts passed through Fanny's mind, and what dear times, sad struggles, lonely griefs, and subsequent shamefaced consolations were recalled to her. What pangs had the poor little thing, as she thought how much she had loved him, and that she loved him no more. There he stood, about whom she was going to die 10 months since, dandified, supercilious, with a black crape to his white hat, and jet buttons in his shirt front, and a pink in his coat that some one else had probably given him, with the tightest lavender-coloured gloves sewn with black, and the smallest of canes. And Mr. Huxter wore no gloves, and great blucher boots, and smelt very much of tobacco certainly, and looked, oh, it must be owned, he looked as if a bucket of water would do him a great deal of good. All these thoughts, and a myriad of others, rushed through Fanny's mind as her mamma was delivering herself of her speech, and as the girl, from under her eyes, surveyed Pendennis, surveyed him entirely from head to foot, the circle on his white forehead that his hat left when he lifted it, his beautiful, beautiful hair had grown again, the trinkets at his watch chain, the ring on his hand under his glove, the neat shining boot, so unlike Sam's high-low, and after her hand had given a little twittering pressure to the lavender-coloured kid grasp which was held out to it, and after her mother had delivered herself of her speech, all Fanny could find to say was, "This is Mr. Samuel Huxter, whom you knew formerly, I believe, sir. Mr. Samuel, you know you knew Mr. Pendennis formerly, and will you take a little refreshment?" These little words, tremulous and uncoloured as they were, yet were understood by Pendennis in such a manner as to take a great load of suspicion from off his mind, of remorse, perhaps, from his heart. The frown on the countenance of the Prince of Fairoaks disappeared, and a good-natured smile and a knowing twinkle of the eyes illuminated his Highness's countenance. "I'm very thirsty," he said, "and I will be glad to drink your health, Fanny, and I hope Mr. Huxter will pardon me for having been very rude to him the last time we met, and when I was so ill and out of spirits that indeed I scarcely knew what I said." And herewith the lavender-coloured Dexter kid glove was handed out in token of amity to Huxter. The dirty fist in the young surgeon's pocket was obliged to undoable itself, and come out of its ambush disarmed. The poor fellow himself felt, as he laid it in Pen's hand, how hot his own was, and how black. It left black marks on Pen's gloves. He saw them. He would have liked to have clenched it again, and dashed it into the other's good-humoured face, and have seen there upon that round, with Fanny, with all England looking on, which was the best man, he, Sam Huxter of Bartholomew's, or that grinning dandy. Pen, with ineffable good humour, took a glass. He didn't mind what it was. He was content to drink after the ladies, and he filled it with frothing, lukewarm beer, which he pronounced to be delicious, and which he drank cordially to the health of the party. As he was drinking and talking on in an engaging manner, a young lady in a shot dove-coloured dress, with a white parasol lined with pink, and the prettiest dove-coloured boots that ever stepped, passed by Pen, leaning on the arm of a stalwart gentleman with a military moustache. The young lady clenched her little fist, and gave a mischievous side look as she passed Pen. He of the moustachios burst out into a jolly laugh. He had taken off his hat to the ladies of cab number 2002. You should have seen Fanny Bolton's eyes watching after the dove-coloured young lady. Immediately Huxter perceived the direction which they took. They ceased looking after the dove-coloured nymph, and they turned and looked into Sam Huxter's orbs with the most artless, good-humoured expression. "What a beautiful creature!" Fanny said. "What a lovely dress! Did you remark, Mr. Sam, such little hands?" "It was Captain Strong," said Mrs. Bolton. "And who was the young woman, I wonder?" "A neighbour of mine in the country, Miss Amory," Arthur said. "Lady Clavering's daughter. You've seen Sir Francis often in Shepherd's Inn, Mrs. Bolton." As he spoke, Fanny built up a perfect romance in 3 volumes: Love, Faithlessness, Splendid Marriage at St. George's, Hanover Square, Broken Hearted Maid. And Sam Huxter was not the hero of that story. Poor Sam, who by this time had got out an exceedingly rank Cuba cigar, and was smoking it under Fanny's little nose. After that confounded prig, Pendennis, joined and left the party, the sun was less bright; to Sam Huxter the sky less blue. The sticks had no attraction for him, the bitter beer hot and undrinkable. The world was changed. He had a quantity of peas and a tin pea-shooter in the pocket of the cab for amusement on the homeward route. He didn't take them out, and forgot their existence until some other wag, on their return from the races, fired a volley into Sam's sad face, upon which salute, after a few oaths indicative of surprise, he burst into a savage and sardonic laugh. But Fanny was charming all the way home. She coaxed and snuggled and smiled. She laughed pretty laughs. She admired everything. She took out the darling little jack-in-the-boxes, and was so obliged to Sam. And when they got home, and Mr. Huxter, still with darkness on his countenance, was taking a frigid leave of her, she burst into tears, and said he was a naughty, unkind thing. Upon which, with a burst of emotion almost as emphatic as hers, the young surgeon held the girl in his arms, swore that she was an angel, and that he was a jealous brute, owned that he was unworthy of her, and that he had no right to hate Pendennis, and asked her, implored her, to say once more that she what? The end of the question and Fanny's answer were pronounced by lips that were so near each other that no bystander could hear the words. Mrs. Bolton only said, "Come, come, Mr. H., no nonsense, if you please, and I think you've acted like a wicked wretch, and been most uncommon cruel to Fanny, that I do." When Arthur left number 2002, he went to pay his respects to the carriage to which, and to the side of her mamma, the dove-coloured author of Malarme had by this time returned. Indefatigable old Major Pendennis was in waiting upon Lady Clavering, and had occupied the back seat in her carriage, the box being in possession of young Hopeful under the care of Captain Strong. A number of dandies and men of a certain fashion, of military bucks, of young rakes of the public offices, of those who may be styled men rather than ladies, had come about the carriage during its station on the hill, and had exchanged a word or two with Lady Clavering, and a little talk, a little chaff, some of the most elegant of the men styled their conversation, with Miss Amory. They had offered her sportive bets, and exchanged with her all sorts of free talk and knowing innuendos. They pointed out to her who was on the course, and the who was not always the person a young lady should know. When Penn came up to Lady Clavering's carriage, he had to push his way through a crowd of these young bucks, who were paying their court to Miss Amory, in order to arrive as near that young lady, who beckoned him by many pretty signals to her side. "Je l'ai vue. Elle a de bien beaux yeux. Vous êtes un monstre." "Why monster?" said Penn, with a laugh. "On est celui qui malibines. My young friend yonder is as well protected as any young lady in Christendom. She has her mamma on one side, her pretend on the other. Could any harm happen to a girl between those two?" "One does not know what may or may not arrive," said Miss Blanche, in French, "when a girl has the mind, and when she is pursued by a wicked monster like you. Figure to yourself, Major, that I come to find Monsieur, your nephew, near to a cab, by 2 ladies and a man, oh, such a man, and who ate lobsters, and who laughed." "Who laughed?" "It did not strike me that the man laughed," Penn said. "And as for lobsters, I thought he would have liked to eat me. After the lobsters, he shook hands with me, and gripped me so, that he bruised my glove black and blue. He is a young surgeon. He comes from Clavering. Don't you remember the gilt pestle and mortar in High Street?" "If he attends you when you are sick," continued Miss Amory, "he will kill you. He will serve you right, for you are a monster." The perpetual recurrence to the word monster jarred upon Penn. She speaks about these matters a great deal too lightly, he thought. If I had been a monster, as she calls it, she would have received me just the same. This is not the way in which an English lady should speak or think. Laura would not speak in that way, thank God. And as he thought so, his own countenance fell. "Of what are you thinking? Are you going to bounder me at present?" Blanche asked. "Major, Scold your méchant nephew. He does not amuse me at all. He is as bête as Captain Crackenbury." "What are you saying about me, Miss Amory?" said the guardsman, with a grin. "If it's anything good, say it in English, for I don't understand French when it's spoke so devilish quick." "It ain't anything good, Crack," said Crackenbury's fellow, Captain Clinker. "Let's come away, and don't spoil sport. They say Pendennis is sweet upon her." "I'm told he's a devilish clever fellow," sighed Crackenbury. "Lady Violet Lebas says he's a devilish clever fellow. He wrote a work, or a poem, or something, and he writes those devilish clever things in the papers, you know. Damn me, I wish I was a clever fellow, Clinker." "That's past wishing for, Crack, my boy," the other said. "I can't write a good book, but I think I can make a pretty good one on the Derby. What a flat Clavering is! And the Begum, I like that old Begum. She's worth 10 of her daughter. How pleased the old girl was at winning the lottery." "Clavering's safe to pay up, ain't he?" asked Captain Crackenbury. "I hope so," said his friend, and they disappeared to enjoy themselves among the sticks. Before the end of the day's amusements, many more gentlemen of Lady Clavering's acquaintance came up to her carriage, and chatted with the party which it contained. The worthy lady was in high spirits and good humour, laughing and talking according to her wont, and offering refreshments to all her friends, until her ample baskets and bottles were emptied, and her servants and postilions were in such a royal state of excitement, as servants and postilions commonly are upon the Derby day. The Major remarked that some of the visitors to the carriage appeared to look with rather queer and meaning glances towards its owner. "How easily she takes it," one man whispered to another. "The Begum's made of money," the friend replied. "How easily she takes what?" thought old Pendennis. "Has anybody lost any money?" Lady Clavering said she was happy in the morning, because Sir Francis had promised her not to bet. Mr. Wellbore, the country neighbour of the Claverings, was passing the carriage, when he was called back by the Begum, who rallied him for wishing to cut her. Why didn't he come before? Why didn't he come to lunch? Her ladyship was in great delight, she told him. She told everybody that she had won £5 in the lottery. As she conveyed this piece of intelligence to him, Mr. Wellbore looked so particularly knowing, and withal melancholy, that a dismal apprehension seized upon Major Pendennis. He would go and look after the horses and those rascals of postilions, who were so long in coming round. When he came back to the carriage, his usually benign and smirking countenance was obscured by some sorrow. "What is the matter with you now?" the good-natured Begum asked. The Major pretended a headache from the fatigue and sunshine of the day. The carriage wheeled off the course and took its way Londonwards, not the least brilliant equipage in that vast and picturesque procession. The tipsy drivers dashed gallantly over the turf, amidst the admiration of foot passengers, the ironical cheers of the little donkey carriages and spring vans, and the loud objurgations of horse and chaise men with whom the reckless postboys came in contact. The jolly Begum looked the picture of good humour as she reclined on her splendid cushions. The lovely Sylphide smiled with languid elegance. Many an honest holiday maker with his family wadded into a tax cart. Many a cheap dandy, working his way home on his weary hack, admired that brilliant turnout, and thought, no doubt, how happy those swells must be. Strong sat on the box still, with a lordly voice calling to the postboys and the crowd. Master Frank had been put inside of the carriage, and was asleep there by the side of the Major, dozing away the effects of the constant luncheon and champagne of which he had freely partaken. The Major was revolving in his mind meanwhile the news, the receipt of which had made him so grave. If Sir Francis Clavering goes on in this way, Pendennis the elder thought, this little tipsy rascal will be as bankrupt as his father and grandfather before him. The Begum's fortune can't stand such drains upon it. No fortune can stand them. She has paid his debts half a dozen times already. A few years more of the turf, and a few coups like this will ruin her. "Don't you think we could get up races at Clavering, mamma?" Miss Amory asked. "Yes, we must have them there again. There were races there in the old times, the good old times. It's a national amusement, you know. And we could have a Clavering ball, and we might have dances for the tenantry, and rustic sports in the park. Oh, it would be charming." "Capital fun," said mamma. "Wouldn't it, Major?" "The turf is a very expensive amusement, my dear lady," Major Pendennis answered, with such a rueful face that the Begum rallied him, and asked laughingly whether he had lost money on the race. After a slumber of about an hour and a half, the heir of the house began to exhibit symptoms of wakefulness, stretching his youthful arms over the Major's face, and kicking his sister's knees as she sat opposite to him. When the amiable youth was quite restored to consciousness, he began a sprightly conversation. "I say, Ma," he said, "I've gone and done it this time, I have." "What have you gone and done, Frankie dear?" asked mamma. "How much is 17 half crowns? £2 1/2 a crown, ain't it? I drew Borax in our lottery, but I bought Podasocus and Man Milliner of Legate Minor for 2 open tarts and a bottle of ginger beer." "You little wicked gambling creature, how dare you begin so soon?" cried Miss Amory. "Hold your tongue, if you please. Whoever asked your leave, miss?" the brother said. "And I say, Ma?" "Well, Frankly, dear?" "You'll tip me all the same, you know, when I go back." And here he broke out into a laugh. "I say, Ma, shall I tell you something?" The Begum expressed her desire to hear this something, and her son and heir continued. "When me and Strong was down at the grand stand after the race, and I was talking to Legate Minor, who was there with his governor, I saw Pa look as savage as a bear. And I say, Ma, Legate Minor told me that he heard his governor say that Pa had lost 7,000 backing the favourite. I'll never back the favourite when I'm of age. No, no, hang me if I do. Leave me alone, Strong, will you?" Captain Strong, is this true?" cried out the unfortunate Begum. "Has Sir Francis been betting again? He promised me he wouldn't. He gave me his word of honour he wouldn't." Strong, from his place on the box, had overheard the end of young Clavering's communication, and was trying in vain to stop his unlucky tongue. "I'm afraid it's true, ma'am," he said, turning round. "I deplore the loss as much as you can. He promised me as he promised you, but the play is too strong for him. He can't refrain from it." Lady Clavering, at this sad news, burst into a fit of tears. She deplored her wretched fate as the most miserable of women. She declared she would separate, and pay no more debts for the ungrateful man. She narrated with tearful volubility a score of stories, only too authentic, which showed how her husband had deceived, and how constantly she had befriended him. And in this melancholy condition, whilst young Hopeful was thinking about the 2 guineas which he himself had won, and the Major revolving in his darkened mind whether certain plans which he had been forming had better not be abandoned, the splendid carriage drove up at length to the Begum's house in Grosvenor Place, the idlers and boys lingering about the place to witness, according to public wont, the close of the Derby day, cheering the carriage as it drew up, and envying the happy folks who descended from it. "And it's for the son of this man that I am made a beggar," Blanche said, quivering with anger, as she walked upstairs, leaning on the Major's arm. "For this cheat, for this blackleg, for this liar, for this robber of women." "Calm yourself, my dear Miss Blanche," the old gentleman said. "I pray calm yourself. You have been hardly treated, most unjustly. But remember that you have always a friend in me, and trust to an old fellow who will try and serve you." And the young lady and the heir of the hopeful house of Clavering having retired to their beds, the remaining 3 of the Epsom party remained for some time in deep consultation. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 60. Explanations. Almost a year, as the reader will perceive, has passed since an event described a few pages back. Arthur's black coat is about to be exchanged for a blue one. His person has undergone other more pleasing and remarkable changes. His wig has been laid aside, and his hair, though somewhat thinner, has returned to public view. And he has had the honour of appearing at court in the uniform of a cornet of the Clavering troop of the shire Yeomanry Cavalry, being presented to the sovereign by the Marquis of Steyne. This was a measure strongly and pathetically urged by Arthur's uncle. The Major would not hear of a year passing before this ceremony of gentlemanhood was gone through. The old gentleman thought that his nephew should belong to some rather more select club than the Megatherium, and has announced everywhere in the world his disappointment that the young man's property has turned out not by any means as well as he could have hoped, and is under 1,500 a year. That is the amount at which Pendennis's property is set down in the world, where his publishers begin to respect him much more than formerly, and where even mammas are by no means uncivil to him. For if the pretty daughters are, naturally, to marry people of very different expectations, at any rate he will be eligible for the plain ones; and if the brilliant and fascinating Myra is to hook an earl, poor little Beatrice, who has one shoulder higher than the other, must hang on to some boor through life, and why should not Mr. Pendennis be her support? In the very first winter after the accession to his mother's fortune, Mrs. Hauksbee, in a country house, caused her Beatrice to learn billiards from Mr. Pendennis, and would be driven by nobody but him in the pony carriage, because he was literary, and her Beatrice was literary too, and declared that the young man, under the instigation of his horrid old uncle, had behaved most infamously in trifling with Beatrice's feelings. The truth is, the old gentleman, who knew Mrs. Hauksbee's character, and how desperately that lady would practise upon unwary young men, had come to the country house in question, and carried Arthur out of the danger of her immediate claws, though not out of the reach of her tongue. The elder Pendennis would have had his nephew pass a part of the Christmas at Clavering, whither the family had returned; but Arthur had not the heart for that. Clavering was too near poor old Fairoaks, and that was too full of sad recollections for the young man. We have lost sight of the Claverings too, until their reappearance upon the Epsom race ground, and must give a brief account of them in the interval. During the past year the world has not treated any member of the Clavering family very kindly. Lady Clavering, one of the best natured women that ever enjoyed a good dinner, or made a slip in grammar, has had her appetite and good nature sadly tried by constant family grievances, and disputes such as make the efforts of the best French cook unpalatable, and the most delicately stuffed sofa cushion hard to lie on. "I'd rather have a turnip strong for dessert than that pineapple, and all them muscatel grapes from Clavering," says poor Lady Clavering, looking at her dinner table, and confiding her grief to her faithful friend. "If I could but have a little quiet to eat it with. Oh, how much happier I was when I was a widow, and before all this money fell in to me." The Clavering family had indeed made a false start in life, and had got neither conduct, nor position, nor thanks for the hospitalities which they administered, nor return of kindness from the people whom they entertained. The success of their first London season was doubtful, and their failure afterwards notorious. Human patience was not great enough to put up with Sir Francis Clavering, people said. He was too hopelessly low, dull, and disreputable. You could not say what, but there was a taint about the house and its entourages. Who was the Begum, with her money and without her H's, and where did she come from? What an extraordinary little piece of conceit the daughter was, with her Gallicized graces and daring affectations, not fit for well bred English girls to associate with. What strange people were those they assembled round about them! Sir Francis Clavering was a gambler, living notoriously in the society of blacklegs and profligates. Healy Clinker, who was in his regiment, said that he not only cheated at cards, but showed the white feather. What could Lady Rockminster have meant by taking her up? After the first season, indeed, Lady Rockminster, who had taken up Lady Clavering, put her down. The great ladies would not take their daughters to her parties. The young men who attended them behaved with the most odious freedom and scornful familiarity, and poor Lady Clavering herself avowed that she was obliged to take what she called the canal into her parlour, because the tip tops wouldn't come. She had not the slightest ill will towards the canal, the poor dear lady, or any pride about herself, or idea that she was better than her neighbour, but she had taken implicitly the orders which on her entry into the world her social godmother had given her. She had been willing to know whom they knew, and ask whom they asked. The canal, in fact, was much pleasanter than what is called society, but, as we said before, that to leave a mistress is easy, while, on the contrary, to be left by her is cruel. So you may give up society without any great pang, or anything but a sensation of relief at the parting, but severe are the mortifications and pains you have if society gives up you. One young man of fashion we have mentioned, who at least it might have been expected would have been found faithful amongst the faithless, and Harry Foker, Esquire, was indeed that young man. But he had not managed matters with prudence, and the unhappy passion at first confided to Penn became notorious and ridiculous to the town, was carried to the ears of his weak and fond mother, and finally brought under the cognizance of the bald-headed and inflexible Foker senior. When Mr. Foker learned this disagreeable news, there took place between him and his son a violent and painful scene, which ended in the poor little gentleman's banishment from England for a year, with a positive order to return at the expiration of that time, and complete his marriage with his cousin, or to retire into private life, and 300 a year altogether, and never see parent or brewery more. Mr. Henry Foker went away then, carrying with him that grief and care which passes free at the strictest custom houses, and which proverbially accompanies the exile, and with this crape over his eyes, even the Parisian boulevard looked melancholy to him, and the sky of Italy black. To Sir Francis Clavering that year was a most unfortunate one. The events described in the last chapter came to complete the ruin of the year. It was that year of grace in which, as our sporting readers may remember, Lord Harrowhill's horse (he was a classical young nobleman, and named his stud out of the Iliad), when Podasicus won the Derby, to the dismay of the knowing ones, who pronounced the winning horse's name in various extraordinary ways, and who backed Borax, who was nowhere in the race. Sir Francis Clavering, who was intimate with some of the most rascally characters of the turf, and of course had valuable information, had laid heavy odds against the winning horse, and backed the favourite freely, and the result of his dealings was, as his son correctly stated to poor Lady Clavering, a loss of £7,000. Indeed, it was a cruel blow upon the lady, who had discharged her husband's debts many times over, who had received as many times his oaths and promises of amendment, who had paid his money-lenders and horse-dealers, who had furnished his town and country houses, and who was called upon now instantly to meet this enormous sum, the penalty of her cowardly husband's extravagance. It has been described in former pages how the elder Pendennis had become the adviser of the Clavering family, and, in his quality of intimate friend of the house, had gone over every room of it, and even seen that ugly closet which we all of us have, and in which, according to the proverb, the family skeleton is locked up. About the baronet's pecuniary matters, if the Major did not know, it was because Clavering himself did not know them, and hid them from himself and others in such a hopeless entanglement of lies that it was impossible for adviser or attorney or principal to get an accurate knowledge of his affairs. But concerning Lady Clavering the Major was much better informed, and when the unlucky mishap of the Derby arose, he took upon himself to become completely and thoroughly acquainted with all her means, whatsoever they were, and was now accurately informed of the vast and repeated sacrifices which the widow Amory had made in behalf of her present husband. He did not conceal, and he had won no small favour from Miss Blanche by avowing it, his opinion that Lady Clavering's daughter had been hardly treated at the expense of her son by her second marriage, and in his conversations with Lady Clavering had fairly hinted that he thought Miss Blanche ought to have a better provision. We have said that he had already given the widow to understand that he knew all the particulars of her early and unfortunate history, having been in India at the time when the painful circumstances occurred, which had ended in her parting from her first husband. He could tell her where to find the Calcutta newspaper, which contained the account of Amory's trial, and he showed, and the Begum was not a little grateful to him for his forbearance, how, being aware all along of this mishap which had befallen her, he had kept all knowledge of it to himself, and been constantly the friend of her family. "Interested motives, my dear Lady Clavering," he said, "of course I may have had. We all have interested motives, and mine, I don't conceal from you, was to make a marriage between my nephew and your daughter." To which Lady Clavering, perhaps with some surprise that the Major should choose her family for a union with his own, said she was quite willing to consent. "But frankly," he said, "my dear lady, my boy has but 500 a year, and a wife with 10,000 pounds to her fortune would scarcely better him. We could do better for him than that, permit me to say. And he is a shrewd, cautious young fellow, who has sown his wild oats now, who has very good parts and plenty of ambition, and whose object in marrying is to better himself. If you and Sir Francis chose, and Sir Francis, take my word for it, will refuse you nothing, you could put Arthur in a way to advance very considerably in the world, and show the stuff which he has in him. Of what use is that seat in Parliament to Clavering, who scarcely ever shows his face in the House, or speaks a word there? I'm told by gentlemen who heard my boy at Oxbridge, that he was famous as an orator, begad, and once put his foot into the stirrup and mount him. I've no doubt he won't be the last of the field, ma'am. I've tested the chap, and know him pretty well, I think. He is much too lazy and careless and flighty a fellow to make a jog-trot journey, and arrive as your lawyers do at the end of their lives. But give him a start and good friends, and an opportunity, and take my word for it, he'll make himself a name that his son shall be proud of. I don't see any way for a fellow like him to parvenir, but by making a prudent marriage, not with a beggarly heiress, to sit down for life upon a miserable 1,500 a year, but with somebody whom he can help, and who can help him forward in the world, and whom he can give a good name, and a station in the country, begad, in return for the advantages which she brings him. It would be better for you to have a distinguished son-in-law than to keep your husband on in Parliament, who's of no good to himself or to anybody else there. And that's, I say, why I've been interested about you, and offer you what I think a good bargain for both." "You know I look upon Arthur as one of the family almost now," said the good-natured Begum. "He comes and goes when he likes, and the more I think of his dear mother, the more I see there's few people so good, none so good to me. And I'm sure I cried when I heard of her death, and would have gone into mourning for her myself, only black don't become me. And I know who his mother wanted him to marry, Laura, I mean, whom old Lady Rockminster has taken such a fancy to, and no wonder. She's a better girl than my girl. I know both, and my Betsy, Blanche I mean, ain't been a comfort to me, Major. It's Laura Penn ought to marry." "Marry on 500 a year, my dear good soul, you are mad," Major Pendennis said. "Think over what I have said to you. Do nothing in your affairs with that unhappy husband of yours without consulting me, and remember that old Pendennis is always your friend." For some time previous, Pen's uncle had held similar language to Miss Amory. He had pointed out to her the convenience of the match which he had at heart, and was bound to say that mutual convenience was, of all things, the very best in the world to marry upon, the only thing. Look at your love marriages, my dear young creature. The love match people are the most notorious of all for quarrelling afterwards, and a girl who runs away with Jack to Gretna Green constantly runs away with Tom to Switzerland afterwards. The great point in marriage is for people to agree to be useful to one another. The lady brings the means, and the gentleman avails himself of them. My boy's wife brings the horse, and begad Pen goes in and wins the plate. That's what I call a sensible union. A couple like that have something to talk to each other about when they come together. If you had Cupid himself to talk to, if Blanche and Pen were Cupid and Psyche, begad, they'd begin to yawn after a few evenings. if they had nothing but sentiment to speak on. As for Miss Amory, she was contented enough with Pen as long as there was nobody better. And how many other young ladies are like her, and how many love marriages carry on well to the last, and how sentimental firms do not finish in bankruptcy, and how many heroic passions don't dwindle down into despicable indifference or end in shameful defeat. These views of life and philosophy the Major was constantly, according to his custom, inculcating to Pen, whose mind was such that he could see the right on both sides of many questions, and comprehending the sentimental life, which was quite out of the reach of the honest Major's intelligence, could understand the practical life too, and accommodate himself, or think he could accommodate himself to it. So it came to pass that during the spring succeeding his mother's death, he became a good deal under the influence of his uncle's advice, and domesticated in Lady Clavering's house, and in a measure was accepted by Miss Amory without being a suitor, and was received without being engaged. The young people were extremely familiar without being particularly sentimental, and met and parted with each other in perfect good humour. And I, thought Pendennis, am the fellow who 8 years ago had a grand passion, and last year was raging in a fever about Briseis. Yes, it was the same Pendennis, and time had brought to him, as to the rest of us, its ordinary consequences, consolations, developments. We alter very little when we talk of this man or that woman being no longer the same person whom we remember in youth, and remark, of course to deplore, changes in our friends. We don't perhaps calculate that circumstance only brings out the latent defect or quality, and does not create it. The selfish languor and indifference of today's possession is the consequence of the selfish ardor of yesterday's pursuit. The scorn and weariness which cries vanitas vanitatum is but the lassitude of the sick appetite palled with pleasure. The insolence of the successful parvenu is only the necessary continuance of the career of the needy struggler. Our mental changes are like our gray hairs or our wrinkles, but the fulfilment of the plan of mortal growth and decay. That which is snow white now was glossy black once. That which is sluggish obesity today was boisterous rosy health a few years back. That calm weariness, benevolent, resigned, and disappointed, was ambition, fierce and violent, but a few years since, and has only settled into submissive repose after many a battle and defeat. Lucky he who can bear his failure so generously, and give up his broken sword to fate the conqueror with a manly and humble heart. Are you not awe-stricken, you, friendly reader, who, taking the page up for a moment's light reading, lay it down perchance for a graver reflection, to think how you, who have consummated your success or your disaster, may be holding marked station or a hopeless and nameless place in the crowd, who have passed through how many struggles of defeat, success, crime, remorse, to yourself only known, who may have loved and grown cold, wept and laughed again, how often, to think how you are the same, you, whom in childhood you remember before the voyage of life began. It has been prosperous, and you are riding into port, the people huzzaing and the guns saluting, and the lucky captain bows from the ship's side, and there is a care under the star on his breast which nobody knows of, or you are wrecked and lashed, hopeless, to a solitary spar out at sea. The sinking man and the successful one are thinking each about home, very likely, and remembering the time when they were children, alone on the hopeless spar, drowning out of sight, alone in the midst of the crowd applauding you. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 61. Conversations. Our good-natured Begum was at first so much enraged at this last instance of her husband's duplicity and folly that she refused to give Sir Francis Clavering any aid in order to meet his debts of honour, and declared that she would separate from him and leave him to the consequences of his incorrigible weakness and waste. After that fatal day's transactions at the Derby, the unlucky gambler was in such a condition of mind that he was disposed to avoid everybody. Alike his turf associates, with whom he had made the debts which he trembled lest he should not have the means of paying, and his wife, his long-suffering banker, on whom he reasonably doubted whether he should be allowed any longer to draw. When Lady Clavering asked the next morning whether Sir Francis was in the house, she received answer that he had not returned that night, but had sent a messenger to his valet, ordering him to forward clothes and letters by the bearer. Strong knew that he should have a visit or a message from him in the course of that or the subsequent day, and accordingly got a note beseeching him to call upon his distracted friend F.C. at Short Hotel, Blackfriars, and asked for Mr. Francis there. For the baronet was a gentleman of that peculiarity of mind that he would rather tell a lie than not, and always began a contest with fortune by running away and hiding himself. The boots of Mr. Short's establishment, who carried Clavering's message to Grosvenor Place and brought back his carpet-bag, was instantly aware who was the owner of the bag, and he imparted his information to the footman who was laying the breakfast-table, who carried down the news to the servants' hall, who took it to Mrs. Bonner, my lady's housekeeper and confidential maid, who carried it to my lady. And thus every single person in the Grosvenor Place establishment knew that Sir Francis was in hiding, under the name of Francis, at an inn in the Blackfriars Road. And Sir Francis's coachman told the news to other gentlemen's coachmen, who carried it to their masters and to the neighbouring Tattersall's, where very gloomy anticipations were formed that Sir Francis Clavering was about to make a tour in the Levant. In the course of that day, the number of letters addressed to Sir Francis Clavering, Baronet, which found their way to his hall table, was quite remarkable. The French cook sent in his account to my lady, the tradesmen who supplied her ladyship's table, and Messrs. Finer and Jimcrack, the mercers and ornamental dealers, and Madame Crinoline, the eminent milliner, also forwarded their little bills to her ladyship, in company with Miss Amory's private and by no means inconsiderable account at each establishment. In the afternoon of the day after the Derby, when Strong, after a colloquy with his principal at Short's Hotel, whom he found crying and drinking curaçoa, called to transact business according to his custom at Grosvenor Place, he found all these suspicious documents ranged in the baronet's study, and began to open them and examine them with a rueful countenance. Mrs. Bonner, my lady's maid and housekeeper, came down upon him whilst engaged in this occupation. Mrs. Bonner, a part of the family, and as necessary to her mistress as the Chevalier was to Sir Francis, was of course on Lady Clavering's side in the dispute between her and her husband, and, as by duty bound, even more angry than her ladyship herself. "She won't pay if she takes my advice," Mrs. Bonner said. "You please to go back to Sir Francis, Captain, and he lurking about in a low public house, and don't dare to face his wife like a man, and say that we won't pay his debts no longer. We made a man of him. We took him out of gaol, and other folks too, perhaps. We've paid his debts over and over again. We sat him up in Parliament, and gave him a house in town and country, and where he don't dare show his face, the shabby sneak. We've given him the horse he rides, and the dinner he eats, and the very clothes he has on his back, and we will give him no more. Our fortune, such as is left of it, is left to ourselves, and we won't waste any more of it on this ungrateful man. We'll give him enough to live upon and leave him. That's what we'll do, and that's what you may tell him from Susan Bonner." Susan Bonner's mistress, hearing of Strong's arrival, sent for him at this juncture, and the Chevalier went up to her ladyship, not without hopes that he should find her more tractable than her factotum, Mrs. Bonner. Many a time before had he pleaded his client's cause with Lady Clavering, and caused her good nature to relent. He tried again once more. He painted in dismal colours the situation in which he had found Sir Francis, and would not answer for any consequences which might ensue if he could not find means of meeting his engagements. "Kill hisself," laughed Mrs. Bonner. "Kill hisself, will he? Dying's the best thing he could do." Strong vowed that he had found him with the razors on the table, but at this, in her turn, Lady Clavering laughed bitterly. "He'll do himself no harm, as long as there's a shilling left of which he can rob a poor woman. His life's quite safe, Captain, you may depend upon that. Ah, it was a bad day that ever I set eyes on him." "He's worse than the first man," cried out my lady's aide de camp. "He was a man, he was, a wild devil, but he had the courage of a man. Whereas this fellow, what's the use of my lady paying his bills, and selling her diamonds, and forgiving him? He'll be as bad again next year. The very next chance he has, he'll be a cheating of her, and robbing of her, and her money will go to keep a pack of rogues and swindlers. I don't mean you, Captain. You've been a good friend to us enough, bating we wish we'd never set eyes on you." The Chevalier saw from the words which Mrs. Bonner had let slip regarding the diamonds, that the kind Begum was disposed to relent once more at least, and that there were hopes still for his principal. "Upon my word, ma'am," he said, with a real feeling of sympathy for Lady Clavering's troubles, and admiration for her untiring good nature, and with a show of enthusiasm which advanced not a little his graceless patron's cause, "anything you say against Clavering, or Mrs. Bonner here cries out against me, is no better than we deserve, both of us, and it was an unlucky day for you when you saw either. He has behaved cruelly to you, and if you were not the most generous and forgiving woman in the world, I know there would be no chance for him. But you can't let the father of your son be a disgraced man, and send little Frank into the world with such a stain upon him. Tie him down. Bind him by any promises you like. I vouch for him that he will subscribe them." "And break 'em," said Mrs. Bonner. "And keep 'em this time," cried out Strong. "He must keep them. If you could have seen how he wept, ma'am. 'Oh, Strong,' he said to me, 'it's not for myself I feel now. It's for my boy. It's for the best woman in England, whom I have treated basely. I know I have. He didn't intend to bet upon this race, ma'am. Indeed he didn't. He was cheated into it. All the ring was taken in. He thought he might make the bet quite safely, without the least risk. And it will be a lesson to him for all his life long, to see a man cry. Oh, it's dreadful." "He don't think much of making my dear missus cry," said Mrs. Bonner. "Poor dear soul. Look if he does, Captain." "If you've the soul of a man, Clavering," Strong said to his principal, when he recounted this scene to him, "you'll keep your promise this time. And so help me Heaven, if you break word with her, I'll turn against you and tell all." "What all?" cried Mr. Francis, to whom his ambassador brought the news back at Short's Hotel, where Strong found the baronet crying and drinking curacoa. "Pshaw! Do you suppose I'm a fool?" burst out Strong. "Do you suppose I could have lived so long in the world, Frank Clavering, without having my eyes about me? You know I have but to speak, and you are a beggar to morrow. And I am not the only man who knows your secret." "Who else does?" gasped Clavering. "Old Pendennis does, or I'm very much mistaken. He recognised the man the first night he saw him, when he came drunk into your house." "He knows it, does he?" shrieked out Clavering. "Damn him! Kill him!" "You'd like to kill us all, wouldn't you, old boy?" said Strong, with a sneer, puffing his cigar. The baronet dashed his weak hand against his forehead. Perhaps the other had interpreted his wish rightly. "Oh, Strong," he cried, "if I dared, I'd put an end to myself, for I'm the damnedest miserable dog in all England. It's that makes me so wild and reckless. It's that which makes me take to drink." And he drank with a trembling hand a bumper of his fortifier, the Curaçao. "And to live about with these thieves. I know they're thieves, every one of 'em damned thieves, and how can I help it? And I didn't know it, you know. And by Gad, I'm innocent. And until I saw the damned scoundrel first, I knew no more about it than the dead. And I'll fly, and I'll go abroad out of the reach of the confounded hells, and I'll bury myself in a forest, by Gad, and hang myself up to a tree. And oh, I'm the most miserable beggar in all England." And so, with more tears, shrieks, and curses, the impotent wretch vented his grief and deplored his unhappy fate, and in the midst of groans and despair and blasphemy vowed his miserable repentance. The honoured proverb which declares that to be an ill wind which blows good to nobody was verified in the case of Sir Francis Clavering and another of the occupants of Mr. Strong's chambers in Shepherd's Inn. The man was good, by a lucky hap, with whom Colonel Altamont made his bet, and on the settling day of the Derby, as Captain Clinker, who was appointed to settle Sir Francis Clavering's book for him, for Lady Clavering, by the advice of Major Pendennis, would not allow the baronet to liquidate his own money transactions, paid over the notes to the baronet's many creditors. Colonel Altamont had the satisfaction of receiving the odds of 30 to 1 in 50s, which he had taken against the winning horse of the day. Numbers of the colonel's friends were present on the occasion to congratulate him on his luck, all Altamont's own set, and the gents who met in the private parlour of the convivial Wheeler, my host of the Harlequin's Head, came to witness their comrade's good fortune, and would have liked, with a generous sympathy for success, to share in it. Now was the time, Tom Driver had suggested to the colonel, to have up the specie ship that was sunk in the Gulf of Mexico, with the $380,000 on board, besides bars and doubloons. The Tredidlums were very low, to be bought for an old song. Never was such an opportunity for buying shares, Mr. Kitely insinuated, and Jack Holt pressed forward his tobacco smuggling scheme, the audacity of which pleased the colonel more than any other of the speculations proposed to him. Then of the Harlequin's Head boys, there was Jack Rackstraw, who knew of a pair of horses which the colonel must buy. Tom Fleet, whose satirical paper, The Swell, wanted but £200 of capital to be worth £1,000 a year to any man. With such a power and influence, Colonel, you rogue, and the entree of the green rooms in London, Tom urged, whilst little Moss Abiams entreated the colonel not to listen to these absurd fellows with their humbugging speculations, but to invest his money in some good bills which Moss could get for him, and which would return him 50 per cent, as safe as the Bank of England. Each and all of these worthies came round the colonel with their various blandishments, but he had courage enough to resist them, and to button up his notes in the pocket of his coat, and go home to Strong, and sport the outer door of the chambers. Honest Strong had given his fellow lodger good advice about all his acquaintances, and though when pressed he did not mind frankly taking £20 himself out of the colonel's winnings, Strong was a great deal too upright to let others cheat him. He was not a bad fellow when in good fortune, this Altamont. He ordered a smart livery for Grady, and made poor old Costigan shed tears of quickly dried gratitude by giving him a £5 note after a snug dinner at the back kitchen, and he bought a green shawl for Mrs. Bolton, and a yellow one for Fanny, the most brilliant sacrifices of a Regent Street haberdasher's window. And a short time after this, upon her birthday, which happened in the month of June, Miss Amory received from a friend a parcel containing an enormous brass inlaid writing desk, in which there was a set of amethysts, the most hideous eyes ever looked upon, a musical snuff box, and 2 keepsakes of the year before last, and accompanied with a couple of gown pieces of the most astounding colours, the receipt of which goods made the Sylphide laugh and wonder immoderately. Now it is a fact that Colonel Altamont had made a purchase of cigars and French silks from some duffers in Fleet Street about this period, and he was found by Strong in the open auction room in Cheapside, having invested some money in 2 desks, several pairs of richly plated candlesticks, a dinner à peine, and a bagatelle board. The dinner à peine remained at Chambers, and figured at the banquets there, which the Colonel gave pretty freely. It seemed beautiful in his eyes, until Jack Holt said it looked as if it had been taken in a bill, and Jack Holt certainly knew. The dinners were pretty frequent at Chambers, and Sir Francis Clavering condescended to partake of them constantly. His own house was shut up. The successor of Mirabelant, who had sent in his bills so prematurely, was dismissed by the indignant Lady Clavering. The luxuriance of the establishment was greatly pruned and reduced. One of the large footmen was cashiered, upon which the other gave warning, not liking to serve without his mate, or in a family where only one footman was kept. General and severe economical reforms were practised by the Begum in her whole household, in consequence of the extravagance of which her graceless husband had been guilty. The Major, as her ladyship's friend, Strong, on the part of poor Clavering, her ladyship's lawyer, and the honest Begum herself, executed these reforms with promptitude and severity. After paying the baronet's debts, the settlement of which occasioned considerable public scandal, and caused the baronet to sink even lower in the world's estimation than he had been before, Lady Clavering quitted London for Tunbridge Wells in high dudgeon, refusing to see her reprobate husband, whom nobody pitied. Clavering remained in London patiently, by no means anxious to meet his wife's just indignation, and sneaked in and out of the House of Commons, whence he and Captain Raff and Mr. Marker would go to have a game at billiards and a cigar, or showed in the sporting public houses, or might be seen lurking about Lincoln's Inn and his lawyers, where the principals kept him for hours waiting, and the clerks winked at each other as he sat in their office. No wonder that he relished the dinners at Shepherd's Inn, and was perfectly resigned there. Resigned? He was so happy nowhere else. He was wretched amongst his equals, who scorned him. But here he was the chief guest at the table, where they continually addressed him with "Yes, Sir Francis," and "No, Sir Francis," where he told his wretched jokes, and where he quavered his dreary little French song, after Strong had sung his jovial chorus, and honest Costigan had piped his Irish ditties. Such a jolly ménage as Strong's, with Grady's Irish stew and the Chevalier's brew of punch after dinner, would have been welcome to many a better man than Clavering, the solitude of whose great house at home frightened him, where he was attended only by the old woman who kept the house, and his valet, who sneered at him. "Yes, damn it," said he to his friends in Shepherd's Inn, "that fellow of mine, I must turn him away, only I owe him 2 years' wages. Curse him, and can't ask my lady. He brings me my tea cold of a morning, with a demmed leaden teaspoon, and he says my lady sent all the plate to the bankers, because it ain't safe. No, ain't it hard that she won't trust me with a single teaspoon? Ain't it ungentlemanlike, Altamont? You know my lady's of low birth. That is, I beg your pardon, that is, it's most cruel of her not to show more confidence in me." And the very servants begin to laugh. "The damned scoundrels! I break every bone in their great hulking bodies, curse 'em I will. They don't answer my bell, and my man was at Vauxhall last night with one of my dress shirts and my velvet waistcoat on. I know it was mine. The confounded impudent blackguard! And he went on dancing before my eyes, confound him. I'm sure he'll live to be hanged. He deserves to be hanged. All those infernal rascals of valets." He was very kind to Altamont now. He listened to the Colonel's loud stories, when Altamont described how, when he was working his way home once from New Zealand, where he had been on a whaling expedition, he and his comrades had been obliged to slink on board at night to escape from their wives, by Jove, and how the poor devils put out in their canoes when they saw the ship under sail, and paddled madly after her. How he had been lost in the bush once for 3 months in New South Wales, when he was there once on a trading speculation. How he had seen Boney at St. Helena, and been presented to him with the rest of the officers of the Indiaman, of which he was a mate. To all these tales, and over his cups, Altamont told many of them, and it must be owned, lied and bragged a great deal. Sir Francis now listened with great attention, making a point of drinking wine with Altamont at dinner, and of treating him with every distinction. "Leave him alone. I know what he's a coming to," Altamont said, laughing to Strong, who remonstrated with him. "And leave me alone. I know what I'm a telling. Very well. I was officer on board an Indiaman, so I was. I traded to New South Wales, so I did, in a ship of my own, and lost her. I became officer to the Nawab, so I did. Only me and my royal master have had a difference, Strong. That's it. Who's the better or the worse for what I tell, or knows anything about me? The other chap is dead, shot in the bush, and his body recognised at Sydney. If I thought anybody would split, do you think I wouldn't wring his neck? I've done as good before now, Strong. I told you how I did for the overseer before I took leave. But in fair fight, I mean, in fair fight. Or rather, he had the best of it. He had his gun and bayonet, and I'd only an axe. 50 of 'em saw it, aye, and cheered me when I did it, and I'd do it again, him, wouldn't I? I ain't afraid of anybody, and I have the life of the man who's split upon me. That's my maxim, and pass me the liquor. You wouldn't turn on a man. I know you. You're an honest feller, and will stand by a feller, and have looked death in the face like a man. But as for that lily-livered sneak, that poor lying, swindling, cringing cur of a Clavering, who stands in my shoes, stands in my shoes, hang him. I'll make him pull my boots off and clean 'em. I will, ha, ha." Here he burst out into a wild laugh, at which Strong got up and put away the brandy bottle. The other still laughed good-humouredly. "You're right, old boy," he said. "You always keep your head cool, you do. And when I begin to talk too much, I say when I begin to pitch, I authorize you and order you and command you to put away the rum bottle." "Take my counsel, Altamont," Strong said gravely, "and mind how you deal with that man. Don't make it too much his interest to get rid of you, and who knows what he may do." The event for which, with cynical enjoyment, Altamont had been on the lookout came very speedily. One day, Strong being absent upon an errand for his principal, Sir Francis made his appearance in the chambers and found the envoy of the Nawab alone. He abused the world in general for being heartless and unkind to him. He abused his wife for being ungenerous to him. He abused Strong for being ungrateful. Hundreds of pounds had he given Ned Strong, been his friend for life, and kept him out of jail, by Jove. And now Ned was taking her ladyship's side against him, and abetting her in her infernal, unkind treatment of him. "They've entered into a conspiracy to keep me penniless, Altamont," the baronet said. "They don't give me as much pocket money as Frank has at school." "Why don't you go down to Richmond and borrow of him, Clavering?" Altamont broke out with a savage laugh. "He wouldn't see his poor old beggar of a father without pocket money, would he?" "I tell you I have been obliged to humiliate myself cruelly," Clavering said. "Look here, sir, look here, at these pawn tickets. Fancy a member of Parliament and an old English baronet, by gad, obliged to put a drawing-room clock and a buhl inkstand up the spout, and a gold duck's head paper holder that I dare say cost my wife £5, for which they'd only give me 15 and 6. Oh, it's a humiliating thing, sir, poverty, to a man of my habits, and it's made me shed tears, sir, tears. And that damned valet of mine, curse him, I wish he was hanged. He had the confounded impudence to threaten to tell my lady, as the things in my own house weren't my own, or to sell, or to keep, or fling out of window if I chose, by gad, the confounded scoundrel." "Cry a little, don't mind crying before me, it'll relieve you, Clavering," the other said. "Why, I say, old feller, what a happy feller I once thought you, and what a miserable son of a gun you really are." "It's a shame that they treat me so, ain't it?" Clavering went on, for though ordinarily silent and apathetic about his own griefs, the baronet could whine for an hour at a time. And by gad, sir, I haven't got the money to pay the very cab that's waiting for me at the door. And the porteress, that Mrs. Bolton, lent me 3 shillings, and I don't like to ask her for any more. And I asked that damned old Costigan, the confounded old penniless Irish miscreant, and he hadn't got a shilling, and the beggar, and Campion's out of town, or else he'd do a little bill for me, I know he would." "I thought you swore on your honour to your wife that you wouldn't put your name to paper," said Mr. Altamont, puffing at his cigar. "Why does she leave me without pocket money, then? Damn me, I must have money," cried out the baronet. "Oh, damned go Altamont, I am the most miserable beggar alive." "You'd like a chap to lend you a £20 note, wouldn't you now?" the other asked. "If you would, I'd be grateful to you for ever, for ever, my dearest friend," cried Clavering. "How much would you give? Will you give a £50 bill at 6 months, for half down and half in plate?" asked Altamont. "Yes, I would, so help me." "And pay it on the day," screamed Clavering. "I'll make it payable at my banker's. I'll do anything you like." "Well, I was only chaffing you. I'll give you £20. "You said a pony," interposed Clavering. "My dear fellow, you said a pony, and I'll be eternally obliged to you, and I'll not take it as a gift, only as a loan, and pay you back in 6 months. I take my oath I will." "Well, well, there's the money, Sir Francis Clavering. I ain't a bad fellow. When I've money in my pocket, damn me, I spend it like a man. Here's 25 for you. Don't be losing it at the hells now. Don't be making a fool of yourself. Go down to Clavering Park, and it'll keep you ever so long. You needn't have butcher's meat. There's pigs, I dare say, on the premises, and you can shoot rabbits for dinner, you know, every day till the game comes in. Besides, the neighbours will ask you about to dinner, you know, sometimes, for you are a baronet, though you have outrun the constable, and you've got this comfort, that I'm off your shoulders for a good bit to come, perhaps this 2 years, if I don't play, and I don't intend to touch the confounded black and red. And by that time, my lady, as you call her, Jimmy, I used to say, will have come round again, and you'll be ready for me, you know, and come down handsomely to yours truly." At this juncture of their conversation, Strong returned, nor did the baronet care much about prolonging the talk, having got the money, and he made his way from Shepherd's Inn, and went home and bullied his servant in a manner so unusually brisk and insolent, that the man concluded his master must have pawned some more of the house furniture, or at any rate have come into possession of some ready money. "And yet I've looked over the house, Morgan, and I don't think he has took any more of the things," Sir Francis's valet said to Major Pendennis's man, as they met at their club soon after. "My lady locked up a'most all the bajous afore she went away, and he couldn't take away the pictures and looking glasses in a cab, and he wouldn't spout the fenders and fire irons. He ain't so bad as that, but he's got money somehow. He's so damned imperent when he have. A few nights ago I saw him at Vauxhall, where I was a polking with Lady Hemley, Babe Wood's gals. A wery pleasant room that is, and an uncommon good lot in it, all except the housekeeper, and she's methodistical. I was a polking. You're too old a cove to polk, Mr Morgan, and airs your health. And I happened to have on some of Clavering's haberdashery, and he saw it too, and he didn't dare so much as speak a word." "How about the house in St. John's Wood?" Mr Morgan asked. "Execution in it. Sold up everythin', ponies and piano, and broom and all. Mrs Montagu were hoff to Bologna, non est and ventus, Mr Morgan. It's my belief she put the execution in herself, and was tired of him." "Play much?" asked Morgan. "Not since the smash. When your governor and the lawyers and my lady and him had that tremendous scene, he went down on his knees. My lady told Mrs Bonner as told me, and swear as he never more would touch a card or a dice, or put his name to a bit of paper. My lady was a going to give him the notes down to pay his liabilities after the race, only your governor said," which he wrote it on a piece of paper and passed it across the table to the lawyer and my lady, "that some one else had better book up for him, for he'd have kept some of the money. He's a sly old cove, your governor." The expression of old cove, thus flippantly applied by the younger gentleman to himself and his master, displeased Mr Morgan exceedingly. On the first occasion, when Mr Lightfoot used the obnoxious expression, his comrade's anger was only indicated by a silent frown, but on the second offence, Morgan, who was smoking his cigar elegantly, and holding it on the tip of his penknife, withdrew the cigar from his lips, and took his young friend to task. "Don't call Major Pendennis an old cove, if you'll 'ave the goodness, Lightfoot, and don't call me an old cove, neither. Such words ain't used in society, and we have lived in the fust society, both at 'ome and foring. We've been intimate with the fust statesmen of Europe. When we go abroad, we dine with Prince Metternich and Louis Philip reg'lar. We go here to the best houses, the tip-tops, I tell you. We ride with Lord John and noble Viscount at the 'ead of foreign affairs. We dine with the Earl of Burgrave, and are consulted by the Marquis of Steyne and everything. We ought to know a thing or two, Mr Lightfoot. You're a young man. I'm an old cove, as you say. We've both seen the world. We both know that it ain't money, nor being a baronet, nor 'aving a town and country 'ouse, nor a paltry 5,000 or 6,000 a year." "It's 10, Mr Morgan," cried Mr Lightfoot, with great animation. "It may have been, sir," Morgan said, with calm severity. "It may have been, Mr Lightfoot, but it ain't 6 now, nor 5, sir. It's been deucedly dipped and cut into, sir, by the confounded extravagance of your master, with his hellbow shaking, and his bill discounting, and his cottage in the Regency Park, and his many wickednesses. He's a bad 'un, Mr Lightfoot, a bad 'un lot, sir, and that you know. And it ain't money, sir. Not such money as that, at any rate, come from a Coltart attorney, and deuce wrang out of the poor starving blacks, that will give a pusson position in society, as you know very well. We've no money, but we go everywhere. There's not a housekeeper's room, sir, in this town of any consequence, where James Morgan ain't welcome. And it was me who got you into this club, Lightfoot, as you very well know, though I am an old cove, and they would have blackballed you without me, as sure as your name is Frederick. "I know they would, Mr. Morgan," said the other, with much humility. "Well, then, don't call me no cove, sir. It ain't gentlemanlike. Frederick Lightfoot, which I knew you when you was a cab boy, and when your father was in trouble, and got you the place you have now when the Frenchman went away. And if you think, sir, that because you're making up to Mrs. Bonner, who may have saved her £2,000, and I dare say she has in 25 years, as she have lived confidential maid to Lady Clavering, yet, sir, you must remember who put you into that service, and who knows what you were before, sir, and it don't become you, Frederick Lightfoot, to call me an old cove." "I beg your pardon, Mr. Morgan. I can't do more than make an apology. Will you have a glass, sir, and let me drink your 'ealth?" "You know I don't take spirts, Lightfoot," replied Morgan, appeased. "And so you and Mrs. Bonner is going to put up together, are you? She's old, but £2,000 a good bit, you see, Mr. Morgan, and we'll get the Clavering Arms for very little, and that'll be no bad thing when the railroad runs through Clavering. And when we are there, I hope you'll come and see us, Mr. Morgan." "It's a stupid place, and no society," said Mr. Morgan. "I know it well. In Mrs. Pendennis' time we used to go down reg'lar, and the hare refreshed me after the London racket." "The railroad will improve Mr. Arthur's property," remarked Lightfoot. "What's about the figure of it, should you say, sir?" "Under 1,500, sir," answered Morgan. At which the other, who knew the extent of poor Arthur's acres, thrust his tongue in his cheek, but remained wisely silent. "Is his man any good, Mr. Morgan?" Lightfoot resumed. "Pigeon ain't used to society as yet, but he's young, and has good talents, and has read a good deal, and I dessay he will do very well," replied Morgan. "He wouldn't quite do for this kind of thing, Lightfoot, for he ain't seen the world yet." When the pint of sherry for which Mr. Lightfoot called, upon Mr. Morgan's announcement that he declined to drink spirits, had been discussed by the two gentlemen, who held the wine up to the light, and smacked their lips, and winked their eyes at it, and rallied the landlord as to the vintage, in the most approved manner of connoisseurs, Morgan's ruffled equanimity was quite restored, and he was prepared to treat his young friend with perfect good humour. "What do you think about Miss Amory, Lightfoot? Tell us in confidence now. Do you think we should do well, you understand, if we make Miss A. into Mrs. A.P.? Comprendez-vous?" "She and her ma's always quarrelling," said Mr. Lightfoot. "Bonner is more than a match for the old lady, and treats Sir Francis like that, like this here spill which I fling into the grate. But she daren't say a word to Miss Amory. No more dare none of us. When a visitor comes in, she smiles and languishes. You'd think that butter wouldn't melt in her mouth, and the minute he is gone, very likely, she flares up like a little demon, and says things fit to send you wild. If Mr. Arthur comes, it's do let's sing that there delightful song, or come and write me them pooty verses in this halbum. And very likely she's been a riling her mother, or sticking pins into her maid a minute before. She do stick pins into her, and pinch her. Mary Hahn showed me one of her arms quite black and blue, and I recollect Mrs. Bonner, who's as jealous of me as a old cat, boxed her ears for showing me. And then you should see Miss at luncheon, when there's nobody but the family. She makes believe she never heats, and my, you should only just see her. She has Mary Hahn to bring her hup plum cakes and creams into her bedroom, and the cook's the only man in the house she's civil to. Bonner says how the second season in London Mr. Soppington was a going to propose for her, and actually came one day and saw her fling a book into the fire and scold her mother so that he went down softly by the back drawing-room door, which he came in by, and the next thing we heard of him was he was married to Miss Rider. Oh, she's a devil, that little Blanche, and that's my candid opinion, Mr. Morgan." "Opinion, not opinium, Lightfoot, my good fellow," Mr. Morgan said with parental kindness, and then asked of his own bosom with a sigh, "Why the deuce does my governor want Master Arthur to marry such a girl as this?" And the tete-a-tete of the two gentlemen was broken up by the entry of other gentlemen, members of the club, when fashionable town talk, politics, cribbage, and other amusements ensued, and the conversation became general. The gentlemen's club was held in the parlour of the Wheel of Fortune public house, in a snug little by-lane leading out of one of the great streets of Mayfair, and frequented by some of the most select gentlemen about town. Their masters' affairs, debts, intrigues, adventures, their ladies' good and bad qualities, and quarrels with their husbands, all the family secrets were here discussed with perfect freedom and confidence. And here, when about to enter into a new situation, a gentleman was enabled to get every requisite information regarding the family of which he proposed to become a member. Liveries, it may be imagined, were excluded from this select precinct, and the powdered heads of the largest metropolitan footmen might bow down in vain entreating admission into the gentlemen's club. These outcast giants in plush took their beer in an outer apartment of the Wheel of Fortune, and could no more get an entry into the club room than a Pall Mall tradesman or a Lincoln's Inn attorney could get admission into Bayes's or Spratt's. and it is because the conversation which we have permitted to overhear here in some measure explains the characters and bearings of our story that we have ventured to introduce the reader into a society so exclusive. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of the History of Pendennis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Pendennis by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 62. The Way of the World. A short time after the piece of good fortune which befell Colonel Altamont at Epsom, that gentleman put into execution his projected foreign tour, and the chronicler of the polite world, who goes down to London Bridge for the purpose of taking leave of the people of fashion who quit this country, announced that among the company on board the Soho to Antwerp last Saturday were Sir Robert Blady and the Misses Hodge, Mr. Sergeant Pusey and Mrs. and Miss Pusey, Colonel Altamont, Major Cotty, etc. The colonel travelled in state, and as became a gentleman, he appeared in a rich travelling costume. He drank brandy and water freely during the passage, and was not sick as some of the other passengers were, and he was attended by his body servant, the faithful Irish legionary, who had been for some time in waiting upon himself and Captain Strong in their chambers of Shepherd's Inn. The Chevalier partook of a copious dinner at Blackwall with his departing friend the colonel, and one or two others who drank many healths to Altamont at that liberal gentleman's expense. "Strong, old boy," the Chevalier's worthy chum said, "if you want a little money, now's your time. I'm your man. You're a good feller, and have been a good feller to me, and a £20 note, more or less, will make no odds to me." But Strong said no, he didn't want any money. He was flush, quite flush. That is, not flush enough to pay you back your last loan, Altamont, but quite able to carry on for some time to come. And so, with a not uncordial greeting between them, the two parted. Had the possession of money really made Altamont more honest and amiable than he had hitherto been, or only caused him to seem more amiable in Strong's eyes? Perhaps he really was better, and money improved him. Perhaps it was the beauty of wealth Strong saw and respected. But he argued within himself, this poor devil, this unlucky outcast of a returned convict, is 10 times as good a fellow as my friend Sir Francis Clavering, Baronet. He has pluck and honesty in his way. He will stick to a friend and face an enemy. The other never had courage to do either. And what is it that has put the poor devil under a cloud? He was only a little wild, and signed his father-in-law's name. Many a man has done worse and come to no wrong, and holds his head up. Clavering does. No, he don't hold his head up. He never did in his best days. And Strong perhaps repented him of the falsehood which he had told to the free-handed colonel, that he was not in want of money, but it was a falsehood on the side of honesty, and the Chevalier could not bring down his stomach to borrow a second time from his outlawed friend. Besides, he could get on. Clavering had promised him some. Not that Clavering's promises were much to be believed, but the Chevalier was of a hopeful turn, and trusted in many chances of catching his patron, and waylaying some of those stray remittances and supplies, in the procuring of which, for his principal, lay Mr. Strong's chief business. He had grumbled about Altamont's companionship in the Shepherd's Inn chambers, but he found those lodgings more glum now, without his partner, than with him. The solitary life was not agreeable to his social soul, and he had got into extravagant and luxurious habits too, having a servant at his command to run his errands, to arrange his toilets, and to cook his meal. It was rather a grand and touching sight now to see the portly and handsome gentleman painting his own boots and broiling his own mutton chop. It has been before stated that the Chevalier had a wife, a Spanish lady of Vittoria, who had gone back to her friends after a few months' union with the captain, whose head she broke with a dish. He began to think whether he should not go back and see his Juanita. The Chevalier was growing melancholy after the departure of his friend the Colonel, or, to use his own picturesque expression, was down on his luck. These moments of depression and intervals of ill fortune occur constantly in the lives of heroes. Marius at Minturn, Charles Edward in the Highlands, Napoleon before Elba. What great man has not been called upon to face evil fortune? From Clavering no supplies were to be had for some time. The £25, or the pony, which the exemplary baronet had received from Mr. Altamont, had fled out of Clavering's keeping as swiftly as many previous ponies. He had been down the river with a choice party of sporting gents who dodged the police, and landed in Essex, where they put up Billy Bluck to fight Dick the cabman, whom the baronet backed, and who had it all his own way for 13 rounds, when by an unlucky blow in the windpipe, Billy killed him. "It's always my luck strong," Sir Francis said. "The betting was 3-1 on the cabman, and I thought myself as sure of £30 as if I had it in my pocket. And damn me, I owe my man Lightfoot £14 now, which he's lent and paid for me, and he duns me, the confounded impudent blackguard, and I wish to heaven I knew any way of getting a bill done, or of screwing a little out of my lady. I'll give you half, Ned, upon my soul and honour. I'll give you half if you can get anybody to do us a little 50." But Ned said sternly that he had given his word of honour as a gentleman that he would be no party to any future bill transactions in which her husband might engage, who had given his word of honour too. And the Chevalier said that he, at least, would keep his word, and would black his own boots all his life rather than break his promise. And what is more, he vowed he would advise Lady Clavering that Sir Francis was about to break his faith towards her upon the very first hint which he could get that such was Clavering's intention. Upon this information, Sir Francis Clavering, according to his custom, cried and cursed very volubly. He spoke of death as his only resource. He besought and implored his dear Strong, his best friend, his dear old Ned, not to throw him over; and when he quitted his dearest Ned as he went down the stairs of Shepherd's Inn, swore and blasphemed at Ned as the most infernal villain, and traitor, and blackguard, and coward under the sun, and wished Ned was in his grave, and in a worse place, only he would like the confounded ruffian to live until Frank Clavering had had his revenge out of him. In Strong's chambers the baronet met a gentleman whose visits were now, as it has been shown, very frequent in Shepherd's Inn, Mr. Samuel Huxter of Clavering. That young fellow who had poached the walnuts in Clavering Park in his youth, and had seen the baronet drive through the street at home with 4 horses, and prance up to church with powdered footmen, had an immense respect for his member, and a prodigious delight in making his acquaintance. He introduced himself with much blushing and trepidation as a Clavering man, son of Mr. Huxter of the market place. Father attended Sir Francis's keeper, Coxwood, when his gun burst and took off 3 fingers, proud to make Sir Francis's acquaintance. All of which introductions Sir Francis received affably. And honest Huxter talked about Sir Francis to the chaps at Bartholomew's, and told Fanny in the lodge that after all there was nothing like a thoroughbred a regular good old English gentleman, one of the olden time. To which Fanny replied that she thought Sir Francis was an odious creature. She didn't know why, but she couldn't abear him. She was sure he was wicked and low and mean. She knew he was. And when Sam to this replied that Sir Francis was very affable, and had borrowed half a sov. of him quite kindly, Fanny burst into a laugh, pulled Sam's long hair, which was not yet of irreproachable cleanliness, patted his chin, and called him a stupid, stupid, old foolish stupid, and said that Sir Francis was always borrowing money of everybody, and that Mar had actually refused him twice, and had to wait 3 months to get 7 shillings which he had borrowed of her. Don't say but her. Borrow, but borrow. Actually, but actually, Fanny, Mr. Huxter replied, not to a fault in her argument, but to grammatical errors in her statement. Well, then, her and borrow and hactually. There, then, you stupid, said the other, and the scholar made such a pretty face that the grammar master was quickly appeased, and would have willingly given her 100 more lessons on the spot, at the price which he took for that one. Of course Mrs. Bolton was by, and I suppose that Fanny and Dr. Sam were on exceedingly familiar and confidential terms by this time, and that time had brought to the former certain consolations, and soothed certain regrets, which are deucedly bitter when they occur, but which are no more than tooth-pulling, or any other pang, eternal. As you sit surrounded by respect and affection, happy, honoured, and flattered in your old age, your foibles gently indulged, your least words kindly cherished, your garrulous old stories received for the 100th time, with dutiful forbearance, and never failing hypocritical smiles, the women of your house constant in their flatteries, the young men hushed and attentive when you begin to speak, the servants awe-stricken, the tenants cap in hand, and ready to act in the place of your worship's horses, when your honour takes a drive, it has often struck you, O thoughtful Dives, that this respect and these glories are for the main part transferred, with your fee simple, to your successor, that the servants will bow, and the tenants shout, for your son as for you, that the butler will fetch him the wine, improved by a little keeping, that's now in your cellar, and that when your night is come, and the light of your life is gone down, as sure as the morning rises after you and without you, the sun of prosperity and flattery shines on your heir. Men come and bask in the halo of consols and acres that beams round about him. The reverence is transferred with the estate, of which, with all its advantages, pleasures, respect, and goodwill, he in turn becomes the life tenant. How long do you wish or expect that your people will regret you? How much time does a man devote to grief before he begins to enjoy? A great man must keep his heir at his feast, like a living memento mori. If he holds very much by life, the presence of the other must be a constant sting and warning. Make ready to go, says the successor to your honour. I am waiting, and I could hold it as well as you. What has this reference to the possible reader to do with any of the characters of this history? Do we wish to apologize for Pen because he has got a white hat, and because his mourning for his mother is fainter? All the lapse of years, all the career of fortune, all the events of life, however strongly they may move or eagerly excite him, never can remove that sainted image from his heart, or banish that blessed love from its sanctuary. If he yields to wrong, the dear eyes will look sadly upon him when he dares to meet them. If he does well, endures pain, or conquers temptation, the ever-present love will greet him, he knows, with approval and pity. If he falls, plead for him. If he suffers, cheer him. Be with him and accompany him always, until death is past, and sorrow and sin are no more. Is this mere dreaming, or on the part of an idle story-teller, useless moralizing? May not the man of the world take his moment, too, to be grave and thoughtful? Ask of your own hearts and memories, brother and sister, if we do not live in the dead, and, to speak reverently, prove God by love. Of these matters Penn and Warrington often spoke, in many a solemn and friendly converse in after days, and Pendennis's mother was worshipped in his memory, and canonized there, as such a saint ought to be. Lucky he in life who knows a few such women. A kind provision of heaven it was that sent us such, and gave us to admire that touching and wonderful spectacle of innocence, and love, and beauty. But as it is certain that if, in the course of these sentimental conversations, any outer stranger, Major Pendennis, for instance, had walked into Penn's chambers, Arthur and Warrington would have stopped their talk, and chosen another subject, and discoursed about the opera, or the last debate in Parliament, or Miss Jones's marriage with Captain Smith, or what not. So let us imagine that the public steps in at this juncture, and stops the confidential talk between author and reader, and begs us to resume our remarks about this world, with which both are certainly better acquainted than with that other one into which we have just been peeping. On coming into his property, Arthur Pendennis at first comported himself with a modesty and equanimity which obtained his friend Warrington's praises, though Arthur's uncle was a little inclined to quarrel with his nephew's meanness of spirit, for not assuming greater state and pretensions now that he had entered on the enjoyment of his kingdom. He would have had Arthur installed in handsome quarters, and riding on showy park hacks, or in well-built cabriolets every day. "I am too absent," Arthur said with a laugh, "to drive a cab in London. The omnibus would cut me in two, or I should send my horses' heads into the ladies' carriage windows. And you wouldn't have me driven about by my servant like an apothecary, uncle?" No, Major Pendennis would on no account have his nephew appear like an apothecary. The august representative of the house of Pendennis must not so demean himself. And when Arthur, pursuing his banter, said, "And yet I dare say, sir, my father was proud enough when he first set up his gig," the old Major hemmed and hawed, and his wrinkled face reddened with a blush, as he answered, "You know what Bonaparte said, sir, 'Il faut laver son linge sale en famille.' There is no need, sir, for you to brag that your father was a medical man. He came of a most ancient but fallen house, and was obliged to reconstruct the family fortunes, as many a man of good family has done before him. You are like the fellow in Sterne, sir, the Marquis who came to demand his sword again. Your father got back yours for you. You are a man of landed estate, by gad, sir, and a gentleman. Never forget you are a gentleman." Then Arthur slyly turned on his uncle the argument which he had heard the old gentleman often use regarding himself. "In the society which I have the honour of frequenting through your introduction, who cares to ask about my paltry means, or my humble gentility, uncle?" he asked. "It would be absurd of me to attempt to compete with the great folks, and all that they can ask from us is, that we should have a decent address and good manners." "But for all that, sir, I should belong to a better club or two," the uncle answered. "I should give an occasional dinner, and select my society well, and I should come out of that horrible garret in the Temple, sir." And so Arthur compromised by descending to the second floor in Lamb Court, Warrington still occupying his old quarters, and the two friends being determined not to part one from the other. Cultivate kindly, reader, those friendships of your youth. It is only in that generous time that they are formed. How different the intimacies of after days are, and how much weaker the grasp of your own hand after it has been shaken about in 20 years' commerce with the world, and has squeezed and dropped 1,000 equally careless palms. As you can seldom fashion your tongue to speak a new language after 20, the heart refuses to receive friendship pretty soon. It gets too hard to yield to the impression. So Penn had many acquaintances, and being of a jovial and easy turn, got more daily, but no friend like Warrington, and the two men continued to live almost as much in common as the Knights of the Temple, riding upon one horse, for Penn's was at Warrington's service, and having their chambers and their servitor in common. Mr. Warrington had made the acquaintance of Penn's friends of Grosvenor Place during their last unlucky season in London, and had expressed himself no better satisfied with Sir Francis and Lady Clavering and her ladyship's daughter than was the public in general. "The world is right," George said, "about those people. The young men laugh and talk freely before those ladies, and about them. The girl sees people whom she has no right to know, and talks to men with whom no girl should have an intimacy. Did you see two reprobates leaning over Lady Clavering's carriage in the park the other day, and leering under Miss Blanche's bonnet? No good mother would let her daughter know those men, or admit them within her doors." "The Begum is the most innocent and good-natured soul alive," interposed Pen. "She never heard any harm of Captain Blackball, or read that trial in which Charlie Lovelace figures. Do you suppose that honest ladies read and remember the Chronique Scandaleuse as well as you old grumbler?" "Would you like Laura Bell to know those fellows?" Warrington asked, his face turning rather red. "Would you let any woman you love be contaminated by their company? I have no doubt that the poor Begum is ignorant of their histories. It seems to me she is ignorant of a great number of better things. It seems to me that your honest Begum is not a lady, Pen. It is not her fault, doubtless, that she has not had the education or learned the refinements of a lady. She is as moral as Lady Portsea, who has all the world at her balls, and as refined as Mrs. Bull, who breaks the King's English, and has half a dozen dukes at her table," Pen answered rather sulkily. "Why should you and I be more squeamish than the rest of the world? Why are we to visit the sins of her father on this harmless, kind creature? She never did anything but kindness to you or any mortal soul. As far as she knows, she does her best. She does not set up to be more than she is. She gives you the best dinners she can buy, and the best company she can get. She pays the debts of that scamp of a husband of hers. She spoils her boy like the most virtuous mother in England. Her opinion about literary matters, to be sure, is not much, and I dare say she never read a line of Wordsworth or heard of Tennyson in her life." "No more has Mrs. Flanagan, the laundress," growled out Pen's mentor. "No more has Betty, the housemaid, and I have no word of blame against them. But a high-souled man doesn't make friends of these. A gentleman doesn't choose these for his companions, or bitterly rues it afterwards if he do. Are you, who are setting up to be a man of the world and a philosopher, to tell me that the aim of life is to guddle 3 courses and dine off silver? Do you dare to own to yourself that your ambition in life is good claret, and that you will dine with any, provided you get a stalled ox to feed on? You call me a cynic. Why, what a monstrous cynicism it is which you and the rest of you men of the world admit. I'd rather live upon raw turnips and sleep in a hollow tree, or turn backwoodsman or savage, than degrade myself to this civilization, and own that a French cook was the thing in life best worth living for." "Because you like a raw beef steak and a pipe afterwards," broke out Pen. "You give yourself airs of superiority over people whose tastes are more dainty, and are not ashamed of the world they live in. Who goes about professing particular admiration, or esteem, or friendship, or gratitude even, for the people one meets every day? If A asks me to his house, and gives me his best, I take his good things for what they are worth, and no more. I do not profess to pay him back in friendship, but in the conventional money of society. When we part without any grief. When we meet, we are tolerably glad to see one another. If I were only to live with my friends, your black muzzle old George is the only face I should see." "You are your uncle's pupil," said Warrington, rather sadly, "and you speak like a worldling." "And why not?" asked Pendennis. "Why not acknowledge the world I stand upon, and submit to the conditions of the society which we live in and live by? I am older than you, George, in spite of your grizzled whiskers, and have seen much more of the world than you have in your garret here, shut up with your books and your reveries and your ideas of 1 and 20. I say, I take the world as it is, and being of it, will not be ashamed of it. If the time is out of joint, have I any calling or strength to set it right?" "Indeed, I don't think you have much of either," growled Pen's interlocutor. "If I doubt whether I am better than my neighbour," Arthur continued, "if I concede that I am no better, I also doubt whether he is better than I. I see men who begin with ideas of universal reform, and who, before their beards are grown, propound their loud plans for the regeneration of mankind, give up their schemes after a few years of bootless talking and vainglorious attempts to lead their fellows, and after they have found that men will no longer bear them, as indeed they never were in the least worthy to be heard, sink quietly into the ranks and file, acknowledging their aims impracticable, or thankful that they were never put into practice. The fiercest reformers grow calm, and are fair to put up with things as they are." The loudest Radical orators become dumb, quiescent placemen. The most fervent Liberals, when out of power, become humdrum Conservatives, or downright tyrants, or despots in office. Look at the Thiers, look at Guizot, in opposition and in place. Look at the Whigs appealing to the country, and the Whigs in power. Would you say that the conduct of these men is an act of treason, as the Radicals bawl? Who would give way in their turn, were their turn ever to come? No, only that they submit to circumstances which are stronger than they, march as the world marches towards reform, but at the world's pace, and the movements of the vast body of mankind must needs be slow. Forego this scheme as impracticable on account of opposition. That is immature because against the sense of the majority, are forced to calculate drawbacks and difficulties, as well as to think of reforms and advances, and compelled finally to submit and to wait and to compromise. The Right Honourable Arthur Pendennis could not speak better or be more satisfied with himself if he was First Lord of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, Warrington said. Self-satisfied? Why self-satisfied? Continued Penn. It seems to me that my scepticism is more respectful and more modest than the revolutionary ardor of other folks. Many a patriot of 18, many a spouting club orator would turn the bishops out of the House of Lords tomorrow, and throw the lords out after the bishops, and throw the throne into the Thames after the peers and the bench. Is that man more modest than I, who takes these institutions as I find them, and waits for time and truth to develop, or fortify, or if you like, destroy them? A college tutor, or a nobleman's toady, who appears one fine day as my right reverend lord, in a silk apron and a shovel hat, and assumes benedictory airs over me, is still the same man we remember at Oxbridge, when he was truckling to the toughs, and bullying the poor undergraduates in the lecture room? An hereditary legislator, who passes his time with jockeys and blacklegs and ballet girls, and who is called to rule over me and his other betters because his grandfather made a lucky speculation in the funds, or found a coal or tin mine on his property, or because his stupid ancestor happened to be in command of 10,000 men, as brave as himself, who overcame 12,000 Frenchmen, or 50,000 Indians, such a man, I say, inspires me with no more respect than the bitterest Democrat can feel towards him. But such as he is a part of the old society to which we belong, and I submit to his lordship with acquiescence, and he takes his place above the best of us at all dinner parties, and there bides his time. I don't want to chop his head off with a guillotine, or to fling mud at him in the streets, when they call such a man a disgrace to his order, and such another, who is good and gentle, refined and generous, who employs his great means in promoting every kindness and charity and art and grace of life in the kindest and most gracious manner, an ornament to his rank. The question as to the use and propriety of the order is not in the least affected one way or other. There it is, extant among us, a part of our habits, the creed of many of us, the growth of centuries, the symbol of a most complicated tradition. There stand my lord the bishop and my lord the hereditary legislator, what the French call transactions, both of them, representing in their present shape mail-clad barons and double-sworded chiefs, from whom their lordships, the hereditaries, for the most part don't descend, and priests, professing to hold in absolute truth and a divinely inherited power, the which truth absolute our ancestors burned at the stake and denied there. The which divine transmissible power still exists in print, to be believed or not, pretty much at choice, and of these I say I acquiesce that they exist and no more. If you say that these schemes, devised before printing was known, or steam was born, when thought was an infant, scared and whipped, and truth under its guardians was gagged and swathed and blindfolded, and not allowed to lift its voice, or to look out, or to walk under the sun, before men were permitted to meet, or to trade, or to speak with each other, if any one says, as some faithful souls do, that these schemes are for ever, and having been changed and modified constantly, are to be subject to no further development or decay, I laugh, and let the man speak. But I would have toleration for these, as I would ask it for my own opinions. And if they are to die, I would rather they had a decent and natural than an abrupt and violent death. You would have sacrificed to Jove, Warrington said, had you lived in the time of the Christian persecutions. Perhaps I would, said Penn, with some sadness. Perhaps I am a coward. Perhaps my faith is unsteady. But this is my own reserve. What I argue here is that I will not persecute, make a faith or a dogma absolute, and persecution becomes a logical consequence, and Dominic Burns a Jew, or Calvin an Arian, or Nero a Christian, or Elizabeth or Mary a Papist or Protestant, or their father both or either, according to his humour, and acting without any pangs of remorse. But on the contrary, notions of duty fulfilled make dogma absolute, and to inflict or to suffer death becomes easy and necessary. And Mahomet's soldiers shouting, "Paradise, paradise," and dying on the Christian spears are not more or less praiseworthy than the same men slaughtering a town full of Jews, or cutting off the heads of all prisoners who would not acknowledge that there was but one prophet of God. A little while since, young one, Warrington said, who had been listening to his friend's confessions, neither without sympathy nor scorn, for his mood led him to indulge in both, "You asked me why I remained out of the strife of the world, and looked on at the great labour of my neighbour without taking any part in the struggle. Why, what a mere dilettante you own yourself to be in this confession of general scepticism, and what a listless spectator yourself. You are 26 years old, and as blasé as a rake of 60. You neither hope much, nor care much, nor believe much. You doubt about other men as much as about yourself. Were it made of such poco-curranti as you, the world would be intolerable, and I'd rather live in a wilderness of monkeys, and listen to their chatter, than in a company of men who denied everything." "Were the world composed of St. Bernards or St. Dominies, it would be equally odious," said Penn, "and at the end of a few scores of years would cease to exist altogether. Would you have every man with his head shaved, and every woman in a cloister, carrying out to the full the ascetic principle? Would you have conventicle hymns twanging from every lane in every city in the world? Would you have all the birds of the forest sing one note and fly with one feather? You call me a skeptic because I acknowledge what is, and in acknowledging that, be it linnet or lark or priest or parson, be it, I mean, any single one of the infinite varieties of the creatures of God, whose very name I would be understood to pronounce with reverence, and never to approach but with distant awe, I say that the study and acknowledgment of that variety amongst men especially increases our respect and wonder for the Creator, Commander, and Ordainer of all these minds, so different and yet so united, meeting in a common adoration, and offering up, each according to his degree and means of approaching the divine centre, his acknowledgment of praise and worship, each singing, to recur to the bird simile, his natural song. And so, Arthur, the hymn of a saint, or the ode of a poet, or the chant of a nougat thief, are all pretty much the same in your philosophy?" said George. "Even that sneer could be answered were it to the point," Pendennis replied. "But it is not, and it could be replied to you that even to the wretched outcry of the thief on the tree, the wisest and the best of all teachers we know of, the untiring comforter and consoler, promised a pitiful hearing and a certain hope. Hymns of saints, odes of poets, who are we to measure the chances and opportunities, the means of doing, or even judging right and wrong, awarded to men, and to establish the rule for meting out their punishments and rewards? We are as insolent and unthinking in judging of men's morals as of their intellects. We admire this man as being a great philosopher, and set down the other as a dullard, not knowing either, or the amount of truth in either, or being certain of the truth anywhere. We sing Te Deum for this hero who has won a battle, and De Profundis for that other one who has broken out of prison, and has been caught afterwards by the policeman. Our measure of rewards and punishments is most partial and incomplete, absurdly inadequate, utterly worldly, and we wish to continue it into the next world. Into that next and awful world we strive to pursue men, and send after them our impotent party verdicts of condemnation or acquittal. We set up our paltry little rods to measure heaven immeasurable, as if in comparison to that, Newton's mind, or Pascal's, or Shakespeare's, was any loftier than mine, as if the ray which travels from the sun would reach me sooner than the man who blacks my boots. Measured by that altitude, the tallest and the smallest among us are so alike, diminutive and pitifully base, that I say we should take no count of the calculation, and it is a meanness to reckon the difference." "Your figure fails there, Arthur," said the other, better pleased. "If even by common arithmetic we can multiply as we can reduce almost infinitely, the great reckoner must take count of all, and the small is not small, or the great great to his infinity." "I don't call those calculations in question," Arthur said. "I only say that yours are incomplete and premature, false in consequence, and by every operation multiplying into wider error. I do not condemn the men who murdered Socrates and damned Galileo. I say that they damned Galileo and murdered Socrates. And yet, but a moment since, you admitted the propriety of acquiescence in the present, and I suppose all other tyrannies." "No, but that if an opponent menaces me, of whom, and without cost of blood and violence, I can get rid, I would rather wait him out and starve him out than fight him out. Fabius fought Hannibal sceptically. Who was his Roman coadjutor, whom we read of in Plutarch when we were boys, who scoffed at the other's procrastination, and doubted his courage, and engaged the enemy, and was beaten for his pains?" In these speculations and confessions of Arthur, the reader may perhaps see allusions to questions which, no doubt, have occupied and discomposed himself, and which he has answered by very different solutions to those come to by our friend. We are not pledging ourselves for the correctness of his opinions, which readers will please to consider are delivered dramatically, the writer being no more answerable for them than for the sentiments uttered by any other character of the story. Our endeavour is merely to follow out in its progress the development of the mind of a worldly and selfish, but not ungenerous or unkind or truth-avoiding man. And it will be seen that the lamentable stage to which his logic at present has brought him is one of general scepticism and sneering acquiescence in the world as it is, or, if you like so to call it, a belief qualified with scorn in all things extant. The tastes and habits of such a man prevent him from being a boisterous demagogue, and his love of truth and dislike of cant keep him from advancing crude propositions, such as many loud reformers are constantly ready with, much more of uttering downright falsehoods, in arguing questions or abusing opponents, which he would die or starve rather than use. It was not in our friend's nature to be able to utter certain lies, nor was he strong enough to protest against others, except with a polite sneer, his maxim being that he owed obedience to all acts of Parliament, as long as they were not repealed. And to what does this easy and sceptical life lead a man? Friend Arthur was a Sadducee, and the Baptists might be in the wilderness shouting to the poor, who were listening with all their might and faith to the preacher's awful accents and denunciations of wrath or woe or salvation, and our friend the Sadducee would turn his sleek mule with a shrug and a smile from the crowd, and go home to the shade of his terrace and muse over preacher and audience, and turn to his roll of Plato or his pleasant Greek song-book, babbling of honey and Hybla and nymphs and fountains and love. To what, we say, does this skepticism lead? It leads a man to a shameful loneliness and selfishness, so to speak, the more shameful because it is so good-humoured and conscienceless and serene. Conscience? What is conscience? Why, except remorse, what is public or private faith? Mythuses alike enveloped in enormous tradition. If seeing and acknowledging the lies of the world, Arthur, as see them you can, with only too fatal a clearness, you submit to them without any protest further than a laugh. If plunged yourself in easy sensuality, you allow the whole wretched world to pass, groaning by you, unmoved. If the fight for the truth is taking place, and all men of honour are on the ground armed on the one side or the other, and you alone are to lie on your balcony and smoke your pipe out of the noise and the danger, you had better have died, or never have been at all, than such a sensual coward. "The truth, friend," Arthur said imperturbably. "Where is the truth? Show it me. That is the question between us. I see it on both sides. I see it on the Conservative side of the House, and amongst the Radicals, and even on the ministerial benches. I see it in this man, who worships by Act of Parliament, and is rewarded with a silk apron and 5,000 a year; in that man, who, driven fatally by the remorseless logic of his creed, gives up everything, friends, fame, dearest ties, closest vanities, the respect of an army of churchmen, the recognized position of a leader, and passes over, truth-impelled, to the enemy, in whose ranks he will serve henceforth as a nameless private soldier. I see the truth in that man, as I do in his brother, whose logic drives him to quite a different conclusion, and who, after having passed a life in vain endeavours to reconcile an irreconcilable book, flings it at last down in despair, and declares with tearful eyes and hands up to heaven his revolt and recantation. If the truth is with all these, why should I take side with any one of them? Some are called upon to preach. Let them preach. Of these preachers there are somewhat too many, methinks, who fancy they have the gift. But we cannot all be parsons in church. Some must sit silent and listen, or go to sleep mayhap. Have we not all our duties? The head charity boy blows the bellows, the master canes the other boys in the organ loft, the clerk sings out Amen from the desk, and the beadle with the staff opens the door for his reverence, who rustles in silk up to the cushion. I won't cane the boys, nay, or say Amen always, or act as the church's champion and warrior in the shape of the beadle with the staff, but I will take off my hat in the place, and say my prayers there too, and shake hands with the clergyman as he steps on the grass outside. Don't I know that his being there is a compromise, and that he stands before me an act of Parliament, that the church he occupies was built for other worship, that the Methodist chapel is next door, and that Bunyan the tinker is bawling out the tidings of damnation on the common hard by. Yes, I am a Sadducee, and I take things as I find them, and the world, and the acts of Parliament of the world, as they are, and as I intend to take a wife, if I find one, not to be madly in love, and prostrate at her feet like a fool, not to worship her as an angel, or to expect to find her as such, but to be good-natured to her, and courteous, expecting good nature and pleasant society from her in turn. And so, George, if ever you hear of my marrying, depend on it, it won't be a romantic attachment on my side, and if you hear of any good place under government, I have no particular scruples that I know of which would prevent me from accepting your offer. Oh, Pen, you scoundrel, I know what you mean. Here Warrington broke out. This is the meaning of your skepticism, of your quietism, of your atheism, my poor fellow. You're going to sell yourself, and heaven help you. You're going to make a bargain which will degrade you and make you miserable for life, and there's no use talking of it. If you are once bent on it, the devil won't prevent you. On the contrary, he's on my side, isn't he, George? Said Pen with a laugh. What good cigars these are. Come down and have a little dinner at the club. The chef's in town, and he'll cook a good one for me. No, you won't. Don't be sulky, old boy. I'm going down to the country tomorrow. End of chapter 62.